The iRacing VLN Endurance Championship, of course, always comes to the Nürburgring and the Nordschleife. It is going to involve multi-class racing, team driving, and it is going to be a 4-hour endurance event. Of course, who can forget the Nordschleife? Who can forget the Nürburgring? And really, who could forget the last round of the VLN series here on iRacing? We had many events, many instances of incidents in action, and I'm sure we'll follow that up with many more things and entertaining, situations. Hopefully we won't have a pile-up in pit road. Hopefully we will see some MX-5s going at it, and hopefully we can come away with another great race. It's the VLN Series live here on iRacing Live and RaceSpot TV. Back after just a few moments.
I'm Eric Hudek. I'm an engineer at iRacing. I put together vehicle models. Started earlier in the year with a partnership with Mazda and Long Road Racing Engineering, where they supplied us with access to the car data, access to their drivers to allow us to put together really high-level vehicle model, and it's turned out really well so far in the development stages.
These new MX-5s are incredible. Between the BF Goodrich tire and then all the suspension engineering that Long Road Racing and that Mazda has done, I've been very fortunate to be one of the lead development drivers for the new Global MX-5 Cup car. We've done a lot of R&D on not only suspension, but things that will not only improve the safety of the vehicle for racing, but also the longevity of it in a racing environment. The fun aspects have been for us not only on the suspension development side, but the virtual world side with iRacing, actually mirroring some of the same, for instance, damper settings or brake pad changes that we've made for different compounds and such, and then we'll actually mirror that in iRacing. It's incredible to me how similar both when we're driving the car on the test day and then we're on the sim, that we're actually able to make changes in iRacing to the damper valving, and it correlates exactly to our findings on the racetrack.
It was quite interesting. It was sort of the first time in iRacing where we developed a car in the sim along with the manufacturer and a race team. Generally speaking, a team or a manufacturer will send us a data dump of information covering everything from tires to aero if the car is set up that way, all the mechanical bits. The big difference is those cars are generally already in production or already racing, and this go around it was essentially from scratch. When Long Road Racing received their cars, we started getting our first bits of data, and as they got more data, we got more data, and we were able to go back and forth in the sim and compare with how the car performs on the racetrack.
was interesting this morning to come out here and get on the track and look closely at how rubber was starting to kind of take to the track, you know, where there were ruts and spots that looked still like dirt, and other spots were super shiny and had a bluish tint.
We scanned this track twice because we needed to be able to measure the differences between the track before it's raced and after it's raced. With dirt track racing, the dynamics of the track change dramatically once it's raced on throughout the race. And by scanning it beforehand, we were able to gain a baseline that we're now able to compare with the scan from after the race. Take a look at the cushion, see where it's built up, see how deep it is, and try to figure out some of these variables that we'll have to account for when we create our digital representations of dirt racing and dirt tracks. Our associate producer, Kevin Einarelli, was actually quite the soldier, and he stayed here all night scanning so that we could get this second scan, because in the morning after the race, they ripped the track up. So the window that we have to collect that data is very limited. So thanks, Kevin. So we had a similar approach with the photography of this track that we had with the laser scan. We photographed it twice. So we were able to get in here right before the race started, right after all the trucks had finished running the track in, and take reference photography of the track. And then we returned today and took another set of reference photography, and we took photos of all the various elements that we need to account for: the cushion, the groove, the areas of the groove that have received rubber, and the apron. And we have a specific technique that we use to take these shots. We are using something called photogrammetry. What photogrammetry is essentially the science or a method which will allow us to take photographs and extract three-dimensionality from them using common elements between the photographs. And it's a great technique to create textures for our racing sim, and it's something we've been doing for a while, but it's especially helpful with dirt because of the three-dimensional characteristics of the dirt and the way it collects. So it's a really good technique, and it should result in a great looking racetrack.
A lot of what I'm seeing kind of confirms what we already believed and already knew and have already started working on. So, you know, my plan is to get together with Dave Kamer and get in detail about what's going on between the tire and the road, because the ruts seem to be a significant piece of the puzzle, where the rubber shows up on top of the rut. So getting the tire grip correct on a track that has as much variation as a dirt track does is going to be key.
We know that every racetrack, every dirt racetrack is unique. Different soil compositions, different color, different types of grooves develop depending on the different types of cars. So this process that we've gone through this weekend is not going to be a one-off thing. We're going to do it again, increase our knowledge, and we'll take that knowledge home with us, and it will help us create a better version of these tracks in iRacing.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you may be watching. Thank you for making iRacing and RaceSpot TV part of your day. It is the iRacing VLN Endurance Championship. Hello, where have you been the last month? This is going to be an amazing race if you haven't seen it, and if you have seen it, well, welcome back to the Nürburgring. So here we are. We're going to be going on the Nordschleife. It's only 165 corners, 15.18 miles. We're only going to throw a couple of classes of GT3 cars, a couple of Kia Optimas, and some MX-5s on a circuit for 4 hours. And to join me in bringing this great action to you guys, it is going to be Cisco Scaramuza, Alvin Nieves, Jimmy Broadbent, myself, Cam Walsh, as well as Hugo Louis on the cameras. And guys, it is looking like this is going to be a great 4-hour event here, but Cisco, it seems to be a little overcast, but hopefully that won't downtrodden our excitement for this race.
Yeah, absolutely. Hello, sim racing fans, and welcome to the Nürburgring. And it's going to be very interesting because I'm jumping around the field, and if you weren't with us yesterday during the 6 hours of the Glen, well, that was an interesting race. We had an interesting Camping World Truck Series race overnight, and then now we're going to be jumping in here, and I'm already noticing a lot of similar names to what we saw yesterday in the 6 hours of the Glen, but of course, this isn't Watkins Glen. This is very different from the upstate New York road course up there.
If there was a rating 1 to 10, Watkins Glen would be about a 3, and the Nürburgring would be about a 12. So yeah, it's a slightly different. But to say though, we still have just about the same amount of cars, 53 here today. We'll get the more exact numbers, but it seems that the field seems to lean to the GT3 category. And Alvin, well, here at the Nordschleife, we saw last time what crazy action we could have in the MX-5s, and hopefully today, with however many we have, it should be a good race, to say the very least. A couple of good team names in that one.
Yeah, good morning, good evening, and good afternoon to everybody watching today. Yeah, round one was a really great one, race for the MX-5 class, especially highlighted by that by that lap one, almost 4 wide going into the big straightaway on the Nordschleife. Hope to see that same type of action today. Of course, it was clean on round one, and we definitely expect it to be as clean as round one.
Well, that we do. We did see some great overtaking and cooperative overtaking between overall the entirety of the field, but we did just see some amazing footage we've managed to collect from the MX-5s. I mean, we had quite a few instances of these cars managing to go 4 wide down the Dottener and even at some places on the track where you really shouldn't be going side by side, they managed to do it. And so hopefully this MX-5 field can follow that up. The Dottener always an exciting prospect when it comes to these slower cars, about 130 miles an hour down the Dottener, but then you get the GT3 traffic coming through. They're hitting about 170, 180 miles an hour, so a big, huge speed difference. And Jimmy, well, you weren't here last time, so I'll ask for the opinion of the newer person. Perhaps this series, if you had to put it out on a whiteboard, not necessarily the best of ideas, but, well, at least it should be a fairly good race, to say the least.
I mean, the real-life equivalent does afford us some fantastic racing when we get the same in the simulated world. And hello everyone, thank you Cam for the introduction. I was just watching back that MX-5 action myself earlier on. It's the first time that I actually saw it before this broadcast, and I was very impressed with the driving standards of these guys. I mean, we've got people within simulated inches of each other, and then ending up still keeping it on track and all making it into the braking zone at the end of the straight there. So very impressive, to say the least.
Very much indeed. In the GT3 category, of course, having many ups and downs in its own right, well, we saw some amazing racing from the GT3 category, a lot of very high-stakes maneuvers that ended up working out, but we also saw, Francisco, one of the most interesting events that we had occur in my time as a commentator. We managed to see the Gecko Vortex sim racing car managed to loop it on pit entry and cause what I can only describe as an absolute monumental pileup of cars in the entrance to pit lane.
Well, you described it a little bit differently, so if you guys want to check that out, go ahead and watch that footage back. But yeah, that was definitely an interesting thing that happened there. But it looks like we're getting ready to clock over, and we're gonna be seeing the starting grid here in a moment. But yeah, I've never really seen a pileup on pit road like that before, and it basically blocked traffic. There was nowhere for anyone to go, and yeah, like you said, I've never really seen anything like that before. But Cam, it's time. These cars are starting to take the grid. Let's take them through their starting grid.
Oh, absolutely, and what a grid we have here today, 53 cars. I don't know if I can get through them all, but I'll try my very best. It's the Core Motorsports qualifying first with a 746.1 with Pure Racing Team, Dressmaster Movano, MSP Drivers Home, and Core Motorsports number 66 starting in 5th. We'll go all the way back down into the Kia category. It is going to be the Pure Racing Team 116 Kia, starting in 26th position overall. He is going to be running first in the Kias. Second in the Kias is the Blackadder Motorsports. Third in the Kia is Friction Racing. You don't normally see them in the slower cars, but here they are in a Kia, with Alpine Eagle Racing and SimRC.de starting fifth in the Kia division. Then you go on down to what can only be described as one of the more entertaining race classes is the MX-5. It is INX Racing, the rookie racing team, number 55, starting in second. Team RSO, the Rennsport guys, starting in third. Then Deval Sim Racing starting in fourth and fifth in the MX-5 category. A lot of teams that I'm sure we will describe as the race goes, but the pace car is underway. That Mustang is working its way underneath the Bliston Bridge, heading towards the start of the race, of course. That number 33 Core Motorsports car will be leading the GT3 cars. The Pure Racing Team's 116 Kia will be leading and setting off the Kias, and the INX Racing number 7 MX-5 will be taking them to the start-finish line. So we're going to see if we can manage to get this start right here. I'm sure everyone's going to try and leave a little bit of a gap, but as we get ready to go here, welcome to the VLN series, and welcome to another great 4 hours of iRacing traffic as a Core Motorsports number 33 car will be taking the field here to the green flag. He's holding the field, and off he goes, and here we go. 4 hours in the iRacing VLN Endurance Championship, and already the GT3 cars are going 3 wide as they collect the green flag as they are heading their way towards the very, very interesting turn number 1 here at the Nürburgring GP circuit proper. It's a very slow corner, already going 40 miles an hour as they're working their way through the arena section now, as the GT cars are still going 2 wide. Everyone seems to have gotten through so far, and we'll look back to our Kia Optima field, currently piloted the team car is Michael Schellbach, and in his rearview mirror is every single Kia all lumped up together here, and they have gotten away through the arena section in a clean start, and the MX-5s are getting away, currently piloting the INX Racing car, Dave Geeling, and you can see all of the MX-5s behind him. Everyone seeming to get a clean start right off the bat, and that, Francesco, is exactly what we want to see here. We've got 4 hours of racing. Hate to have anything happen on the first couple of turns.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like most of the MX-5 class started on grid this time, which is a little bit different from what we saw last month. If you remember, we actually had the MX-5s that started on pit road actually got out ahead of the pack. It was kind of a weird thing, but not this case, as Dave Gilling, as he said, in the NX Racing Blue Mazda, has taken the lead, and right behind him is that rookie racing team number 55, picking up basically right where they left off last time we were here.
And as these GT3 cars looking to Kei Kashubi in that Core Motorsports number 33, he's piloting an Audi. And, well, we've got the Audis and we have the Mercedes here today. I haven't seen any BMWs out on the track. Oh, no, there's a couple. Okay, so we've got Audis, BMWs, and the Mercedes. As what else could you expect here at the Nürburgring? So Core Motorsports, he is currently leading. He's got a little bit of a gap, as Pure Racing Team is looking to chase him down. That's Maximilian Benecki. And Elvin, I'll go to you real quick. Maximilian Benecki, I believe this was, if I'm remembering correctly, he was the one who had an incident about halfway through the race-ish, and that might have ruined their chances at victory, if I'm remembering.
Yeah, absolutely. It was actually with less than an hour to go. Maximilian Benecki was in the lead of the GT3 class, and it was a commanding lead. And unfortunately, at one point, while overtaking a slower MX-5, there was contact involved, and unfortunately, he lost the car and hit the wall, and that really spelled the end of the race for PRT at that point.
Yes, it did. So, well, that PRT car hopes to attack the mountain once again, and they are currently in second with Alexander Ball behind in the Core Motorsports car. Right now it's Audi, Mercedes, Audi, Mercedes, Audi. And actually, we have a car that's spun. It's the number 10 Audi. Matthias Klock of Team Matthias Klock. He has managed to loop that Audi. He's managed to do some rear-end damage to it. He didn't collect anybody, which is a very lucky thing, Francisco. But for the most part, though, he's managed to turn it around. Everything seems to be okay. Well, it's a little bit of an exciting start when you're less than 3 minutes into a motor race.
Yeah, absolutely, and we'll be seeing that spoiler damage the 10 car has, I think, on a lot of these cars, as we saw last month. But in the meantime, Kei Kashubi also trying to pick up where he left off in the VLN series last month, pulling out an early lead at the moment. He's got the lead on class and the lead overall as they continue on through this first lap of the Nürburgring.
Yes, and so looking back to our MX-5 cars, we got to try and keep a lot of eyeballs, a lot of different places. Jimmy is currently following the MX-5s, and well, they've gotten away, and they look to be about single file, but they are so lightning quick and close through these corners that I wouldn't be surprised if that NX Racing car is under attack throughout, the most of this entire first lap.
Yeah, I'm just watching Rookie Racing Team sort of chase down that NX car at the moment. It seems that at this stage that they aren't really. There's not much jostling for position. There's not much point at this part of the race. I mean, we've got a very long time to go. We've got just under 4 hours. And in this situation, there's no point in making any sort of rash moves. Just sort of follow the guy in front. If he does make a mistake, capitalise on it, of course. But you're only looking very close there to that. He might have a go coming down into this hairpin. He thinks better of it. It's very difficult to go side by side through there. But in the background as well, we have the Vanderbilt Sim Racing car. We've got a nice, very packed top four at the moment. So maybe we'll get a repeat of last time's race coming down the back straight.
I wouldn't be surprised to see that at all. Everyone's about as close as they can right now between those. It's about the first 5 MX-5s are all looped up together, and I'm sure there will be more action as we go. Now, just trying to look through here up to our Kias. We seem to have neglected them for a little bit, but right as the PRT car, I look to them, the Black Adder Motorsports and Friction Racing Kias are all working their way through here. And Elvin, the Kias here today, well, they seem to be the lightest field, but that's not to say they're not going to be the class of the field, to say the very least. These guys are always on it in those Kia Optimas.
Yeah, definitely. Even though the Kia may be the field here with the least amount of cars, that doesn't mean that there's gonna be any. They are going to be short of any action here. As we saw last round, Kia's pretty much for the first throughout the first 40 minutes, they were the first 5 places. They were all racing for the lead, and it looks like here it's gonna be the same thing as the PRT looks to kind of try to pull away, but it looks like it's gonna be how's it called?
An interesting race to say the very least, but we have to look back to our MX-5 field because there has been, I imagine, a gargantuan incident. Jimmy, you're the one watching these cars. It seems that INX Racing and quite a couple of other MX-5s have been involved in a rather large incident about halfway through the first lap.
Yeah, we were coming up the hill there. You're just seeing it on your screens at the moment, and NX Racing went side by side with one of the Vanderbilt cars and ended up actually having contact with them. That put Dave in the wall. He's at the wheel of that NX car, and that is broken. And coming back on track as well, other cars trying to avoid him. Nowhere for them to go, and ended up having contact. So a lot of the MX-5 was actually affected by that. We've got 2 cars off at the side of the track still. I'm not sure they're still there. Yeah, it's really it's like I said before. It's not a time for this to happen. It's far too early in the race. Lots of cars had their races affected, and Dave's kind of a hell of a time getting that back to the pits.
Yeah, well, it's not even that, though. It's who got involved. I mean, you had VRS Coanda SimSport, and I believe the only Coanda car that I have seen is in the MX-5, and already massive damage in the Armco. And Inception Motorsports also involved with Dave Gielink drove across the track rather than waiting a minute. I'm sure emotions high in that MX-5 as he was basically running for the lead of the race. He was under attack. But still, though, just as you're saying, Jimmy, it's one of those things where you kind of have to just sit and wait. Dave really should have waited to come on back onto that racing track, but he'll have some time in the pits to worry about those things. So anyways, looking to position number 2, Cisco, you are looking at the GT3 cars. It's PRT versus Core Motorsport right now through the arena section.
Yeah, right now, and Benecki is currently trying to hold off Alexander Voss in the two Audi battle, I guess we're having right now inside the GP arena. And meanwhile, it looks like Kei Kashubi has just buggered off from this group and is trying to open up a little bit of a lead. And right behind him, Spade Racing, Marius Golenbeck in the number 1 Mercedes AMG GT3 is also trying to catch up to these guys, but it looks like Benecki's going to pull out a little bit of a gap as they come down here towards the left-right chicane in the GP area. And looks like as of right now, Voss, I would assume, is just content to ride behind Benecki for at least a little while. We still have plenty of race to go.
Well, that we do, and going back to position number 7, it is Lucas Yestacht and Patrick Wolf with Juan E. Lopez and Kim Erickson all going through this, the final section of the Nürburgring Grand Prix circuit as they enter the Nordschleife here. They are completely nose to tail. Jorge Montañez from Thrustmaster Movano's VLN effort has managed to clear them in 6th position, but you can just see these GT3 cars. They are on the absolute limit. You can just watch these cars, the suspension and the engines and everything working together to really throw these cars about, and that's an interesting thing to note because it won't be too long before, as I open up my track map here, well, it'll be a couple of laps before it happens, but once they hit traffic, it's going to be extraordinarily dramatic, to say the least. But that won't happen for some time. Anyways, we will go look at the lead in the Kia race. And Alvin, we'll see how these Kias are doing. They seem to have gotten through the GP circuit for the second time.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like the Pure Racing Team number 116, and the Blackadder Motorsports number 67 looks like they are making a 2-car breakaway from the Kia class. It's really similar to what we saw last race. We saw a 2-car breakaway in the Kias, but I wouldn't be surprised if the Kias from 3rd to 5th place are able to catch up eventually and make this a little bit more interesting. But yeah, so far really smooth. Seems like they are getting on with the program, but we'll see what happens after the last pit stop, which we got to remember these cars can go as much as 5 laps, which should be around 40 minutes or so.
Yes, and 9 Kias on the field in the Kia category as it stands. So looking down, well, actually, that PRT car is currently still getting harassed by that Blackadder Motorsports car, and they already seem to be nipping away with some damage on each other. A little bit of front bumper damage on that PRT Kia, and a little bit of rear end damage and front end damage on that Blackadder Motorsports car. But either way, so those Kias go, and Jimmy, the MX-5 class, well, they're going through the Grand Prix circuit as it stands.
They were, yeah, and just as I was watching, just as you were talking there, Cam, our leader, Joni Stamper, actually had a spin coming through the stadium section, lost a couple of positions now, so he's not leading the class anymore, but still going strong, like he hasn't damaged the car at all. But we had a little bit of contact as well, a bit earlier on. We had number 43 just dazzling the position coming into the last part of the circuit, had contact with one of the Vanderbilt cars, I think it was, and ended up going into the wall quite heavily there, so another MX-5 casualty.
Yes, I ended up seeing that on my timing screen that was going after the dot and anyways, we'll look to the GT3 cars, and Cisco, it looks like we have some more good racing here as Patrick Wolf. Well, I know he is good here at the Nordschleife, but that's not to say there aren't a couple cars behind him that are looking to get past.
Yeah, Wani Lopez in the Vendaval Sim Racing white car was just stalking him. We just passed one of the towns, a little bit of a left kink there, and Vendaval was trying to make a move there, but we basically have a little bit of a group starting to form. About 4 different cars in this train, and throw Black Star Racing into that, so I'd say 5. You have MSP leading that group in the 193 in front, right behind Pure Racing Team in the number 74, the 2 Vendaval cars, the 13 and the 11, and now the 69 of the Black Star Racing Kim Erickson machine. And strangely enough, they're all Audis, so it's a big giant Audi sandwich as they head through the carousel right now. And once they get out to the Danger Ho, this is going to be very interesting.
I'm sure Audi Customer Sport is very happy with that picture, but yes, they are working their way through just about the third half of this. It's great to actually have a track map. Let's see here. Let's see if I can do it. They are currently at Brennahead. One of those corners as the just as the GT3 cars are getting their way through. Core Motorsports, though, it is well, they were 1 and 2 at the start-finish line, but that's not to say that the PRT cars managed to make his way through. And, well, let's just hope that these GT3 cars will stay together and don't cause anything too dramatic. But going back to the lead of the Kias, Alvin, it is still PRT and Blackadder Motorsports. And the Kias are still all together and still going very hard as they go through the carousel.
Yeah, absolutely. The leading 2 Kia seems like they have kind of stabilized in terms of the gap that they are running at the moment, but the next group of Kia seems like they are starting to catch up. They are starting to bunch up together. So I wouldn't be surprised if they decide to kind of stay single file and try to catch the leading 2 Kias, because they as things stand right now, it seems like they are breaking away and they may not be able to catch them again.
Maybe, maybe not. I'm sure the Kias always are putting on a good show. I'm interested, though, to see that number 41 car of Colin Kunufi of that Friction Racing Kia. We don't normally see Friction Racing in the Kia, at least I haven't. So we'll see what Colin can do, as well as his teammate Daniel Kraft, as they are both from the UK and I.
Cam, I get to jump in here for a minute?
Absolutely.
Sorry to take that away, but Maximilian Benecki just lost second place to the other Core Motorsports, Alexander Voss in the 66, going down the Danger Ho. This is battle, and now Max is going to look on the outside. Not going to happen there as they head down into the corners before the GP Stadium, I should say. And oh man, Voss got a little bit loose there. Now Max is going to try and maybe get him down as they head down basically through the front stretch here, and they're going to head down to that right-hand hairpin, but the positions have been swapping in GT3. Oh, trouble! No, never mind. 11 is going to go around in the right-hand turn. That's Vendaval Sim Racing. Nicky Thim is going to get it back on. Not there, boys. They're going to make it around right there. And that was an eventful turn for GT3.
Yes, it absolutely was, and already Spade Racing's Marius Golemback, he is working in that number 1 car on Alexander Val. But, Jimmy, you have something from the MX-5 division.
Yes, I do. We've had a lead change coming up the hill, just coming up the mid part of the circuit, long uphill section, these cars. Very good in the slipstream here, and the rookie, the Team RSO car had to concede to the Royal Varsity Motorsport car, the number 16 machine. So currently leading coming to the carousel. The top 3 cars in class very close together, with Vendaval Sim Racing just sort of waiting for his chance to strike, I guess in the background there. But we've got a nice big slipstream opportunity coming up soon, so we'll be waiting to see how that affects their positioning.
And Jimmy, as that was going on, many things always happening here. It looks, and we can see a replay of it. This is the SB Motorsports number 150 Mercedes. It looks like there were 3 GT3 cars going 3 wide: SimRC, G-Tross, SST Silver, and Vivendal, which we have been watching earlier. They, well, to be utterly honest, Cisco, it looks like they just completely, all 3 of them, over blue corner number 1, and that poor Mercedes of SB Motorsports with Sebastian Schmalenbach just ended up being in the way.
Yeah, absolutely, and that was Thim, who we saw spin out in that right-hand turn before the GP area, so maybe a little bit of aggression from the 11, trying to gain back that time that he lost spinning out there, and unfortunately it is going to bite I keep saying SLS. It's the AMG GT3. The SLS is out of production now, but the 150 just kind of got turned around there in the first corner, and not a whole lot he could do. He was basically along for the ride there. It's got it back going now, but the rear wing, you can see a little bit of damage to the rear bumper of that car. But in the meantime, we're going to send it down to Jimmy. We got a battle for the MX-5 lead.
Yeah, still going strong there, despite things going on elsewhere on track. We have the Team RSO car hanging straight onto the back of Rodovsky, wanting that lead back, no doubt. We're coming up to the part of the course now where there isn't really many opportunities to pass, but we'll be coming up to the back straight, and that's where I think we're going to see a little bit of adjusting the position. Bear in mind, in the background, like I said before, we do have that Vendaval racing car. He's still there, just in third place. He's going to get the double slipstream, so we're going to see him coming to the mix very shortly. Just coming into the second carousel now. Cars line astern. The Vendaval car seems to be very good on the brakes, but not quite as nice coming out the corners. Had a little bit of a wiggle there coming off the second carousel. Very easy to do in these rear-wheel drive cars. And now coming on to the back straight, this long right hand. It seems to go on forever when you're in the driving seat, but you get a nice big reward at the end of it, a nice little bit of rest. This is where we're going to see a bit of slipstream action. So the sort of top speed you're looking at on your own down here is about 195 k's. In the draft, you get up to anywhere near 210 k's. So here we go then. Lead change, I think we're going to see it right here. The Team RSO car pulling out of the draft, side by side now with the with the Royal Varsity car. And in the background, that Vendaval car making his move now. So he's going to have a double slipstream. Is he going to move over to the right? No, it's not. It's going to go through the centre. Centre of both. We're going to go 3 wide down the straight. Here we go. This is for the lead of the MX-5 guys. And I think this is going to be done now. We're going to see the Royal Varsity car just hold his line with the RSO car hold his line. But that Varsity car is going to come back now on the inside. RSO has been left out to dry, so he's gone from second place, still in second now. And there you go, set nice and gentle, nice and back into position again. No drama, but a lead change, and if they're in the same place next lap, I'm sure we'll see another lead change.
I'm absolutely sure these MX-5s definitely know how to put on a good race here at the Nürburgring. What you wouldn't normally expect, but they are always putting on a good show as Tatsuro Hashimoto makes it as they are going through. Now, it's good that these guys are pacing these things out for us, Elvin, as the Kia team is now having another fight for the lead, as Christian Chalnier is working very hard in that Blackadder Motorsports number 67.
Yeah, this battle has been going out since pretty much the dropout of the green flag. Christian Challenger has been really on the back as they go now side by side, getting out of Ehrenberger. Let's hope that this doesn't happen 2 years old. And yeah, they decide to take it better single file through this section. As yeah, they've been pretty much that has been the battle for the lead in the Kia class, as I said before. And they seem to pretty much now break away from the pack. Now they got a 3.5 second over third place in the number 41 Kia from Friction Racing. So now let's see how they can manage through. Yeah, they just seem to pretty much keep it single file. There may be some battles here and there, but overall they are just running their own race.
Yes, and battles developing all along the watchtowers. As a person whose name I can't say for fear of having our video silenced, as the Vendaval Sim Racing Preto car of 138. Well, they've had it's now that 4-car battle as they go onto the Nürburgring, so very close to that concrete barrier, leaving the Grand Prix circuit and onto the hazards. A good signal, that concrete barrier, of what is to come, as the MX-5s are starting their attack. We'll go to Cisco looking in the GT3 cars. Any big developments there? That seems to be the cars with the most numerous of the cars, but I'm sure they are working their own way through the Nordschleife.
Yeah, they are, and this battle, it's a little bit spaced out at the moment because of these long parts of the track. But this battle for second's been brewing between Pure Racing Team. Maximilian Benecki has currently got that second spot. Alexander Voss wants it so that they can lock out the podium for 1-2 for Core Motorsports. And then Spade Racing and Golenbeck has just come out of nowhere, basically. But a very accomplished driver. I was looking at his stats 6400 I rating right there. So he knows how to get it done. Definitely not a stranger to the lefts and rights of the Nürburgring here, and he's been basically just kind of sneaking behind Voss here, waiting for the front two to maybe make a mistake.
Maybe indeed, but looking at that Ben Delval Sim Racing Prado car, Jimmy, it looks like there's some heavy racing going on with that Rennsport car. That Rennsport car, he made a move and he's cycling well back.
There was indeed. Yeah, had a go there around the outside, didn't quite get it done. As a result, actually let the Royal Varsi car through, sort of made the best of a bad situation. Now he's challenging down the hill. Not a place I like to see overtaken, but they're going to have a go, going side by side on the curb there for the Varsi car. He's still next to the, side by side leader. He's going to go around the outside. I've not seen this move before. Coming through big compression now up the hill. He's not going to be able to keep it, but a fantastic effort and good pressure. Meanwhile, on the background, the rookie racing team, number 55, currently driven by Union Mastampo, he had a bit of an issue earlier on. He was our leader, he spun, but now he's come back into the fray. So it's a four-way fight now for the MX5 lead, and things are, we've got a long way to go, and my voice is already going.
Yeah, I know. Well, welcome to the VLN series. It's best when you just come in and your voice is already wrecked, and then it makes everything so much better. As Hashimoto is getting hustled right now by Jonas Osayan Pokaka, as well as Zerny and Mastampo, as those are those four front-running MX5 cars. As well, there's some action actually going back. We always seem to focus on the leaders, but the number 322 one-row SimSport MX5 and the Crown Racing First cars, as they're going through. It looks like the Crown car will be losing a position to that 322 car. So action, of course, going on throughout the entirety of the field. And we'll take a quick look back here. Actually, you know what? Things are going to start getting real interesting, because looking at my track map, there's quite a few pink dots that are about to get enveloped by the extraordinarily blue dots, and that's GT3 and the MX5 cars. So, Cisco, anything going on in the GT3 division?
Yeah, we have a battle, actually. It's a little further back in the pack. It's for 14th, I think, is the leading position there, but it's basically another kind of four group. And leading that is Schmalenbach, who, if you remember, got spun out here in the GP Arena just one lap ago. And he's got the Indigo Racing featuring SimSync Pro Racing car, Marcel T, right behind him. And those two just swapped positions at the start-finish line. Behind them, JJ Nylander in the McBox car, and the MSP Drivers Home 221 car, Jan-Erik Hoffarth, is also following behind. So that's kind of a group that's started to form. Meanwhile, of course, Max, Alexander, and Marius are still right following each other. So we'll have to keep an eye on those three.
Absolutely. Well, I thought you were being facetious when you said the McBox car.
No, it's the McBox car.
It's really the McBox car. As anyways, the MX5s right now are going at it hammer and tong. They look like they're in a diamond formation, as if they're some professional flying team. Jimmy, it's not necessarily what you want to see 3 laps into a motor race.
No, it's not. Hashimoto actually lost the lead there as well. He's now down to second place in class, but we saw this already. We saw it at the start of the race, and it seems that a lot of these guys haven't learned yet, especially the rookie racing guy. He was involved in the first lap incident. He sort of just saw it unfold behind him. He came away okay, luckily for him. But we nearly had another big incident there, and as a driver myself, sort of pushing that early isn't really what I'd be advising at this point. But they're all still going, they're all still racing, giving us a nice little spectacle, and they're heading to the first carousel now. Still line astern, and we'll wait again until we get to another overtaking spot on the straight.
Yeah, well, it looks like they're already trying to make overtaking positions. That rookie racing team of Yanni Mastampo, he's working on them right now. As well, you're just looking forward here, looking into the Kias. Well, they've gotten through. They are actually just about on the back part of the circuit. No, they're in the first section. And the GT3 cars are working their way through, and we're going to see here, let's just see if we can go on board real quick with the Core Motorsports number 33 of Kei Kashubi. We'll go on board with him because in a moment's time, you're going to see Philip Stam in a MX-5 piloted car. It's the VRS Coanda SimSport number 88, and you're going to just see how fast this Core Motorsports number 33 car is going to rip on by. He gets out of the corner, he's accelerating, he's hitting about 100 miles an hour, and you'll will see in, well, just one moment's time, as they're just separated by a couple of corners, as through this little dip here, and you should see a very slow purple and white dot. There it is. You can see it, and just like that, he is already going to be pulling alongside that VRS Command car doing 100 miles an hour and already a speck in the mirror. So just multiply that by all of this good heavy racing that we've been seeing, and boy, oh boy, we are going to be in for a good show, to say the very least. Well, these Kias, Alvin, they are still going on strong. They're going to be even a bit more of a challenge for these GT3 cars to get past, though.
Yeah, definitely. As of now, really, the leading two Kias have really done a legit breakaway from the rest of the Kia class, as the 116 and 67 had definitely been dominating this race on really, like, for good. Let's see what happens at the end of the first pit stop, but I don't see these two really getting separated at any point in time, unless something happened during the pit stop, any mistakes regarding entry, exit, or perhaps a penalty of it. But hopefully we won't see that, and we will see these two go at it for the rest of the race.
Yeah, and something has happened to the Vendeval sim racing car piloted by Nicky Thiem. As either way, though, looking to the, I'm seeing on my screen, the MX-5 division is going down the Dotner Ho, and Jimmy, we've been waiting for it, and it took 3 laps to get there.
Yeah, we look at the free 4-wide action that we have at the moment with the rookie racing team car pretty much pushing the Team RSO car down the straight at the moment, trying to go through. Now in the background, the Rollavarsi car coming back into the fray as well with the Vendeval Sim. Then we've got 2x2 now coming into the last part of the course. Who's going to break first? It's going to be Vendeval gets the best braking through there. He manages to take the lead back again, but the RSR coach still on the inside. The rookie racing team car also coming off better there. And the real loser, unfortunately, there was the Varsi car. He was leading at the start of the straight, and now he's back into 4th. So it just shows you exactly how this works here.
Yeah, and this is going to happen hopefully all race long.
Well, we're still going, Cam. We're still going. We're second place, just side by side again. Now we're going to go 3 wide in turn 1. Oh, we know we're not. Rookie car defends the inside from the RSO car. He's just on the outside. Oh, just about going for it. Oof. It's always horrible seeing 3 into 1. They always make it stick though. And now into the GP section. Hopefully they'll calm it down a bit so you guys can talk.
Yeah, hopefully. As Cisco, we know full well from our last trip here just what these MX-5 cars can do.
Yeah, absolutely. Already putting on a great show, and meanwhile, all the way on the other end of the spectrum, Kei Kashubi, he's got 7.5 seconds on the Pure Racing Team car. Kei is gone. So
there is a stopped car on the circuit somewhere. It is the Inception Motorsports number 420 MX-5. That car is beyond destroyed, boss. You might want to take the tow, as he is holding that wheel at a 45-degree angle. But anyway, so there he goes. He's pulling off into the grass, and that is going to be that for the Inception Motorsports car. As we're going to look at a replay real quick here, and I'm almost wondering, did we just have our very first GT3 MX-5 incident? Yeah, that is exactly what has happened, Cisco. As you can just see, it looks like it's the Core Motorsports number 66 car.
Yeah, absolutely. A little bit of contact there, and we'll hopefully get the replay to you on that one. But yeah, that's just wasn't a good position, you know. And the closing rates on these cars, I mean, we saw Kei blow by that the Coanda MX-5 and basically blew him out of the water, and in that case explosion. Just ran out of room. Yeah, explosion. Yeah. But that's the case here at the Nürburgring. Say you got to remember just how narrow this track really is once you get out there onto the Nordschleife.
Yeah, and Jimmy, we hopefully this will be that one incident, and that will be it. We'd hate to see this continually happen here. At our time here last month, this was certainly not the case, so hopefully we can get out to those GT3 drivers, perhaps their spotters or their friends listening, and just hop on their little radio real quick and just remind them ever so politely to be smart and respectful going through the traffic. We would very much appreciate that, but hopefully, Jimmy, that'll be it. But Kei Kashubi is going to have to slice his way through this MX-5 traffic, and hopefully not literally.
Yeah, well, fingers crossed. You always have responsibility as the fastest class. Sort of, you have the most agile machine, and you have to take into account that the guys around you do not. While we're saying that, actually, again, the MX-5 lead hotting up as the rookie racing car goes to the outside. Again, we're 2x2. These guys don't quit it. Coming up now to the fastest kink on the circuit. These cars do not like, they go very light over here. Let's see how they all pan out. They drop back a little bit, sort of back into 1x1. Yoni Mustempo sort of pulls in again behind that Vendables Racing car with RSO third and Varsky fourth at this point. But again, just very quickly, Osno, I haven't got time to talk about that because again we're having another another battle coming down the hill, down the Arnold Frost, and this is not a part of the course again that I want to see overtaken on. But luckily it's not up to me at this point. As these guys go nose to tail again through the compression over the rise of the hill, and again 1x1. So that's that over for now.
Yeah, and well, we've just had it was not that big of an incident, at least from the outside of the box, until the car went in the Armco. It is Colin Coniffy in that Friction Racing Kia. Well, he just nipped the grass a little bit, Alvin, and then, well, he hit the Armco and rolled it.
Yeah, this was the first place car in class, and unfortunately, just a little touch up off the grass here, and these Kias, unfortunately, they really, even though they are front-wheel drive, so they may be, theoretically speaking, easier to drive if you go off track. These Kias, they do not like going off track, and fortunately, we saw the result of that Kia. Really unfortunate. They were running in third place solidly, minding their own business, and well, now they're gonna have to hopefully get it into the pits and get some repairs done. But really unfortunate for the number 41 Kia.
Yeah, and let's see perhaps where he is on at least my screen. He's just ahead of the Blackadder Motorsports, so that'll put him down into probably 6th or 7th, as we seem to have another car having an issue on the track here. Hopefully that's not going to continuously happen, as the Blackadder Motorsports number 65 car in the pits of Christian Chalier. Is he pitting? Oh, we're only 31 minutes into the race. Well, actually, Alvin, it doesn't necessarily look like something might be wrong with that car, but here we are.
Well, actually, it looks like we may be getting close to the point where pit stops may start happening for them, but I'm trying to look and see if anything happened, because they were racing really close. They were racing with the number 116. And for some reason, it doesn't look like something happened to them. So, yeah, it may be just related to their pit strategy. They're just trying to see if they can get some clean air, because they've been battling with the 116, and yeah, so it looks more like a pit strategy.
Well, pit strategy indeed. Interesting to see him pit at 30 minutes into it. But Jimmy, well, these MX-5 guys, they're not giving us much time, as they're almost looking to go 3 wide not on the long, very well straight. So just some dramas going on in this MX-5. I can only imagine them slowing each other down and adding a 5th car to this race.
Well, that's going to mention that as well. The other Team RSO car is starting to close in behind them. He's not too far, about 5 seconds off this pack at the moment, from what I saw. But again, these guys they're just dicing with each other at the moment, and it's all well and good, you know, for the sake of our entertainment. But for the sake of the race, they're just losing that time at the moment, and continually risking the cars by going too wide, going up the that sort of long uphill section there where it's very twisty. These cars aren't that agile at high speed, so it's good. You need to really take caution over risk in this instance, I think.
Yeah, and let's see if we can go on board with Kei Kashubi in the Core Motorsports number 33. This is the action that you want to see right now. He swaps by one MX-5. He's going through the other. He has hit the MX-5 traffic proper. This has taken 5 laps for this to happen. And you can just see the amount of management that Kei Kashubi is going to have to do in his Audi to get past this traffic. He enters the carousel here, as he is going to be closing in on MX-5's left and right. He's almost halfway through this MX-5 field. So just if you can only imagine what it must take to the concentration and the ability to not only drive the car fastest here at the Nürburgring and the Nordschleife, but to do it around this sort of traffic, well, here you go. Here's an onboard here's an onboard picture, and here is a hopefully a masterclass here. It's a live pictures after all, so I don't know how this is going to end out, but you can just see he comes upon the one-row Sim Sport car, the number 322, as well as the Van Vendel Branco car, and there goes the Audi, and he is going on one side, he's going on the other side, and he's already made his way halfway through this field here, and I can only imagine, Cisco, what is going to happen when he gets to that 4-car pack. I really hope it's not by the time they get to the dot in their hoe, as, well, it might be set up like bowling pins.
Well, I actually kind of hope that it's when they get to the dot in their hoe, because I cannot imagine Kay being able to get by anywhere else, honestly. He's going to need all the room in the world to make that happen, because those MX-5 guys just won't leave each other.
No, they absolutely will not. And actually, that is exactly who he is about to start pulling up to. You know what? It might be the dot in her hoe. As Yanni Mastampo, well, he's managed to pull a little bit of a lead, but that's all going to be cycled well back, as Mastampo has Hashimoto, Zerny, and Puhaka following behind. As right now they go through that little mini carousel, and sure enough, not 4 seconds later, that mini carousel is followed by Kei Kashubi, as here he goes. Well, you know what? We've managed to time this perfectly here, and this was completely and perfectly planned. Entering the dot in our hoe is the MX-5 leaders, and just behind, I see some LED headlights of an extraordinarily angry Audi. So we'll see here. I don't think they're going to be able to get the speed to go 2 or 3 wide. Hopefully they'll all just stay single file as they go down the dot. You can just see the closing speeds here of the Audi. Well, there he goes. He goes to the inside line. He'll flash the headlights a little bit, and away he goes. Okay. Well, Jimmy, that went a lot better than I thought it could have.
Yeah, I was hoping they'd see that as they come there, because now the MX-5s are jostling for position with the Vendeville car going inside and the RSO car to the outside of the rookie racing machine. I think that maybe the Vendeville's going to take this here. He's going to take back the lead. Here we go, coming again to the braking zone. We've seen, he's already good into this. He took the lead here last time, and yes, there it is again. The rookie racing car having to settle for second for now, of RSO third, and the other car, sorry, in fourth. What I wanted to say very quickly, just talking about this, is that it's very difficult when you're having this sort of fight, and these guys have been fighting very closely for the last 2 or 3 laps now. That's a long time at the Nordschleife. To also keep an eye in the mirror behind you, because I think there was a point there. See again there, the Varsity car had to very quickly pull to the left. You saw the guys coming, got out of the way, and then went from there. So you've got to keep one eye in front of you and one eye behind you.
Yeah, it's one of those things. Plus, you're actively racing people. As Alexander Valls, he'll move on past in that Core Motorsports number 66 car, as he'll roll on past, and not that far behind is the Spade Racing's Marius Golenbeck. He'll have to make his way through, and this is actually a tough section of the track, no matter what car you're in, and there goes the GT3's rears just a little bit, as he'll go on the outside here on the GT circuit, and then he'll cut to the inside, and well, he'll make that work very well, but well, we'll have to keep an eye out as this is just, it's bonkers racing here at the Nordschleife, and this is just the GP circuit. Either way, though, Alvin, we seem to have neglected the keys a little bit. How is their race progressing?
Well, we are now on lap 5 for them, so we should be expecting them to come into the pits shortly, of course. We had the number 67 Blackadder Motorsports come into the pits first, as it looks like it was more of a pit strategy call more than anything else. So, yeah, this should be the last lap for all the Kias that haven't come into the pits, otherwise they will definitely run out of fuel.
Well, and running out of fuel here, we saw somebody run out of fuel at Watkins Glen. That was a little dramatic. I couldn't imagine trying to run out of fuel here. That might not end that well. So either way, looking through here, well, you've got a line of traffic. You got Patrick Wolf in the Pure Racing Team number 74. He's trying to get around our MX-5 leaders. The MSP drivers home. It's almost like they're waiting behind, like sharks, just waiting to pounce. Now Patrick Wolf making the correct decision behind Tobias Zerny, as he'll try to force his way through to the inside. Maybe now. No, it's a parking lot. Cisco's, they're trying to get past these MX-5 cars.
Yeah, and yeah, like you said, it's a parking lot, pretty much, but a parking lot that's moving, at about 100 miles an hour, and somehow they're going to make it through, yep, and Pure Racing first to kind of get out of that mess with the MX-5 leaders, and now MSP is going to go by, and that was a battle, And now it looks like it's calmed down a little bit, spaced those cars out, so they're going to have to they'll probably accordion back together by the time we hit the Don Jarreau yet again.
Oh, I'm sure. And just looking right now at the 150 car and the 112, it's the SB Motorsports and the G-Tross SST Silver. So it's Cristobal Lopez and Sebastian Schmallenbach. Schmallenbach, who had that incident earlier, obviously not slowing his Mercedes down at all as he is looking to go side by side with the Audi as they are working their way towards the Arenberg corner. As they are actually going to be arriving on the Liam X5 leaders very soon. There is Elmar Arla Cote of the RSO car in fifth that was catching them, and there goes the SB Motorsports car of Schmallenbach as he is working their way through. They are actually pursuing Jürgen Frank, the Sim RC Audi, and it won't be too long before they hit the leaders in the MX-5. And Jimmy, this is a very chaotic time because you don't normally see the GT3 cars all bunched up like this together, so this is probably one of the most stressful times of the race.
I mean, if I was an MX-5 driver, I'd be kicking and screaming the way some of these GTs are approaching the overtake here. I'm a prototype driver by trade, and coming in here and seeing just how there are points in this track where you can overtake and points where you really shouldn't, and we're seeing GT3s in their haste just try and make a move when they really don't need to be doing that, and it's already cost someone their race, and hopefully we won't see any more of that. But at the moment, no contact at the top of the field, which is what we like to see, as Sanjay has passed by yet another R8 and has I think that's another SLS behind him, or an AMG GTO. I'm doing it as well now, aren't I?
Yes, pretty much. As the SB Motorsports car, well, he arrives on the scene. He closed up to Jürgen Frank quick. As here they go, they are trying to work their way around the MX-5s. Jürgen Frank manages to make it. Schmallenbach manages to make it. Lopez, he's trying to work on the outside.
Oh, no,
here.
no, contact. That was the Sim RC.de 3-wide. That doesn't work.
What is
that's
going
gonna
on?
Work. That was the 797 car, the Sim RC.de car. Got a little bit loose there, spun in front of the G-Tross SST car, and wow, that was...
he managed to make it stick, and then
yeah,
he recovered, going
they went
wide,
three
he recovered,
wide.
And then they gunned it, and the poor leader of the MX-5, Yanni Mastapo, he's got to be asking himself, what have I done? Who made this decision to sign up for this race? Who was it? As the BMWs of Van Vendel and Indigo also make it past as well. So just dramas going on through as we are looking at the replay here now, Cisco.
Yeah, that was crazy, and I can't believe they made it through. That's not a wide part of that track because they're coming up to the left-hander through the village right there. They somehow made it all work. Everyone, for the most part, made it through scot-free. But yeah, if I was Jürgen Frank in that 797, I'd be counting my blessings right now because considering what he just went through, they got away pretty clean. I mean, that car isn't exactly the model of clean, but all considering the fact that all four wheels are on the car, all four body panels are on the car, all the core panels are still on it, I think he's gonna be all right.
Yeah, he should be here as Jürgen Frank. Well, it's very difficult, Jimmy, to try and recover this, to try and just psych yourself back up to take on the Nürburgring. I don't have the confidence to recover from things like that, but obviously Jürgen Frank certainly does. I can't imagine as a driver in the MX-5s or in the GT3 cars, for that matter, trying to recover from something like that. But here we are.
It's all about having the rhythm at the Nordschleife. It's one big, long, flowing circuit and one of the most challenging and renowned in the world for a reason. I think actually the excitement got to the MX-5s. The leaders decided not to vie for position going uphill, just let the traffic through on the outside, and the speed difference between the two cars coming up the hill was it's pretty ridiculous. We're talking about 40 or 50 miles an hour difference there coming up the hill, and the actual physical size difference between these cars as well is quite hilarious when you see them side by side, because one of these GT3s could probably quite easily end one of these cars and not feel it at the front of their car. But the lead's still between four drivers. The RSO 398 hasn't quite caught up yet, but I'll keep an eye on that and let you know if anything develops.
All right, and so as they are fighting for the lead, the Kias, well, we might be having some drama here, Alvin, as you don't think the Kias can be running 6 laps, yet somebody's trying it.
Yeah, it seems like the number 15 JPR Simsport with Davey Popov he seems Daniel Papa, sorry. He seemed to try to go 6 laps on this stint, and I don't know if that is possible with these cars. However, I can be proven wrong. Who knows? But with the battle that we were having at first between the Blackadder Motorsports and Pure Racing Team, it seems like the strategy that Blackadder Motorsports employed to come in 1 lap earlier has paid off, as they are now almost 20 seconds ahead of the Pure Racing Team number 116.
Yes, and the Kia division, well, it seems that they've gotten rather spread out, but that's not to say they aren't trying to fight, as we are currently looking at the number 193 car. That is the MSP driver's home car. This is Lucas Yatstock. He's been behind Patrick Wolf for quite a while as they're going down the front stretch now, as hopefully chasing down Marius Golem back in that Spade Racing Mercedes, as here they go into corner number 1. Very wide line from the MSP driver's car, as that Pure Racing Team, PRT Cisco, having a good performance last race, and now here they are hoping to repeat it. And Vendeval, well, Juan Lopez in that 13 car looking on and hoping to take advantage of this, but a lot of Audis that we're seeing here at the Nordschleife.
Yeah, a lot of Audis, but Vendavel's looking for a little bit of redemption in the GT3s. They didn't have the outing they wanted in the GT3s. Their triumph last month actually came in the MX-5. So hopefully this group, with Juani Lopez currently at the wheel, they can gain a few more positions. Right now they're sitting 7th in that 13 car, so we'll have to see what goes on there. But what I find interesting, Cam, is that I'm looking at the 13 car right now, Juani Lopez. If my numbers are showing correctly, he's the only B-class license, at least in the top 10, if not pretty much in the top 15. And basically, of all the currently competitive GT3 cars, there's only 2 B-class drivers, the other one being the 97, the GTL Virtual Racing Team. So Vendavel's showing he may be a B, or Juani Lopez showing he may be a B-class driver, but he knows how to get it done, and he's got the iRating to back it up.
Well, yes, he absolutely does. And for those of you who do not follow, perhaps, the iRacing official branding and series and such not, we have, of course, a licensing system. Those licenses allow you to partake in particular series of races. The higher the letter, whether it be A or B, it goes A, B, C, and D, and then rookies, and that you work your way up to A, and those are going to be your fastest and more difficult racing cars, whereas down in Class D, you might have something like the MX-5s, or a Pontiac Solstice, or a Jetta, or something like that, or a Mustang even. But either way, so you can work your way up through. And in Class B, you're certainly welcome to be racing in the GT3 division. But when you consider your first 3 racers are an A class that is as high as you can go, Kei Kashubi, and 2 pro drivers following Kei Kashubi with another A class driver, all of their iRatings are basically through the roof. iRating being kind of like a ladder statistic for how well you perform over a race-on-race basis. Everyone has an iRating, except for me, because I don't want to talk about it because it's that low. But so either way, these guys absolutely on it, and they are definitely deserving of being here. And Lopez, well, he's doing a great job so far, and he is just hanging right on the rear of Lucas Yatstock and Patrick Wolf, as well, I think some of the GT3 cars are having to work our way through the Kias, Alvin, and the Kias, well, there's fast as bullets through the straight line, and well, it could pose some problems for the GT3 cars to get through.
Yeah, absolutely. These Kias, even though they may be a little bit heavier and may not have the downforce of the GT3s for sure, they are definitely race cars, and it's really amazing when you see these cars going through the straightaway. They can pretty much match up to the GT3s except minus 10K, something like that. So yeah, it's really hard if you're going through a straightaway trying to overtake a Kia if you are a GT3 for sure.
And a car is stopped, and in the wall it was the TNT Totally Nuts team. I don't think it is any relation to the TNT team that we are used to, but that car has been in and out of pit all day long, so that car pulled over to the side. But we'll see here whereabouts are the leaders. Let me pull up my Giganto track map. The leaders here are, they're getting relatively close to the Kias, but it'll be a while before they catch up to them. But Jimmy, well, it's been a while since we looked at the MX-5s. I have a feeling they're still slicing and dicing and fighting to the death.
They are. I mean, if this were just a single MX-5 race, my voice would be hoarse right now because of how close they've been the entire time. I mean, the rookie racing, driven by Yoni Mastampo, I mean, he seems to be the fastest car out of this pack. He actually managed to catch and then make his way up into second place from about 4 or 5 seconds back. So I think he's the fastest. The problem he's having, though, as is so often the case in these sort of slower classes, is that he can't seem to break the slipstream. We saw that the Royal Varsity car actually dropped the slipstream coming down the back straight, but managed to come back again because these guys are fighting so much. So it's going to be a 4-way race for now. The RSO 398 car is lapping about 3 seconds a lap slower than this pack at the moment, so the top 4 are going to be the race for the near future from what I can see. But at the moment, the RSO 397 car doing its just a bit of a service whilst running in third, so anyone's game at this point. We've still got well over 3 hours to go, so I hope these guys can keep it up for that long.
Well, I do as well, and I have to say I haven't seen, other than that time with the Core Motorsports 66 car, where we haven't seen a GT3 car strike a MX-5 car as of yet. I'm sure there's been, of course there's that incident with Jimmy Frank, but that was more of a byproduct. Hashimoto, just look at how close that rookie racing team 55 gets. But for the most part, though, the entirety of the GT field is through. There's one car left to go, the Team RSO 197, currently piloted by Philip Schallenberg. And that 197, he's hopefully going to make it an easy way through. Good colors on that car, Cisco. Turquoise and white. I have to say, I'm kind of a fan of it.
Yeah, it's good. It's a stout-looking car, but
oh, and he's through.
Oh, yep, he was able to get through right there. So, meanwhile, jumping back up to the very front, Kei Kashubi now has 16 seconds on the field. So, yeah,
can't
he's
even
gone.
see the headlights.
Yeah,
at the Dotner Ho.
Yeah, he's gone.
Hopefully he can stay that way.
Yeah, it's about the distance of the Dottinger Ho because Max has just gone under the Audi Sport banner, and Kei is just now coming through the Bliston Bridge. So yeah, Kei is gone, man.
He is, but he's got some keys ahead of him. He's got the Team Bushfink Racing blue car, and I think actually Cisco wasn't the Bushfink car in the GTC division in the Watkins Glen 6 hours yesterday.
Yeah, they were, and didn't have a very good run there. But, we're actually jumping back to the MX-5s, Jimmy. I'm sure we got a battle going on.
Yeah, you're right. That another lead change there. The Vendaval car was just, again, caught in the wrong place for the slipstream, allowing the RSO car and the rookie racing car to get back through. And now this is the interesting part for me, because if my theory holds up of the rookie racing car being the fastest out of the pack, he now has a bit of an opportunity to stretch the gap. If he can get far enough away, by the time they get round to the back straight, there's a good chance he can break this toe, but he's got to have a fantastic last section, so I'll keep an eye on that. But as for now, it's Ricky first, RSO second, and Vanderbilt third.
And Mastampo, he's got at least a cushion, to say the very least. But just looking back, though, throughout where the rest of the cars are, I believe one of the Kias has just started to overtake. We did have a little bit of a issue here as the JPR SimSport car. We were talking about what they could have done, Alvin, but they seemed to came into pits and called it a day.
Yeah, I was looking at them because I thought that they were going to run 6 laps. However, seems like we missed an incident that they may have had at the end of lap 2. So they came into the pits earlier at the start of lap 3, and that's how they managed to get in the lead. But for some reason now they came into the pits and the driver just came out of the car.
No, calling it a day. For sure, not quite sure why. But anyways, let's see if we can go to Kei Kashubi, as he has got the Bushfink Racing blue car just ahead. We'll go back on board with Mr. Kashubi, and we're going to see perhaps it's a little bit more of a challenge to get around for that Kia. Now, the Kia Optima, of course, this is a tube-framed, not a tube-framed, a roll cage reinforced Optima, a little bit more stock than you would think. Front-wheel drive, though it is mostly what you would see in the Pirelli World Challenge in the real-life world in North America. You don't normally see this outside of North America. It's a front-wheel drive car, a little bit almost kind of like a touring car, and then compared to these GT3 cars, most certainly not an equal at all. And there goes Kei Kashubi on his headlights. He's flashing, and they're going to go alongside. Oh, the Kia kind of needed that entry, but the Audi will make it through. These Kias, Alvin, they really need a lot of track in order to allow that front-wheel drive to really get it around the corners.
Yeah, like I think I was talking about that just before. Even though they are race cars and they can really go almost toe to toe with the GT3s, they do lack the downforce that the GT3s do have, and they are a lot heavier, of course. So yeah, they seem to. They need a lot more space they need more track to get the race going. It's kind of like, yeah, it is a touring car per se. So, yeah, they do need space to go into the track. Now, it's also amazing the amount of punishment that these cars can take as well. So, it's a really interesting mix, like you were saying. It's not like a race car that you see nowadays. It's a front-wheel drive car that seems like it can go toe-to-toe with some GT cars. It's a really interesting car, to say the least.
To say the least, and I'm happy to have it here at the Nordschleife. I'm a big fan of it, as the Kias just went down the Dottner Ho. I'm sure they changed a bunch of positions, and, well, as they cross the start-finish line, Jimmy, well, you know what? The Team RSO car of Tobias Zardi is going to take a turn leading this motor race in the MX-5 division.
He did, and you only did get quite a big gap coming onto the back straight, but it just goes to show how much of an equaliser the back straight is at this point. Even in the background, we had third and fourth place, who are currently Vanderwall and Varsky, and they were a long way behind these guys, but they caught up to toe. They just got a little bit in, so you get faster and faster and faster. And the difference is about 10 or 12 Ks between not having a slipstream and having a slipstream, and there's actually quite a lot, especially for such a large amount of time. And for us as viewers, it's fantastic. It just brings them back together again. But I can imagine the guys that trying to pull away at the front are just getting more and more frustrated.
Yeah, well, I mean, that 3 to 4 kilometer mile an hour difference doesn't seem like much, but at MX-5, it is it's a rather substantial. But yeah, everyone closed right on up once again. It doesn't look like anybody is going to be able to get away from anybody at all. So just looking through the GT3 field here, Cisco, as we are just closing in on a 1 hour ran. It's overall for this GT3 race, it's been all Kei Kashubi, and we've actually been having a fairly clean run in the GT3s.
Yeah, everyone's kept their head on straight. Hasn't been too many issues. The only issues we've really seen have been interclass, so cars getting together from the different classes. But from what I can tell, the closest battle we're still having is Core is still breathing down the neck of Max. So I don't think Alexander and Max are going to be leaving each other for a little bit. But in the meantime, one thing to take note of is some of the GT3 field has come down to pit road. SB Motorsports, Black Star Racing, and MSP Drivers Home 1 have all come down, as well as the Thrustmaster Bravano and the SimRC.de car, but I believe that was for damage repair. But it'll be interesting to see. I would assume we're going to maybe see, Max had a little bit of an off there, but I would assume we're going to see GT3 down either this time or next time.
Yeah, fuel tanks, of course, not limited here in the GT3 division at all. They need as much as they can get, and I'm looking here. Where is the leader in the Kia division? That is Christian Chalmier that the number 67 Kia, and well, looking just ahead of him, it's a little bit more of a different view. It might be quote unquote less exciting, but I see nothing but Kias or nothing but MX-5s ahead of that Kia as the leaders in the MX-5s are still going at it, Jimmy.
Yeah, still going, and I thought the RSO car was going to have to defend there from the rookie racing car coming in, but there we are now. This is a good braking zone. If you're good in the brakes, you can make up a lot of ground, and I've seen the rookie racing car do that time after time. It's coming back. An interesting little tidbit I thought I'd just let you guys in on is lap time differences here. Having the tow for the Varsi car, he was sort of out the back and had a massive tow all the way down the straight. His last lap was 1.5 seconds faster than any of the guys he was around because of that massive draft he had coming down the straight. So there is a time difference of the effects of slipstream.
Yeah, and you could only just imagine what that could do in the Kias or the GT3 division. So either way, though, looking to see here on my track map, a couple of the GT3 cars are having to go through some of the Kias, and all of the GT3 cars are through the MX-5s. So won't be but a couple more laps before the MX-5s will be getting fully put one entire lap
here comes
down.
Kay.
As here comes Kei Kashubi into the pit road, Cisco, getting a service, possibly a driver swap.
I guess we'll just have to wait and find out. Meanwhile, Max and Alexander are also coming through. I would assume Alex is going to come down same time as his teammate. Are we going to see Max down? Yes, so the top three in GT3 and overall are coming down to pit road this time. Will we see the driver swap? We're going to jump ahead to the pits. Number 1 pit stall for Kei Kashubi. No, it looks like I believe he's going to stay in that car, so just a full service, 4 tires and gas for that Audi R8.
Yeah, and following in behind is Maximilian Benecki and Alexander Voss on that Core Motorsports number 66. So 2 pros coming in right now, following behind the blue-striped Kei Kashubi, as the number 33 Core Motorsports is getting his turn. The cars of Vendel Sim Racing White Pure Racing Team, as Patrick Wolf and Marius Golenbeck are all in pit lane as well. So just about all of your top 10 is in, and well, you know what, shockingly enough, we didn't have a giant cholesterol-inducing clot, but we have a clean entrance into the pits, and we're very thankful for that. Apex Academy GT3 also coming in. We'll see here. Maximilian Benecki is away, and is he away ahead of Kei Kashubi? He's way ahead of Kei Kashubi. As did Maximilian Benecki not take tires? As he had a 30-second pit stop. I don't think he took tires, Cisco.
No, and neither did Alexander, because Alexander got ahead of his own teammate. So Kei actually electing to take tires. So strategy calls already in the cards. Kei Kashubi figuring, hey, I was 17 seconds out front. He probably burned up those tires a little bit. Meanwhile, Benecki, I think maybe what Max and Alexander were thinking was, man, we just got to get ahead of him. It's so hard to pass on this track. If you could just get ahead of a guy, you can fight him for at least a lap, if not longer. So I would assume this is just a play just to not have Kei Kashubi leading this race.
Yeah, well, either way, though, it's an alarming turn of events here. The 111 car of Maximilian Benecki for the PRT team is going to be leading this motor race here as we close out our number 1. So as the pit stop started proper, let's take a look-see here at a sort of a race recap. Here, and after that we'll probably cut to a quick commercial break after that this brief race recap, and we'll get right back into it. But either way, so the race started just in about an hour and 7 minutes ago, and overall the Core Motorsports 33 car of Kei Kashubi stole the show, but was hopped by the Pure Racing Team Maximilian Benecki in the pits, as Alexander Voss also, I believe, jumped his teammate, as so Kei Kashubi relegated down to 3rd. Coming out now, it is Patrick Wolf in 4th in the Pure Racing Team number 74, with Sebastian Schmallenbach following Jorn Jens in the Spade Racing car. Jorn Jens, okay, well, he's not in a Quanta car, but he's somewhere on track, all right, as Lucas Jestok in the MSP Drivers Home 1 car. In 8th in GT, Kim Erickson piloting the Black Star Racing, Vendel Sim Racing White in 9th, and Vendel Sim Racing Azul with Jan Senkowski is in 10th. Going down to the Kias right now. You have got the car of Tobias Zerny, Hashimoto, Jonas Osayan Puhaka, and Yanni Mastampo, all training positions for the lead of the motor race in the MX-5s, and Christian Chalnier with Michael Schellbach, Daniel Kraft, and Lucas Dolzer following behind in the Kia division. So anyways, we're going to take a quick little break. We'll be right back in just a few moments' time, and we're going to go just try to talk about the last hour while also keeping our eyes forward to the final three. This is the VLN Championship, and it is on RaceSpot TV and iRacing Live. Do keep us in tow with the Twitter hashtag iRacingVLN and, of course, the YouTube chat. We'll see you in just a few moments' time, but for right now, boy, what a motor race.
The 2016 iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series is all about change. New teams, new drivers, new tracks, even a new logo. And oh yeah, there's a brand new car. After 5 years of competition, we say goodbye to the Williams FW31 and we say hello to the McLaren MP430. But this isn't just a brand new car, it's a whole new ballgame. And with it, we bring new excitement, new strategies, new technology. For example, energy recovery and drag reduction systems. There's a new way of thinking about racing, and for all the drivers participating, it's back to the drawing board, wiping the slate clean in the ever-continuing pursuit of perfection. One little slip-up, one wrong move on track, one poor strategy call, and it's over. That's the difference between coming up short and becoming champion and being $10,000 richer to boot. So yeah, change is in the air, but we're going to start getting answers on the 27th of February as the 7th year of iRacing World Championship competition kicks off. And you won't miss a thing, with every single race live on iRacing Live, coverage brought to you by RaceSpot TV. So join us fortnightly from 1:30 p.m. GMT. Since 2010, the highest echelon of sim racing competition has focused on NASCAR and Grand Prix racing. 50 of the best drivers in the world doing battle for championship glory. Each man for himself, and even though there may be teammates on track, each driver is in command of his own destiny. Until now. 2016 sees the start of a new era in World Championship competition, with team racing getting its chance in the spotlight. No longer can one driver rule supreme, but you must rely on those with whom you share a car, a setup, a strategy. Endurance racing can be very different to other forms of motorsports, with races in this series lasting either 3 or 6 hours. Teams of 2 or 3 drivers, perhaps on opposite sides of the world, will share seat time, each having to collectively work towards one common goal. Crash out, and it's not just you who you let down. Officially sanctioned by SRO, it will be teams of drivers who will go head to head, car to car, rival to rival, in the pursuit of a championship. And there's over $25,000 in cash and prizes up for grabs. Some of the world's biggest sim racing teams are represented. There's also a group of teams who haven't seen this stage before, who want to make their mark and say we can hang with the best. The team racing revolution is here. It's loud, it's exciting, and it lives on iRacing Live, starting April 23rd.
Welcome back to the iRacing VLN Endurance Championship. We have already completed the first hour. Where have you been? If you are just joining us, it's been a barnstormer in almost every single class and division that we have available. And out on the Nordschleife in the GT3 division, it is currently Maximilian Benecki who has managed to come away with a lead after a pit cycle change, with Alexander Voss now currently in second after losing a position to Kei Kashubi. So Kei Kashubi put him back up into second position. Spade Racing with Jorn Jens is currently in fourth in the GT3 division. He's not that far behind. And if you go to the Kias, the Kia Optima class is just making their way through the MX-5 field, and it is currently led by Christian Chalmier in the Blackadder Motorsports number 67 with PRT and Friction Racing following behind. In the MX-5, it has been a barnstorming race. Many highlights coming from this one. It is currently Yanni Mustafa leading in, but it won't be for long, as I'm sure Tobias Zerny and Jonas Osayan Puhaka will all have something to say about that. And Tatsuro Hashimoto, he ended up having a spin coming off the exit of the Dotner Ho, going in through Antonos Bush, and he has lost the rear. He collected a tire barrier, but the car is still going, though he is quite a ways from the front of the MX-5 field. Now, looking around, the Thrustmaster Movano MLN car is with Cisco right now, as he is currently running through quite a bit of traffic.
Yeah, the 21 just got past the Apex Academy GT3 car, so that's a group of 3 cars all running right next to each other. And now Vendavel is going to get a chance. The Vendavel blue car is going to try and look maybe to the inside. Yep, there's the move. They're going to go side by side now towards turn 1. Here they go.
Now that they go,
oh no, the
he
block
cuts the nose off. Rob Reed, perhaps using a little bit of the touring car nature that I normally see him in, cuts the nose off of Vendel Sim Racing Azul Senkowski, and well, he manages to keep the position. Let's see if he can pull away and possibly catch the Movano car. But right now, you can start to see some of these GT3 cars, Cisco, running through some of the MX-5 cars once again.
Yep, and if that's going to happen, that means these guys have to have patience, because I don't want to bring up old war wounds, but we remember what happened to Max last time.
Yes, and well, he'll just have to hold on to that car and keep it nice and patient. No need to ruin the race in the aspect of just gaining possibly half of a second or maybe even 1 second. So as the cars are going through, of course, in the GT3 field, Cisco, it has been a rather interesting race. We still got 21 GT3 cars circulating, and they're all on the leading lap here. We've got 4 that are basically out, or 3 or 4 laps down, so we won't worry necessarily about them. But for the most part, this start of this first hour, a good race in the GT3.
Yeah, good race in the GT3 so far. As we've seen a couple kind of reoccurring battles, definitely that battle between Max and Alexander beforehand. Now Max leading this thing, and Max has about a 6.5 second gap right now on Kei Kashubi. Kei obviously trying to lower that down. He does have the fresh tires meanwhile, so those are probably up to temperature, I would assume, by now. But he's going to be trying to track down that Pure Racing Team 111 car, and then meanwhile, throughout the rest of GT3, actually everything's pretty spaced out, so nice and calm for the moment.
Well, nice and calm indeed, but I'm sure they will work their way up when they work through traffic. Alvin Yavis is with us in the Kia division. It's light on cars, but not on action. Or it's other way around, actually, a lot of action. But anyways, the Kia class, well, we've had a couple of strange dramas. JPR SimSport pulled off after a good run there, but for the Kia division, they are making their way through this Nordschleife track, and they're making a good time of it.
Yeah, it seems like pretty much you got the start of the race and everybody really racing for position, but then after everybody went through the first cycle of pit stops, it seems like the whole field has spread out, and as of now, we got Blackadder Motorsports with what could be the move of the race, as they came on 1 lap earlier than the number 116 Pure Racing Team. They decided to come up 1 lap earlier. Gotta remember that these two were battling for the lead during the first stint, and Blackadder, the number 67, just came in earlier from what seems to be more like a pit strategy call, and now they are enjoying a 18-second lead.
Well, an 18-second lead as Chalmier works his way through the MX-5 leaders right now as he will dispose of them. And anyways, actually, because of the Kia going through, Tobias Zerny has lost the MX-5 lead. And to talk to us about the MX-5s, it's Jimmy Broadbent here in the booth as well. And Jimmy, well, we've been going back to these MX-5s with relative occasion here. And boy, have they had a very good first hour.
I think we've been very lucky. It's been a fantastic race. I mean, for the most part, it's been a full horse race, I should say. Oh, jeez. But in the background, unfortunately, the Vanderbilt car did have that incident while we were on our ad break, and I think he will come back into the fray. But he's not around in this battle at the moment. Again, we're having this MX-5 draft battle coming down the back straight, and whilst the rookie racing team car, currently driven by Inu Mustaba, had a nice little cheeky move coming off the second carousel there. Look what he's done. He's left himself open to the slipstream now. The guy's going to go free wide. He's going to lose not only the lead, but second position as well, as the RSO car takes the lead. And looks like actually the Varsi car for the first time is going to have a look. He's not been in the lead for a while. He's been sort of hanging around at the back of his little group, finally making a move and coming to the front. So the rookie racing team car there going from first to third in a matter of a straight line.
Yeah, Eunice Ocean Puhaka coming away in the Royal. I see that there's dots above the A's, but I won't try. As the Royal Voski Motorsport car comes through, and actually I thought one of those MX-5s were going to try and go into the pits, but right now it's going to be Puhaka in the lead of the MX-5s, and challenging for the lead in the GT3s is going to be at some point Kei Kashubi, Cisco.
Yep, and Kei is closing that gap. It's now down to 2.16. So Kei, basically in the matter of about 4 minutes, has closed up, I think, about 6 seconds on Max Benecki. And he's going to catch him. It's not a matter of if he'll catch him, but where. And if Max is going to be able to put up somewhat of a fight here. But either way. And I was just talking to Paul and Chad about it, and basically, Max and Kei haven't been able to get away from each other, not only through last month's VLN race, but also the 24 hours of the Nürburgring. So it's basically these two have been seeing a lot of each other lately, and you got to be thinking, I think Kei wants to be on the higher end of that echelon at the moment.
Well, he's making a good effort of it, as right now he's doing almost 170 miles an hour compared to Benecki's 163. So that draft coming into high effect as Kei Kashubi locked in now on the rear end of that Pure Racing Team number 111 car. As looking up ahead, they've got a Kia of Blackadder Motorsports. That is not our leading Blackadder Motorsports Kia, as they are going to be going past the start-finish line. Stefan Overgaard is, as Pierre-Adrien Goyard in the Team V10R car, and that's an MX-5, is also up front. So you've got the Core Motorsports car of Alexander Voss. He is proceeding with Kei Kashubi, Maximilian Benecki, and Francisco. They're going at it.
Max just blocked him, and the Kia's actually going to go off track there, probably for the best, because this battle may get a little bit physical. There it is. Kei going to dive to the inside. Can he get the nose in there? Max is going to use the defensive line. No! There goes Max. He got contact.
Now lost the rears coming through the arena section. Very difficult to do. And for Maximilian Benecki, he's got to be slapping that wheel, but he's got to lock and load, get it back in. And Jimmy, if you're Maximilian Benecki, you've just lost the rears. He didn't lose second position, but, well, it's giving it right back to Kei Kashubi.
It's a bit just frustration setting in there, isn't it? You end up, you want to be leading this race, don't you? When you want to be in a good position, and having an overtake come in that point there. I'm just watching the instant now back here, just a little bit of a tap from the rear there. These cars are very light at the rear. They do get touched at any point, especially during the slow speed corners. They will go around, but at the moment Maximilian, he's got 2.5 hours to get that car back into contention. He's not that far behind, so although it's a little bit of a blow, it's not race ending at all, so at least you can be happy with that.
No, but it does give it back to Kei Kashubi, who before the pits, Cisco, was it like 15 seconds?
17
seconds when he came into the pits. So perhaps Kishubi, with his new tires, is going to be getting that for sure, and probably more, to be utterly honest. But right now, looking at the Black Adder Motorsport car, Alvin of the 67, it's Marco Luca Abadi. They came into the pits.
Yeah, they did. They completed their second stint and just came into the pits just a couple of minutes ago, and they just did driver swap. Christian Challenger was in the car before, now is Marco Luca Abadi. And one thing to note for those that are new to this series, even though this is team racing, teams are able to run this race solo. So there may be teams that will run this race with just one driver, and some other teams will run with at least two drivers. And it looks like the number 67 of Black Adder Motorsport, they just decided to go with the two-driver strategy.
Well, and some might even go for swapping out a driver every pit stop. But most of the teams will have two drivers, as we'll go through right now here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, as of course it is the iRacing VLN Endurance Championship. So just trying to see whereabouts else we might be having some good hard racing. Of course, Spade Racing, the MSP drivers home. Now this is a rather interesting entry because it's Jorn Jens and Marius Golenbeck. We normally see Jorn in a purple and white Coanda car, Cisco, but here today in a Spade Racing Mercedes.
Yes, he is, and they are running 7th right now. And we actually saw Jorn just yesterday in the 6 hours of the Glen brought home, helped bring down the lockout on the podium almost for Coanda there. They finished 1st and 2nd in the GT3 class, and now Jorn looks like he's jumping on. And Spade they've been having an okay race, not the race they wanted. They were up in 4th earlier, fallen back now to 7th in class and 7th overall. So I think they're happy just to ride for a little bit right now. But that's your third pro driver in the field. And of course, one thing to keep in mind is that the Kia leader right now, Shellback, that's another black stripe.
Yes, it absolutely is. So professionals all over the place here at the Nordschleife. And just looking here, Jimmy, back at the MX-5s, well, they've managed to corner a Kia. Of all things, they've trapped one.
Oh, fantastic move there. Sorry, by the rookie racing car, but one of the Kias got held up, went around the outside, and then Mistampo just followed him through, took the outside line, took the speed through there, and took back 2nd place in class. But yeah, that Kia was very patient there. Got to give it to him. It was very good to have waited that long. But you'll see the speed difference between these two cars. As soon as he gets out, as soon as he's gone, Kia's off like a rocket, and these guys are back to fighting their battle again. But that move by the rookie racing team car, I'm very impressed with that.
Yeah, let's see if we can get a replay up here. This is an interesting thing here. So the Royal Voski Motorsport car, he's working his way through, and they literally completely boxed him in. I mean, they just slow it down. That is, Cisco, if this was a police pursuit, the MX-5s would have arrested the poor driver of Lucas Dolzer, the Sim RC car. He had nowhere to go. And, well, patience was the proper virtue, and he managed to get away with it.
Yeah, and didn't have the speed breaker there to get away from the box in there, but actually was able to get out just scot-free, I guess. So we'll be saying that, I guess, a couple more times.
Off with a warning.
Yeah. They only a little bit of a fine there. Maybe an incident fine, maybe, or who knows.
It looks like they're going to get another one. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
This is George Gruber on the Torque Freak Racing corkscrew car. Is currently now getting stuck in, he's getting boxed in. Well, maybe he can get away with it here. As Alvin, these Kias trying to get through the MX-5s, it's always a bit of a challenge here, and on these, especially these corners, can really make it difficult.
Absolutely, these both cars, they really don't have the downforce to actually try to stick to the track. Even though the MX-5s are really lighter than the Kias, they are just your normal street cars that have been just stripped down to pretty much race trim. But it's always a challenge when you are on a track like the Nordschleife, where it's really a public road. It's really not wide, not not wide enough at some spots, and it may be high speed at some spots. So really a challenge to try to go through traffic, whether you are the slower car, where you're in the middle class, or you are the fast GT3 cars.
Yeah, and July 17th, Mr. Paul Smith is going to be the next VLN round, so actually not that far away, less than 1 month, so these guys are stacking it on us. But I have to say here, as we're just about halfway through this motor race, 2 hours and 32 minutes remaining, and according to my timing screen, for a GT3 car, it's estimating about 16.1 laps remaining, which is not what you would expect in a 2.5 hour motor race, but I don't necessarily know how it comes up with that metric. But Jimmy, the MX-5's going down the Dotner Ho.
I guess what, we've got another battle for the lead again, as well, what a shocker that is, as the Varsity Racing car is so upon
arriving on the scene.
Oh, yeah, he just come flying from the centre. There he goes. Very quick and very good. Nice for them to see the gap in the middle there. I was just noticing at the back, in fourth place, the Vanderbilt car, who was leading before he had his incident, just coming up to this corner here, actually. He's been dropping off about 3 seconds a lap, so I think his car may be damaged, or, which I actually think is probably the more reasonable explanation, is these cars are actually faster together. They're faster when you're racing a little pack. You sort of swap out the slipstream. These guys are left about 3 seconds a lap faster at the moment, and we have our first pit stop, our first MX-5 pit stop. The Varsity car comes into the pits. Yeah,
as well as the Kia lead car, the Torque Freak Racing Corkscrew Kia is in, the Pure Racing Team Kia is in, and a Vivendell Sim Racing Bronco car is extraordinarily destroyed. I don't know what happened to that car, but it's missing just about every single external component it can, so I can only imagine clearly it was just a tap. But anyways, the Royal Valsky Motorsport car and the Team RSO car will go past the absolutely obliterated car and actually have to back up. Zerny will, so that'll kind of ruin his pit stop just a little bit, and he will hop on out of that car. That's a bad entry into pit stop, as Alex Zerny is now going to be getting in. I can only imagine that they are brothers, as it's, of course, yeah. The Team RSO car, well, they're getting that service. They're putting tires on that MX-5, and well, for a lot of these GT3 cars, Cisco, they're going to be breathing a sigh of relief, and they're seeing all of the hotly contesting MX-5 cars in the pits. It makes passing them a heck of a lot easier.
Yeah, because they're not in the way, and they don't have to worry about getting boxed in and falling into a rolling roadblock there. But in the meantime, yeah, just looking around GT3, it's pretty... Oh, no, it isn't quiet out there, because we got a battle going on. The 74 Pure Racing Team, Patrick Wolf, has got Jorn Jens right up the boot of that car, and Jorn, he's looking to gain a few more positions. So this will be interesting here. Let's see what happens as they head down. Where are they? They're just... Okay, they're coming up to the left-right chicane in the GP area. Oh, there goes Jorn. So, Mr. Jens...
Almost like let him by.
Yeah, that looks like a let him by, and considering that it is Jorn Jens from Coan... oh, no!
Well, you know, we tried to let him by, but there's only so much you can do. Don't stare a gift horse in the mouth.
With
boy.
Paul being in the comment section, I'm going to blame this on him, and that it's
Clearly.
commentator curse. So I think we can blame that on Paul Smith.
Yeah, fairly. I mean, he's in chat. You think he could just phone us up on a telephone or something, and he could help us. But clearly, that is far too much for Mr. Smith. No, it's actually not at all, and I believe he's out of country of all things, so it'd be a little difficult to connect him to the Race Spot TV booth. But anyways, looking elsewhere for battling, Black Star Racing and GTL Virtual Racing Team, the number 97 GT and the number 69 GT cars are about to go too wide into corner number 1 here. And it's been, well, we seem to be focusing on the leaders, and Black Star Racing, though, looks like Kim Erickson might be able to get past Arcadice Newman, as they will make it. The number 97 car, drop them down 1 position. But either way, we're going to look to our Kias, as, well, we've had around a pit stop, Salvin, and it looks to me as, well, did Jorn Jens have another incident?
Not yet, but he is caught back
He's
up
trying?
to the Pure Racing Team, so...
oh, okay.
Yeah, they're going to battle it out. Yep, he's He's going to jump to the outside there. He's going to have the inside line as they head down towards this semi-straight piece of road. I guess it's sort of straight, but
It's not straight at all.
Hey, it's a high-speed
There's no
corner.
straights.
There, right there. That's a straight.
That was
That's
like
a
300
straight.
meters.
It's about as straight as you can get, other than the Dottinger home. Come on, come on.
I still though well it was pretty honest that Patrick Wolf had let that Spade Racing car go by for the second time now, and then probably the next quarter mile they will once again change positions. But anyways, as I was saying, Elvin, these Kias, they seem to have a round of pit stops, and some people stayed in their cars, some people got out of their cars, and ultimately though it's been a good pit stop from them.
Yes, on that last cycle of pit stop, we had the number 67 come in one lap earlier, as we've been pointing out that they decided to, on that first stint, come in one lap earlier, and they did change drivers at that last stop. Now, here's something interesting. The number 116 that has been battling for the lead with the
Alvin,
66
I'm very
okay.
sorry. We've had contact at the front of the MX-5 field. We have the Royal Varsity car currently being driven by Miku Raskuli, the driver swap there, involved in a incident with one of the lapping GT3 cars, both in the wall heavily. That GT3 car, I think that's the end of his day done. I'm not sure we can get a reheard of that on screen, but that is the number 16 car, and that car's done. That car is that's going to be a long stop.
Oh, that looks like that's got suspension damage. That is Miko Ruscola in the Royal Vasky Motorsport car, of course, as it looks like the Sim RC of Dustin Hickman being involved in that one. As it looks like, oh, you know what? The MX-5, that was completely on him. He lost it coming over a berm, and he just steered. There was plenty of room for both of them, and they both used plenty of room and gave each other plenty of room. Very respectful from both, and boy, you got a feel for that Royal Vasky Motorsports team. That's a bad way to end your day, and also that Audi of the Sim RC car completely losing the front end of it, and in sympathy for that incident, I believe the Torque Freak Racing Corkscrew Kia also spun in sympathy and did some damage to his front end. So all three categories having cars that have been involved in incidents. And, oh heavens. It seems, Cisco, we have something that has happened to Core Motorsports number 66.
I don't know what happened. They just, from what I can tell, he just parked on the track and took the tow back to pit road. So, oh, do you think he realized they couldn't make it on fuel from where they were on the track? That's the only explanation I can think of, is that maybe they knew.
They came into pits some time ago.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know.
Because, let's see, where on my giant timing screen of death do we have this car?
Right now,
Alexander Bob. Yeah, this is in the pits for the second time now.
Yeah, so I would assume maybe they miscalculated the fuel on that car is the only thing I can think of, but I didn't see any damage or anything like that. So I wonder if they realized, oh, we're not going to finish this lap, and came down and decided to just take the tow back to pit road. I don't know. Interesting call.
As I was saying, I mean, they came into pits on lap number 9. That was their out lap, so they've only done 3 laps. Oh, big incident, actually. I've seen it. All right, so we'll give Hugo the numbers, and we'll see if we can't get this on a replay. But yes, this was an incident on the track somewhere, or I can't give you the corner numbers. But either way, it looks like Alexander had an incident. It looks like he possibly just ate a little bit of curb, Cisco, and lost that Audi, kicked some grass, and went to the Armco on both sides. That car getting quite a bit of significant damage, and I think he might have done the damage for the day for that.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find that spot in the replay myself, so
Yeah, well, either way, though.
Yeah, no, I didn't get it. I didn't get a good look at it, but either way, apparently it was bad enough suspension damage that he had to pull over there.
Car. Yeah, he is out of the car. So that's a big change. That's going to bump up Sebastian Schmallenbach. Who...
Oh, hello. Well, not anymore. MSP just said, oh, no, we want third. So,
well, fine then. You know what? Interrupt me there, Mr. MSP Drivers Home, Lucas Yestok. But anyways, the Mercedes, though, he's coming back with a vengeance. He's got the power. But ultimately, though, he will back off. But yeah, Lucas Yestok, this is open up the final spot on the podium with 2 hours and 23 minutes to go. As well, actually, you know what? Schmallenbach's going to say, fine, if I can't be in third, I am going to pit lane.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Max and Kay have both stayed out, so I'm assuming they're going to be in this time, and as well as the MSP Driver's home car. And looks like the Kias are battling for the lead again.
Yep, absolutely. And just the Pure Racing team just took the lead from the Blackadder Motorsports in the going into the back straight. So I was pointing out that the number 116 did not made a driver swap, and when they came out of the pit, it was the gap was only 5 seconds, and they managed to close the gap, and now they are back in the lead of the race.
Now, exciting times in the Kias as around Schellbach goes the Audi of Thrustmaster Movano's Violetta effort. Blackadder Motorsports, Marco Luca Abate, he is looking to hustle on in. He's running first and second in the Kias, so it doesn't matter how many cars you have, there's always going to be action. And Rob Reed, I can see the helmet from the cockpit, the rear of the Blackadder Motorsports car. I can identify that helmet anywhere. That is, of course, the helmet of Rob Reed from Apex Academy. In his Mercedes, he's going to try and sneak on by, but for the most part, though, it is, everything just seems to be coming back to a fevered pitch, Jimmy, and, for the most part, everyone seems to be having a fairly good race. Don't tell me that the MX-5s are getting quiet now.
Oh, they are, actually, at this point. I mean, with the killing of Varsky, or the self-killing of Varsky, they're all very spread out now. The rookie racing team car still hasn't come into the pit yet. So it's running 2 laps extra on its competition at the moment, so I'm interested to see how that pans out. Also, now that they're a little bit further apart, we're actually going to get an idea of their pace, the real pace, because those numbers have been influenced a bit by the slipstream, and now we're going to see them sort of driving in clean air with no one around them. So this is where we're going to start getting the faster drivers start showing. And I think we're actually going to see Mustambo pull away a bit here at the head of the MX-5 field.
Yeah, well, he's got enough of a gap, that number 55 MX-5, as Schmallenbach, he has left pit road. He's got a new rear wing on that number 150 Mercedes. He's going to blow right on past that rookie racing team car as he'll hit the chicanes and not, thankfully, jump over them much like Jorn Jens. Now, I do have to wonder what has happened to Jorn Jens as... looking for that number 1 car. It is currently in 4th position, and just about 1.8 seconds behind is the Pure Racing team, and just about 11 seconds ahead is the Lucas Yestok piloted MSP Drivers home car. So interesting, Cisco, to see the Mercedes of where did we go? Schellbach. No, that's not Schellbach. The other one that has a Bach at the end of it. Yeah, there he is, Schmallenbach, in my timing screen. As it's interesting to see him come in so early as compared to the other GT3 cars. Perhaps he's working from the end of the race forward.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Either way, I would assume since he came down this time, he's come in as well as the Black Star Racing car, and then Vendavel Sim Racing Azul and Indigo Racing featuring SimSync Pro Racing. All those guys have come down to make a second stop, so I would assume we're going to see Kay, Max, Lucas, Jorn, Patrick, all these guys come in this time. We'll have to see.
Well, we'll have to see. Indeed, I mean, the fuel tank should be. They should have plenty of fuel. They still have enough. A lot of their first stints were 8 laps, so we still have 3 or 4 laps before they come in to pits. But just looking through between the Core and the Pure Racing team cars, Kashubi just seems to be pulling out enough of a gap. It's already up to 22 seconds, so I believe that the tires were the right choice. And speaking of tires, I just we'll go around the round table here. And Elvin, you're with the Kias. Tires, I think they're going to be taking tires every single stop, right?
Yeah, absolutely. These cars, even though they are in this endurance race, these cars are really designed for touring car racing. So the distances are definitely shorter than what we're racing here. So definitely you will see the cars every time they come into the pits. They will definitely take a fresh set of tires, as it's really not gonna say impossible. You can double stint the tires if you wanted to, but the tire wear will be so high that the time you will lose not changing tires, you will definitely lose it on the track.
Yeah, and that brings us down to the MX-5s. Now, Jimmy, these guys, it's a little different. It's definitely not a Formula pit stop where they pull in and get lifted up onto jacks and a crew of, I believe, at least 90 human beings do every little thing on it. And then the car goes away in a couple of seconds. They have to lift this up on an actual jack, like a street jack, and then hit 5 lug nuts and change the tires that way. So a little slower pit stop, definitely taking tires though in the MX-5s.
It does seem that way. It seems that the tyre stop is worth the time at the moment. Although we have to remember these cars, and that's the point. These are effectively spec road cars, really. You know, they've got a roll cage in them and a little bit of like a very small amount of performance tuning and suspension tuning. But otherwise, it's effectively a road car, and that applies to the wheels as well and to the rims. And like you said, it's an effort to get these cars in the pit, and so it's not a quick turnaround process. I mean, I saw a pit stop in an F1 race the other day of 1.9 seconds. I think you might be able to look at the car in 1.9 seconds. In this guy wouldn't do much more, to be honest. But yeah, it's these cars they run a long time with fuel as well, so the stints are quite long on these cars. They're over an hour, so it's going to make sense around here just to take the tyres and make sure that you don't have any sort of unforeseen issues, because tyre wear can bite you at the worst points, and there are a lot of fast corners around here. And the MX-5 being the car it is, you know, it's liable to oversteer, and tyre wear is just going to make that worse, so better safe than sorry.
Better safe than sorry, indeed. And Shinya Mashimi in the Radicals Online, number 84 Mercedes. Well, if he looks in the rearview mirror, he's got a Mick Box and a Vendaval Sim Racing Azul car as Senkowski in well, it's I believe these guys are all racing for positions. It's just people have been coming out of pits as they go through the Carousel Cisco. It looks like these 3 cars. It's all 3 Mercedes? No, it's 2 Mercedes and a BMW.
No, and well, yeah, and no, you're
yes,
completely wrong. Yes, no, you're right.
Okay.
And meanwhile, no, that's still core 66. Never mind, I thought that was K in the pits. No, K is still, in fact, K is now. Oh my goodness, K is now 25.5 seconds in front of Max now.
Yeah, and that Radicals Online 84 is pulled away from the McBox Mercedes, as we are also looking to the 13 car. This is Vendaval all over this race, as Patrick Wolf is with him. It seems that Vendaval has managed to either make the pass on Patrick Wolf, and Wolf is trying to catch right on back up, but it's a pair of Audis as Jorn Jens pulls away in the distance, and well, ahead of them is one MX-5, so that shouldn't be too bad. But well, we'll cut to Jimmy real quick here. Being in an MX-5 here, you're talking about how long your stint is. And, well, actually, you know what? Let's go to... All right, no, Jorn Jens didn't crash, so all right, we can't cut to that. Darn it. Actually, I'm just kidding. Sorry, Jordan. Trying to be in an MX-5 by yourself for this long it's got to be pretty strenuous, because compared to everyone else, you're out there the longest.
Yeah, that, and you're actually doing more work in the cockpit as well. I mean, all the other cars around here have sequential gearboxes, the Kia in form of a sequential stick, and the flappy paddles on the GT cars. Here you're in an H-pattern car with a clutch, and you're heel and toe the entire way around. I'm pretty sure by the end of this race you'll have a bit of a busted ankle. I mean, I can only heel toe for about an hour at the most, but anything longer than that would be a little bit worrisome in the old legs. So, yeah, maybe not the fastest car out there, but actually probably the most strenuous to drive.
Yeah, that H-pattern shifter certainly doesn't help when you're going through a lot of corners over 100 miles an hour with one hand on the gear shifter. But either way, though, well, let's see here. if we can look at Jorn Jens, that Spade racing car. Let's take a little bit of an onboard patrol here with that number 1 Mercedes. Is actually the Van Devel sim racing white car of Juan Lopez is slowly catching up as he will be making his way through here. Let's just see. Let's go a little quiet. Listen to that Mercedes engine and watch Jorn Jens push this Mercedes around this Nordschleife circuit. So you can just see from Jorn Jens that Mercedes, it's quite a bear to be pushing around this track, and Juan Lopez has basically caught him up in that Audi, perhaps this section of the track favoring that Audi. But Jimmy, as we look, well, the MX-5s are in the pits, and they are, they're putting the car up on the jacks, they're getting tires.
Yeah, taking that very long tire stop as we mentioned earlier. That's Yanni Mastampo in the pits, our leader for the MX-5 class at the moment. This is his first pit stop of the race, and we are an hour and 50 minutes in. So he's really made that car last. Nearly done the half the race there on those tyres. So no doubt getting a fresh pair. That could almost end up as a one-stop in that case, but I don't think he's going to quite make it. So maybe what we saw from the other MX-5s earlier on is coming in and sort of working that two-stop strategy, coming in a bit early, a little bit less fuel on board, and running it that way, whereas you only sort of just filled it up and gone from there. A little bit less strategy from here, but his pace is good, so it doesn't really need to go about it.
No, and the pit stop, the actual pit location looks like it's a complete pain in the rear end to get to. It's like you enter the pit lane and you immediately have to cut it 90 degrees to the right. But for the most part, though, Yanni's getting his service, and off and away he goes. And let's take a look at the official timing. Well, I knew it was going to take a while. 1 minute and 18 seconds the crew serviced that car, and he's out and away. So, well, either way here, just looking around this racing track, just looking here for where did the Spade racing car goes. Yes, Jorn Jens, that number 1 car is getting under attack, Cisco, from Vendel Racing, and actually just like that, Juan Lopez move him up to 4th position. He's done it.
Yeah, he has been tracking that 1 car of Jorn Jens earlier on, and yep, he's gotten by now. So let's see what Juan Lopez can do. Maybe he can catch that MSP car. It's a little bit, it's about I'd say about 19 seconds ahead. So obviously it's not going to happen for a little bit, but maybe depending on how the pit stops go, you might see a battle for 3rd before too long. And how about kind of odds for Vendel, not quite what they wanted. Meanwhile, while their Prado team in the MX-5s is doing well, the Bronco team, which was actually the team that did very well for them last time in the VLN series, that's the team that's had the trouble, and the GT3 team actually has been, or at least one of them, has been doing pretty well.
Yeah, well, just as we're saying, the Vendel team, I just really seeing their cars, all sorts of over this track. They've got quite an effort going on right now. But let's take a look at the Kias real quick here, as we haven't necessarily talked about them for a while. Schellbach is still in the lead here, Alvin, as we are just about to close out on 2 hours done in this race.
Yeah, absolutely. They've been pretty much, once they took the lead from the number 67, they've been pretty much now sailing through. And it seems like, I don't know if it's a matter of and they go off and they just had a small moment, but they seem to come back on track unscathed, the number 116. But for now, it seems like it may be a matter of Christian Challenger may be faster than Marco Luca Abate on that number 67 Blackadder Motorsport. So at a later point in the race, they may change the drivers back. And who knows if Michael Shellback in the number 116 may do this race on his own as well.
Well, maybe indeed, as we're about to close out on the 2 hours. 2 hours and 8 minutes remaining here in the second round, this second attempt at the VLN Endurance Championship. We're going to see maybe we can cut to a quick commercial, and when we come back, we'll be at the top of the hour. We can talk about what's happened in the first 2 hours and look towards the final 2 hours. So as we'll get ready to go to that, we'll just give a quick rundown of where people are running right now. In the GT3 division, the top class here at the VLN Endurance Championship, it is the Core Motorsports. Kei Kashubi, well, he picked the tires and he picked right. He's got a 40-second lead over Maximilian Benecki, and Benecki is actually in the pits right now. Perhaps we won't, because if they're all deciding to come on down pit road as soon as we cut away to commercial, well, that would just be how we normally do things. But Maximilian Benecki certainly going to be getting his tires and fuel this time by MSP. Drivers Home will not be pitting this time. They are currently going to be in, and now in second position. Pure Racing Team will be in third. Spade Racing will actually overtake them in third, as well as Vendevil, Pure Racing Team, Movano, Apex Academy, and the rest of the GT field will be going in. Then looking at the Kias, it's Michael Shellbach, Blackadder Motorsports, Friction Racing, SimRC.de, and Endless Sim Racing number 76 in the fifth position in Kias. Looking to the MX-5s, well, it's a little bit different. It's a rookie racing team. Team RSO is flanked with a 398 and 397 in second and third, with a Vendevil Sim Racing Preto MX-5 in fourth, with a one-row Sim Sport MX-5 running in fifth. So those are our top runners through this front running, this first 2 hours here in the iRacing VL Endurance Championship. So we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, it is going to be about 2 hours to go. We're going to break the last hour down and look forward to the last 2 hours. It's the final 2 hours here on the iRacing VLN Endurance Championship. We will be right back here on iRacing Live and Race Spot TV.
The 2016 iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series is all about change. New teams, new drivers, new tracks, even a new logo. And oh yeah, there's a brand new car. After 5 years of competition, we say goodbye to the Williams FW31 and we say hello to the McLaren MP430. But this isn't just a brand new car, it's a whole new ballgame. And with it, we bring new excitement, new strategies, new technology. For example, energy recovery and drag reduction systems. There's a new way of thinking about racing, and for all the drivers participating, it's back to the drawing board, wiping the slate clean in the ever-consuming pursuit of perfection. One little slip-up, one wrong move on track, one poor strategy call, and it's over. That's the difference between coming up short and becoming champion, and being $10,000 richer to boot. So yeah, change is in the air, but we're going to start getting answers on the 27th of February as the 7th year of iRacing World Championship competition kicks off. And you won't miss a thing, with every single race live on iRacing Live, coverage brought to you by RaceSpot TV. So join us fortnightly from 1:30 p.m. GMT. Since 2010, the highest echelon of sim racing competition has focused on NASCAR and Grand Prix racing. 50 of the best drivers in the world doing battle for championship glory. Each man for himself, and even though there may be teammates on track, each driver is in command of his own destiny. Until now. 2016 sees the start of a new era in World Championship competition, with team racing getting its chance in the spotlight. No longer can one driver rule supreme, but you must rely on those with whom you share a car, a setup, a strategy. Endurance racing can be very different to other forms of motorsports, with races in this series lasting either 3 or 6 hours. Teams of 2 or 3 drivers, perhaps on opposite sides of the world, will share seat time, each having to collectively work towards one common goal. Crash out, and it's not just you who you let down. Officially sanctioned by SRO, it will be teams of drivers who will go head to head, car to car, rival to rival, in the pursuit of a championship. And there's over $25,000 in cash and prizes up for grabs. Some of the world's biggest sim racing teams are represented. There's also a group of teams who haven't seen this stage before, who want to make their mark and say we can hang with the best. The team racing revolution is here. It's loud, it's exciting, and it lives on iRacing Live, starting April 23rd.
Welcome back to the iRacing VL and Endurance Championship. It has been a barnstormer, to say the very least. You know what? I used that the last time. It has been a great race. How about that? 2 hours and 1 minute remaining on the clock for this second round of the VLN Endurance Championship. If you've missed the first half of this race, well, you can go back and watch it later, but keep on your eye on this space, because we've got another 2 hours of Nürburgring Nordschleife goodness here ahead of us. Of course, it's myself, Cam Walsh, Cisco Scaramuza, Alvin Nieves, and Jimmy Broadbent, and myself, Cam Walsh, and Hugo Louis on the cameras and orchestrating this entire endeavor here as we are proceeding now. Lap number 15 in the, he wants to be called Lewis. So it's Hugo Lewis. I guess instead of Hugo Louis, which is just sounds so much better.
I'll defend you, Hugo Louise on the cameras.
Well, it's technically it's pronounced Lewis, I think. But I think we pronounced it wrong.
It's my
so
middle
many
name,
times.
Cam. It's my middle name. I know it.
He has corrected me, though, as we're actually looking to MX-5s in the battling, and it's not for the lead. Jimmy, the Crown Racing first and Bastian Salmon car. They're fighting just as they're about to close out lap number 12.
The cars have been quite anonymous this race so far, but coming together now, and the Bastian car is right up behind the Crown Racing car. I'm going up the inside, or having a look at it, coming over the start-finish line. It's going to have the line at the moment because the Crown car isn't really defending very at all there. It's just sort of giving it to him. So I think we're going to see an overtake here for position. This will be for, I think it's 6th in class, but the Crown car goes very deep into the corner there, just about keeps it. There's a little bit of contact, a little bit of door rub in there, nothing too bad. Both cars get up the scrape and live to fight another day, but very, very interesting stuff there. The Crown car coming over a bit strong, I think, but I guess that's just defending for you.
Yeah, well, Fetterman, well, he's fended off the Salmon charge, and, he's now up in the, it'll be what, the 6th position in the MX-5s. Now, just as a broader thing here, looking at the GT3 car after 2 hours, the fastest lap from Kei Kashubi was, understandably, the second lap. Actually, I don't see why it wasn't the first. Oh, I see why it wasn't the first lap. It was a 7:50.872 for Kei Kashubi with the MSP driver's home car is, well, it's actually in the pits. Their fastest lap was a 7:54, so you can just see the difference between a 7:50 and a 7:54 between first and second. In the Kia division, the fastest lap the leaders ran is a 8:26, so that's already a pretty massive gap, and then down in the Kia is a 9:44. So the lap times so very, very different, as we just have Jimmy, the rookie racing team, Yanni Mastampo. He's got new tires. He's got a car full of fuel. He's catching Patrick Langkow.
Yanni again looking very fast out there and trying to get his lead back. I lost it in the pits just now. We missed that, so apologies. So I missed that anyway. But he's been closing steadily on this Team RSO car, the second RSO car that was actually originally behind its sister car, but that one seems to have dropped the pace a little bit for now with the driver swap. But I foresee that in about half a lap's time we're going to have a battle for the lead here, so definitely one to keep an eye on.
Yes, and Hugo makes a good point. Is actually right behind the rookie racing team is Kei Kashubi. Kashubi coming up. Ooh, oh, so very close. He almost went to the inside line there as well. He's trying to work his way around. Kei, very nice and easy. He gets a nice little tap from the 55 of Yanni Mastampo, puts him in the grass. But it doesn't look like it's injured that Audi at all. And for the most part, though, he's gone past Patrick Langkow, and that is going to be it. As he'll run on through. As just looking around now, as well, Hugo makes a good point. These MX-5s are doing a lot of bouncing off the rev limiter, Jimmy, going down that Dontnod Ho, and I can only imagine at some point we're going to have an engine that lets it go at some point. I mean, we had it happen a couple times in the VLN series. Wouldn't be in the first round. Wouldn't be surprised to see it happen in the second round.
Well, hopefully not. Obviously, for our sake, we want to see all these guys get to the finish as competitive and fellow racers. But of the three classes, the MX-5 is the most hardy, except for it is essentially a road car. It's got lots of sort of road going cooling on it as well. So whilst bouncing off the limiter, it's never a good idea in any car. This is a car that can take it. So again, it's a risk versus reward. So we might see in this case if Yanni keeps taking the car up the red line, we might see that car encounter some sort of issues later on. But at the moment, it's looking strong, and hopefully he'll, for our sake, continue.
Well, hopefully indeed. We'd hate to see something grenade and leave a giant smoke screen going down the Dontnod Ho, though that would be interesting to see. I don't think the drivers would be very appreciative. Going back to the front of the field here, it's the Core Motorsports car of Kei Kashubi. And, well, Francisco, he seems to have gotten a bit of a lead, and by a bit, I mean over a minute.
1 minute 19.6 was my last count at the lead gap. And, yeah, it's, I mean, what can you can't really say anything about it. I mean, I guess the one thing is the car that Maximilian Benecki was driving has been down pit road, the Pure Racing Team 111. Patrick Pichler is now driving that machine, so once Kei comes into pit, we'll really see what the true gap is, I think. But, yeah, the top four in GT3 still have not pit yet, as well as the Radicals on line number 84. They also have not pit, but apart from that, pretty much, and the McBox team, which, Cam, I know you like those guys. They also have not pit, but for the most part, GT3 is working through that pit cycle. I would expect we're going to see Kei Kashubi down this time.
Most likely, and looking at right now, there's certainly a battle going on in the MX-5s, but also there's a battle going between Spade Racing and Van Deval. Well, at least it was a lot closer the last time I looked, but Jorn Jens has countered Cisco, and Lopez, well, he had to go on the defensive a little bit, but he's managed to push away. And of course, this is a fight for second position now, as that MSP driver's home car ended up going into the pits. So right now, Juan Lopez and Jorn Jens are going at it hammer and tongue. That Mercedes, well, it was a lot closer, but not anymore.
Oh, sorry, hit the wrong button there. But yeah,
I hate it when that happens.
Yeah, two buttons on the mouse, and I hit the wrong one. But yeah, I'd say that's our closest battle is gonna be Lopez and Jens, though. So this is, and Jens has been closing up. I said they were gonna catch him, and it was a little bit faster than what I thought. I think it was about 17 minutes ago when we saw Jens go by. I believe it was the SB Motorsports of Schmalenbach, and now you can just see just how fast Jorn is in that car. And if he can keep this pace up, he might just be able, I mean, we still have an hour 53 to go. He might be able to catch K.
Well, he may be. You never know. I mean, we've got plenty of time here, to say the least. Hour 53 remaining, but also as looking at these MX-5s, Jimmy, they're getting relatively close to the Dotnerhau. They're going through Sprunghugel right now, as actually in about a few moments' time they will, as they head their way towards the Kleinskarussell. If I pronounce these things wrong, just don't tell me. It's not going to help.
Cam Walsh at racebike.tm.
I don't actually have that email. Send it to that email. That one. Anyways, it's the Rennsportonline.de team. Team RSO, as it's officially known for me here, is the 398 car, currently pursued by Yanni Mastampo and Jimmy as they work their way towards the Dotnerhau. I have a feeling we're going to see some nice slipstream in action.
Yeah, it's pretty much a foregone conclusion at this point that Yanni will pass the RSO car in front of him down the straight. Doesn't mean, however, the battle for the lead will be over. It just means that he'll have the track position for that point. So, if I were Mastamp at the moment, it's clear that he's a little bit faster than the car in front. He has caught up from out of slipstream range and now got into that. Here we come down the straight now. You're going to start seeing that slipstream. You're going to start seeing it come into effect now. Just very slowly, the car's going to gain speed. Not as fast as we usually see here, but they're now just coming up to, it's going to pop out to the right, get the overtake done, although it's not moving, there might be some damage to that car on a straight line. I'm not entirely sure. It's not going as quick as I'd imagined it would be going, because now the RSO car is coming back at him almost, starting to come side by side. I don't think this is going to be it, but now coming around the left-hand kink, downhill again, and there it is. The RSO car pulls out in front for now. Still the braking zone to go through here. Will there be a change of lead? About to find out. Here we are, big braking zone, and the RSO car pulls in front and keeps the lead.
Yeah, and as they're doing that, the Core Motorsports car of Kashubi will pull in. He will have pulled his stint done for the day, as Niels Koch will be taking over that number 33. I'm hearing something about the 84 car. Not quite sure who even drive. That's the Radicals Online 84 car. Not sure whom they might have hit. That's Shinya Machimi. We're going to work on that. But, as they...
I found it. Cam. Actually, no contact there. Looks like this. Someone had reported in the comment section that there had been contact between the 16 MX-5 team, the Royal Vasky Motorsport team, and the 84 Radicals Online. No such contact, so everything good there.
Yeah, well, I'm looking back. It might have been the Crown car, but even if there was contact between the GT3 and the MX-5, that would only really be the second time where something like this has happened in a bad way. Obviously, there's no good contact, but for the most part, though, yeah, looking back at Machimi, I haven't seen anything over the entirety of his last... here we go, actually. Yes, I do see it. It's the second Crown Racing car. Well, we can actually see if we can get that up on the screens here, and I'm working on that. Oh, I can only type with... that made an emoji. That's not good. It's 20734, my good man. But anyways, it's Roger Clark who is currently piloting that MX-5. It looks like Machimi, who is trying to get away from the Vendeval sim racing car, ended up having an incident here. It just looks like, it's... As more and more of our guys get to see it, we'll get their opinions, but it just looks like perhaps they were just running a little too close. Maybe they thought the MX-5 was going to stay to the inside line, and the GT3 was expecting it to stay to the inside line, and the MX-5 was expecting it to maybe hold on and wait in the background.
I'm just having a look at the incident now. Yeah, there it is. I'm not really sure, to be honest. I didn't see the Crown Racing car move too much off its line there. Again, but maybe expectations. You sort of start predicting moves as you go. as a faster class driver. You think, okay, well, I've passed cars here before, I'll do it again this way. He's having another look from a different angle now. No, actually, looking at it from a different angle, I feel like the 12 car maybe should be paying more attention to his mirrors there, to be honest. The car was coming up the inside and he pulled across at the last moment, and there's a portion blame there.
I think what might have happened was that there's a lot of room on the right side of that track. It's not like the MX-5 really had the overspeed or anything like that. It was a fast corner. I mean, it was 110 miles an hour. But I think he was starting to set up for the next corner, which is a slight left. And, perhaps just a little bit more looking in the mirror, but still contact between the GT3 and the MX-5. And the MX-5, well, Cisco, got the worst of it. But actually, we're going to go to Alvin Nieves as Michael Schellbach in that PRT car is in, and Blackadder Motorsports is not.
Yeah, seems like we are coming to the end of the first stint for the Kia class. Michael Schellbach in the Pure Racing number 116 just into the pits. It seems like he is going to stay in the car, so I'm really interested to see if he is going to stay in that car towards the end of the race, showing that he's been pretty much the car and driver to beat in this race.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to report really quick, we were talking about the gap between GT3 and the GT3 drivers and how big of a gap Kay had on the field. Now with Niles Coach in that car and the pit stops being back in sequence, it's about a 33 second gap between Kay Kashubi's Team Core Motorsports and Pure Racing Team. But we're going to jump it back down to the MX-5 lead, and Jimmy, they're going at it again.
Yeah, well, it's just his nature of his cars to come back together, and Mastampo's a lot closer than he has been. That rookie racing car, number 55, has been a leader in this race already for quite a number of laps. Now chasing down the second, the 398 RSO car, and that's just ahead there. And if I was Mastampo, I'd just sort of wait until the opportunity, the prime opportunities to pass, because you can always risk putting the car up the inside at a place like this, and maybe risk some sort of contact, or just wait for the straight coming up and just slipstream past. The thing is, though, we saw it before, where Mastampo got right up behind the RSO car and couldn't quite stay that close to him for the last sector of the course. So the RSO car faster for the last part of the circuit. So he needs to really find out where the RSO car is taking his lines and try and take some sort of advantage out of that. 'Cause at the moment, he's just sort of stuck behind him. So we'll see, though. We're coming up now to the part of the course where we might see some sort of overtaking action. So we'll see what Mastampo makes of it.
Absolutely. Rennsport Online, of course, coming off a great run that they had in the MX-5s, not only last month in the VLN series, but also in the 24 hours of the Nürburgring. So in the meantime, we'll keep an eye on this battle here for a little while, as here comes a GT3 car. I believe that's the Pure Racing Team 111. Yep, that is. That's Pinchler just flying by right there. So we'll keep an eye on this MX-5 battle right now. And Jimmy, we've been kind of seeing these guys. They've been kind of stuck together. So we're going to see more GT3 traffic. So it looks like the leaders are flying by. But how has the GT3 traffic been affecting these MX-5 leaders so far?
So far, luckily, it's not been too bad. Every now and then you'll get a GT car attempt to sort of take the pack, so to speak, but then sort of realise that they can only take one car at a time and then slot in. And sometimes that creates a little bit of a gap of, half a second or so. But otherwise, it's been okay. The only thing you have to watch out for in these MX-5s, because of the closing speed, is you've got to be looking at your mirrors. As the Mastampo looks up the inside, it will now be on the outside over the carousel. This is the RSO car going very wide, getting on the brakes a little bit too late there and not getting a good run out of the corner. But now it's really one sort of line of stern through the carousel. Not much you can do there. But still at the moment, the car's nose to tail and okay from there. But the GT3s have been pretty well behaved. We've had a couple of incidents so far, but that's to be expected in these sort of races. And it's not really affected our lead battle so much. And not to say that any of the other cars don't matter as much as the leaders do, but it's been pretty clean so far, and hopefully that'll continue.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're continuing to watch Rennsport Online and Rookie Racing Team continuing to battle right there, and that's a rivalry. Like we said, that rivalry is extended from last month. Well, let's get a report. Let's see what's going on in the Kias, Alvin.
Well, pretty much the third pick cycle is pretty much done, and Pure Racing Team are still ahead in their class. It looks like now the gap to second place to Blackadder Motorsports is now grown up to 27.2 seconds. So they seems like Pure Racing and Michael Shellback, they are just running with this class now.
All right, well, they're just going to run around there for a bit. In the meantime, not really, like we said, a whole lot changing with GT3. Pretty spread out as far as this class goes. I'd say the closest battle we're going to be seeing is coming up pretty soon. Sebastian Schmalbach looks to be catching, maybe actually Pinchler looks like he's pulling away a little bit from the SB Motorsports car. So your top three, we do have a battle. It's the 103 is having a battle. That's for 9th and 10th there in the GT3. So we're going to jump to that. That's the Indigo Racing team, Stefan Cuthe and Dado Opak for Apex Academy. That's going to be a battle right there. And Apex is slowly breathing down the neck of that BMW Z4.
Sorry, phone.
Okay, and don't know what that was in the background, but yeah, these two are battling for a little bit here. So we'll go ahead. Let's hop on board with the Apex Academy GT3. We're gonna go silent here for a little bit. So yeah, we're gonna go silent for a little bit. Let's ride on board with the Apex Academy GT3. I think this is what Will would call what did he call it? Viewer immersion? I think that's what it is. An excellent shot there as we saw the Apex Academy GT3 go right past the Indigo Racing car, and that's going to move Apex Academy up to P9 now in class. And meanwhile, looks like that battle is still continuing on in the MX-5, so we're going to jump back to that, Jimmy.
Yeah, it seems we had our sort of our usual shuffle in the straight. I really do think that rookie racing car has some sort of issue in a straight line at the moment. It doesn't seem to have that. I mean, there's a little bit of visual damage to the front of that car. And these cars aren't, heavily reliant on aero at all, but it may be that damage is actually causing a little bit more drag, and meaning that he hasn't quite got the top speed of the car in front. Mastampo's still doing a good job. He's keeping the RSO car honest at this point. But it's just not. When we saw the cars together earlier in the pack of four, they were all covered by this distance. At the moment, Mastampo's just not quite able to get close enough to make a move stick or actually get past him at all.
And some interesting things happening with the 103 car. As soon as they got past, they pulled down pit road, and okay, it looks like it's a driver swap. So they're down pit road. They're doing the driver swap now, but that's a pretty early stop for that team. Black Star Racing's the only other car in class that's come down pit road at that time. So meanwhile, it looks like we have problems with the 41.
Yeah, they seem to just stop in the middle of the track, and they just took a tow back into the pits. I don't know exactly what it was. I'm just looking at the lap times and all, and it doesn't seem to be fuel related.
Huh. Well, maybe, I don't know. I guess, well, Alvin, maybe we can send you down to the track to investigate. But in the meantime, we'll try and figure out what happened to the 41. But in the meantime, just looking around, let's take a look at the gaps. I'd say maybe the next closest gap that's starting to form is the one in the 74. Yeah, Hugo, I was just jumping to that as well. That's the Pure Racing Team. That's the other Pure Racing Team car. And this one is, I guess you would be teammates to the car that Patrick Pichler is currently driving. In the meantime, they are slowly closing the gap up to that Spade Racing car. And Marius Gollenbeck has still not gotten out of that car yet, and we're well past halfway here in this event. So he's been putting on a pretty long stint in that car, and right now Wallmeyer is driving it for Pure Racing Team. That's another Pro Series license level for that car, so that's another black stripe, so we'll have to keep an eye on them. But just looking at the gaps, it looks like Niels has still managed to pull out maybe about 2 seconds since last time we looked at that gap between first and second. So that's gonna be that right there, and continuing domination for that Core Motorsports 33, and they've just been having just a dominant performance out here, and just been showing just how good that team is, and hopefully they can put the finish together they've been wanting, and back up what they did last month in the VLN series. And meanwhile, right behind them, Pure Racing Team is still trying to do everything they can to catch up to that car, but I think it's going to come down to fuel strategy. And speaking of fuel strategy, Alvin, did we find out what happened to the 41 at all, or will we never find out?
No, number 41 is still in the pit, but Daniel Kraft is still in the car. So I don't know exactly what happened to them. I've been following them to see what happened, and I didn't see any incidents that they were involved on the previous lap that should indicate that they had some damage, and it was better to take a tow. So it's a really strange situation what's going on with them right now.
All right, well, I guess maybe we'll find out in the comments. Otherwise, I guess we'll just chalk it up. Oh, 111. We're gonna jump to the one right now and figure out what's going on with that car. And
I've just seen that. He said he had a little bit of a mistake there. He came up the hill, just got it wrong actually on one of the hills, just touched the grass it seems, went out a bit wide, and had a little bit of contact with the wall, not too much, a little bit scary, and obviously something you'd rather avoid. But I don't see there's a little bit of visual damage to the front of that car. I think maybe there is now some damage to the front, which may hinder it in the straight line. We'll see though, because we've got the straight coming up. But that has allowed the Pure Racing car to get right up behind him now. So this battle is back on.
All right, and then I would agree. The right front's got a little bit of damage. You can see the wheel if you're looking back from the front of that car. So looks like a little bit of contact with that Amco barrier has damaged that car a little bit. But still maintaining a pretty good pace, and has the Pure Racing 74 still right behind him. So we're going to follow this battle for a little bit. Oh, a little bit off the grass there. He is really pushing that car, and I think you might be right, Jimmy. I think that damage may be hindering that car's downforce just a little bit.
We will see in terms of drag. We'll see it on the straight very shortly. We're not far off now. But we still have an hour and a half to go. I mean, as endurance racing go, that isn't a massive amount of time, but it's still 90 minutes to make a mistake, and especially around here, especially in North Slave, you've got 165 opportunities to make that mistake around here. So we might see that come now, but so it's important now that this Spade Racing car is fast through this section, because if it does have that damage to the front, if it does have that aero damage, we're going to see that affect it in a straight line, and that's where we're going to see the Pure Racing car come back.
Yeah, absolutely, and Jorn Jens just talking about the car for his stint, they did have a little bit of damage, and that's actually what caused that slowdown, because if you remember, they were actually catching the leaders, so now I think they're just trying to nurse it back home to the next stop here. We'll have to see what happens, but in the meantime, the gap's starting to close up once again between the 111 and the 150. That's the SB Motorsports machine of Schmalenbach. And how about around? Well, never mind, they're coming to pit road. So as that's happening, we're going to welcome back our colleague Cam Walsh. Cam, I'm guessing you went down to the food truck or something?
No. I didn't. I needed a potty break. Which is far less exciting in a food truck. Also, I live in Syracuse. We don't have food trucks. Who has food trucks?
I do.
Oh, there it is. Bam.
What? All right, cool, I guess. I mean, I like food trucks because you get unique food and stuff, but I never...
Oh, MX5 league.
Yeah, so down we go. I see nothing's changed as far as...
Still close to the MX-5s, yeah. And also, I wanted to point out as well that the RSO 397 car, currently in third place, is steadily gaining on the first and second pairing, as it's just overtaken by one of the GT3 BMWs, and one of the only BMWs in the field, actually. They're sort of a rarity in this modern age at the moment, and I'm just, again, watching that this is leading. I don't think Mustango is actually close enough to do anything at this point. He will get a slipstream, he will get an advantage, but I don't think he's close enough for the lead to change.
Yeah, well, I mean, if they get close enough, we got plenty of time. Hour and 30 minutes left to go. As Cisco, I have a feeling he's talked himself into the food truck measures. So what food truck are you going to be going to, Cisco?
I'm going to be going to the box cereal food truck, I believe.
The box cereal.
But I will leave you, Cam. There is a little bit of a battle forming with Spade Racing and Pure Racing Team 74. So we're going to jump back to those guys still going at it.
Yeah, and, well, I see Spade Racing is putting Marius Golenbach back in the car. I got it. From the Spade Racing, as Jonas Wollmeyer is in the Pure Racing Team number 74. And, well, both of those cars are going right on through, trying to chase down Mari Kadesoja in the Vendevel Sim Racing white car. So as those guys go through it, I mean, well, we've seen just duels all across this VLN race, Jimmy, and it's been great fun to watch it so far. And well, we've still got an hour and a half to go, and people are still right with each other.
I mean, that's one of the beauties of multi-class racing, isn't it? I mean, you're effectively got 3 races going on at once. And I mean, I'd be happy to sit here and, as I have been, just watch my class, watch the MX-5s go around, because there's been so much action from this class alone. And then think you've got, wait a minute, there are actually 2 other races going on the circuit at the same time. It's why I'm a massive fan of endurance racing, and why I find it so fun to take part and commentate on. Oh, the lead for the MX-5, who just had contact from Rookie Racing. He's just hit the team RSO car going to the braking zone, got on the brakes late, applied the gentleman's rule, which is very nice to see. And for those who don't know, gentleman's rule is when there is contact and you let the guy in front sort of regain the position. But more contact and more damage to the front of that Rookie Racing team. So that's a bit of a dent in the back of that RSO car as well. But that is going to allow the sister RSO car to gain even more. So now there's about 5 seconds between those two. We're going to have a 3-horse race at first again soon.
Well, we absolutely are. And first off, I have to say, bam, more skulls for the Skull Throne. I kind of do the moderating thing on the channel. It's great fun. It was very nice, I will say, as Yanni did apologize on the radio to the driver of Patrick Langhaus. So that was very nice to see. Obviously,
no
these
wrestling
guys
needed
a high amount of respect between these two cars. As going back to live pictures from me, anyways, as the Radicals Online, the Shina Machini car, we'll see perhaps if he can do a better time getting by these cars. Yes, he does. And so that Radicals car will get right on through. And well, I just Alvin, looking at the Kias, I haven't been around for a couple of minutes. What has been happening?
Well, pretty much the lead of the race is pretty much Pure Racing Team number 116. Now the gap to second place, the Blackadder Motorsports, is 37.1 seconds. And so far, the closest battle that we have on the Kia class may be for 6th and 7th place, but that is almost 5 seconds. So I'm gonna keep an eye on those two and give you an update if anything different happens.
All right. Well, thank you. We are now looking at live pictures of the 9 and the 186. As it is, of course, Vendevel and a BMW. These guys are on the same lap. This is a fight This is a one-row Sim Sport and Vendevil Sim Racing Azul car. It's Sentkowski and John Atkinson. They are working their way through underneath the bridge. They are kind of in the second half of the race, going through Adenauer Forest as they head towards Metzgenfeld. Just a couple of quick rights and lefts ahead of them. As that BMW, I have to say, Cisco, it's a very colorful BMW. I have to say I'm a big fan of it, but we've got a BMW versus a BMW here.
Yeah, absolutely. We haven't seen a whole lot of that. This race being dominated predominantly just four Audis in the top 5, Mercedes AMG, and then another Audi. So 5 Audis in the top 6. So Audi has been holding a stranglehold on the top group here. But the Beamer's starting to show up. First one's at 10. Oh, no, I guess we're jumping back to the MX-5 lead.
Absolutely. Jimmy, the MX-5s are fighting, and there's a GT3 cars making way.
Oh, they never stop, do they? And then this is a very interesting place to have traffic down here. The MX-5s keep the left-hand side and keeping that there's a safety there for the passing traffic. But again, we just had the rookie racing car just close up to the back of Patrick there in the RSO car. Not much else he can do though. He's just been hanging around at the back. He has come back. He was a lot further back than he was at this point. I mean, just about 3 or 4 laps ago. But now he's right with it again. So it's very interesting. And again, behind them, if you look down the field just one place to the sister RSO car, that gap is still coming down. So the lap time's only about a second quicker for the RSO car in 3rd place. But it's quicker nonetheless, and I think that car will be back in the fight for first very shortly.
Yes, and that Team RSO car, as Langkow is just ahead of that rookie racing team car. The GTL Virtual Racing Team number 2, Wiktor Smolar. Oh my goodness, Smolazike is making his way through the MX-5s, and actually that has put Langkow off just a little bit. That might allow Yanni the opportunity to overtake. As no, he does not. So Patrick Langkow will continue to stay behind though. But I have to say, there are fights developing all over this racing track. Philip Schallenberg and Tobias Soltau, they are going at it. It's the 103 BMW and the Audi of the 197. They're about 3 seconds apart, and they're actually chasing down the Radicals Online car. So these guys are actually very close. And of course, Atkinson of the 1 row and Sentkowski of Vendevil Azul, they are also at it. So these GT3 cars are certainly meeting the high points here for this GT3 race. Why don't we take a quick look here at the Kias? The Kias have gone through, I'm presuming, another pit stop, Alvin, and how are they looking right now?
Well, it looks like as it stands right now, things haven't really changed that much since I last reported with them. Pretty much all of them went through their own pit stops. Pure Racing Team, Michael Schulbeck is still in that car. I guess he's going to finish this race as well because he hasn't shown any signs of fatigue or anything like that. Plus, he's pretty much opening that lead now. It's 42 seconds, so I don't see any driver changes for that Pure Racing Team number 116.
Yeah, and we'll go to Jimmy real quick. The Team RSO car of Langkow, well, he's under attack from Mastampo. Mastampo, well, I mean, as they go through this carousel, it's starting to close in on when Mastampo wants to make that move.
Yeah, he's had a couple of opportunities to do that, and especially coming up the hill again. But it seems like he's sort of learning from past endeavours. I mean, it's not at the point of the race now we will be making those risky moves going 2x2 uphill. It's a very slim part of the circuit there. You can pretty much, if you were lucky, get maybe 3 cars side by side, which will probably end up in some sort of incident, to be honest, and it has done in the past. But now he's just sort of biding his time. There is an hour and a half left of this race, or just under, I should say. So it's not going to be a life or death situation, and we know that Donny goes a little bit longer in the stint as well, so we might have the car in front, the RSO car, pit in before we have any sort of overtaking action going on. But these cars run very long. I wouldn't expect to see that stop until around just past the 3-hour mark. So until then, we're going to have a nice fight on our hands, and of course the RSO 397 always gaining in the background.
Oops, I was trying to write messages to inform. You know what? Why don't we talk about it? What the heck? This is, of course, the iRacing YouTube channel. We can talk about a little bit about iRacing. So we had a question.
We can't do that.
Hey, we can. We can do anything we want. Well, actually, Hugo would get angry at us if we did that. So maybe we can only do a particular number of things, but I have a feeling this is covered. So, anyways, so we have a question kind of as how we advance through. So when you start in the iRacing service, you start with, what is it, how many free cars and how many free tracks?
13 cars and 14 tracks, Cam.
I knew you knew that off the top of your head, as I do not. So as you get free cars, free tracks, you can start cutting your teeth in on that in a couple of rookie series. You'll work your way up to the D class, perhaps maybe racing a Spec Racer Ford. Oh right, yes, Vanilla Cisco. Well, it looks like Langkow might have somebody going to the outside. Mastampa, we'll keep our eyes on this MX-5 battle as we talk about it, but as you maybe upgrade up to faster, more competitive cars, maybe a Skip Barber 2K car, the Skip, it's not the 2K, it's the 2000. Perhaps maybe the Spec Racer Ford, perhaps maybe the Legends car in the oval side, or a late model. As you progress, you will need to progressively become the owner of the new tracks, of the tracks that series goes to, in at least one car in that series. Say it's multi-class like this, anyone can race in this series if you're in the MX-5, because you can race the MX-5. So, but you would have to, say, own a GT3 car to race in the GT3 category, and you'd obviously need to own the Kia to get in the Kia category, so it's nothing too complicated, but here's a couple of nice little dingers that you get for being a member and actively racing. You do get participation credits. You compete in just one race in 1 week for 8 weeks out of the 12-week season. You get free money. I mean, not like cash sent to your house, but you get free money as Patrick Langkow pulls into the pits here. That Team RSO is going to be bringing that Miata into the pit lane here with just 1 hour and 21 to go. I believe that's going to be his last pit stop of the day. We'll see if Patrick doesn't get out. But either way, just to keep on going, you'll get, as you'll accumulate tracks and cars and go to far exciting places all over the world that have been laser scanned and recreated within a great detail. Things will get progressively cheaper with discounts and with credits and yearly anniversaries and sales, and it's progressively cheaper the more you do it. As Elmar Erlacolti is going to be getting in that Team RSO 398 car, Jimmy, and he'll be the one taking it to the finish.
I expect that will be his last stop, and now we'll see if the rookie racing car has a pace to get away. Meanwhile, I think we are having still the fight ongoing in the GT3s at the top of the field. The 13-1 car, it's Spade and the Vendavel car at the moment. With another car behind, I think, is this AMG damaged?
Looking at the Spade Racing, it's got a little bit of front end damage, yes, but it shouldn't slow it down at all. It doesn't look like it would, as I think Cisco might know something about it.
Oh, I was just saying we're jumping up to the 13-1 because that's starting to be a little bit of a battle.
That's what we're talking about.
Oh, okay. I was grabbing a spoon, so I didn't hear that.
I don't care about your spoon. No, it's, well, you know what? Actually, I kind of do. I need you not covered in yogurt and blah, because I can only imagine trying to eat yogurt without a
vanilla
spoon.
almond cereal. Come on.
Cereal, excuse me, I forgot. I heard something about yogurt. Anyways, so that Vendavel Sim Racing white car, the Pure Racing Team car is to the front and the back of that Spade Racing car from Gollenbeck. And, well, if you're that Mercedes, you're kind of in a bit of a sandwich of two Audis, Cisco, and trying to watch this Mercedes wrap this car through the tighter sections here. It seems the Audi is comfortable, to say the very least.
Yeah, definitely. That mid-engine, of course, a lot different balance of a car versus what you're going to see in the AMG GT3. And, of course, Jorn Jens is watching along with us on the stream. So, Jorn, hello. Your car is doing very well. He's about to try and make a pass for fourth. And, off in the dirt, he's going to go. No, he's not going to pass.
Backs out of it.
That's a really smart move, especially on this. And that was an off-hander left-hander. That wasn't going to be a good spot to do that. I think he's going to wait maybe till he gets a little bit more open track, or at least maybe more of a straightaway. But, yeah, he's definitely gaining on him, so this is going to be the battle to watch here for a little while.
Well, and we're going to stay with it. There goes the Audi into the wall. He lost it going over the curving in the Vendevil Sim Racing white car just like that after almost 3 hours and 20 minutes of 2 hours and 40 minutes of racing, excuse me. Just like that, he has gone into the Armco barrier. See if we can take a look at a replay of that. And Hugo, if you get the front end shot, slow it way down. If you get the front end shot, slow it down because I want to go over it. So this is Madi Kaidisoja in the number 13. It looks just like he loses the rear. There's a little hop.
That was wheel hop. He caught air.
A little hop, just going down that hill there. This is I forget whereabouts this was. This was probably in the back half of the track. He just lost it. It was a slight correction, and that dumped him right into the arm carousel. So,
and that's actually coming up. I believe that's right before the mini carousel. So yeah, the right kind of back half of that track there. And that's not the first time we've seen a wreck there. We saw that one there last month in the VLN series, and it was because of the same thing, that wheel hop. The only difference was that wreck, they caught a little bit of the curb there. This time it was just the altitude change, and that's all it was. It upset the car. Bam, there's the Armco barrier. Because of course, if a car's in the air, you can't steer a car in the air.
Great.
This isn't insert arcade racing game here. That won't be mentioned.
And thank you, Hugo, for the pictures. That's perfect. That's exactly what I wanted to see. You can't control the car if the wheels are in the air. Words from Cicero Scaramuza. And anyways, so going back, and now Wallmeyer, those two are kind of on their own. They've got a Kia to go around here. And, well, that was very unfortunate from that car. But, well, we see the Royal Vasky Motorsport MX-5 of Jonas Puhaka. He is exiting pit road. Though, from that incident earlier, he is obviously a little bit out of contention. Pit lane getting just slightly more and more full. And, Jimmy, these MX-5s, well, it's ever since the RSO car went into pits, that it seems to have quieted down a little bit.
I mean, we're coming up now to the window for the last stop for the MX-5. We know these guys can do almost 2 hours of stint, so I don't expect to see many more. We are going to see the rookie racing car coming again. He's going to have to come in again. Well, I wonder if he's going to do a splash and dash at the end and sort of just keep a heavy car. Strategy-wise, I'm not sure how that would go when you're carrying that fuel all the way around, but he seems to be able to carry the speed. The weight of the fuel doesn't seem to affect the MX-5 that much, so maybe he's got the superior strategy there. But yeah, he's out front at the moment, just sort of leading things off. He's not under any sort of challenge for now, although I do expect to see that the 97 car come back. I mean, last lap time from the 397 car was a 9:43.6 compared to a 9:47.7, so very big lap time difference there.
Yeah, and, well, actually looking at Yanni Mastampo, he's got the G-Tross SST Silver right behind him, the 112. Hill will slither right on by, as the G-Tross SST car has been working fairly well today. It's the last car, I say fairly well, actually, I'm pulling up the thing, maybe not so much. It's the last car on the lead lap as far as GT3 goes, but you know what, I will say, Cisco, the car, except for a little bit of damage on the left side, which I think they got in the first lap, it's a good, clean-looking car.
Yeah, it looks fine, and it looks like we do have the paint updated finally on the 111 there, so we have the proper paint there. So in the meantime, I believe I did say you can't control flying cars in the air. I thought I said
I know, that's what you said. You said you
okay,
can't.
So they were saying in the comment section I said you could.
No.
You can't. I mean, this is an unnamed arcade racing game that we can't talk about.
Yeah, no, we can't. But it's like me saying, well, you win the race if you cross the line first. It's like a John Madden statement, of which I am big fans of, being an American apparently. It's the thing that the driver's holding on to controls the car is also a good one. Well, as we're looking through here, that Patrick Pitchler piloted PRT car looks a heck of a lot better, I will say, we try and coordinate these things. Sometimes they just don't work out. And now, just throwing this out there, if you don't like us, which we can't understand why you wouldn't, so none of us would be able to, and you'd probably throw a shoe at you. Mr. Will Vincent and Jake Sperry is going to be covering some live Formula Renault action on an alternate channel. You can switch between on iRacing Live between amazing, legendary coverage here at VLN and some open-wheel diddly cars around some other track. Clearly, Cisco, when you compare the two, there's no comparison.
No, absolutely not. I mean, the booth crew we have here is only the best. I mean, Hugo Luis is the best producer in Race Spot. I'm going on record saying that, Hugo, I support you 100%.
And
that's definitely.
Of course, we have Alvin and Jimmy as well. I mean, that complements the booth. We're stronger without Paul, that's for sure.
This definitely isn't going to come back to bite me at some point in the future.
Not at all. I will say, though, really cool on the screen, he's actually showing the race he's showing the Renault race and our race at the same time. That's really cool.
That's awesome.
That's really cool. Anyways, back to the important things. It is the 186 and the 69 car, the one-row SimSport and that Black Star Racing Audi. This is the BMW John Atkinson. Well, he's hopped into that car, and ever since he's hopped into that car, it seems to be getting into a lot more action here as Atkinson, well, he's got that Audi harassing him. And for that Black Star Racing car, well, he's trying to figure out what maneuver he could possibly make to get by that BMW. The BMW, well, it's rather aerodynamically efficient car when it comes to these high-speed corners and medium-speed corners, whereas the Audi, a bit more of a balanced car. You know what, we'll ask Jimmy about this because, I have a feeling he knows quite a bit about GT3 cars. Just the difference between the BMW and the Audi, enough to put it on a good show like this.
Well, that's one of the good things about the GT3 class is you don't really have a spec car. All the cars are a little bit different. They have their strengths and weaknesses elsewhere. As we actually see the Audi go up the inside and take, that looks like he was let through there. That was for position, I believe. That was for 11th. Oh! And the Audi spins, puts it in the wall.
Heavens.
Adds to that already damaged front end. And there you go. He got past, he was let past, and then spun, I think, out of glee, and that's the end of that.
Oh, that was the curb hop. That was the curb that did that there. He got up there, a little bit of wheel hop, and lost the rear, and that's all she wrote for the Black Star Racing 69 car.
I will say, it is sometimes hard to convert from chasing somebody to being in front of somebody being chased. And if you're not ready for it, it can kind of jump out at you and sneak you on the other. Either way, let's take a quick look at these Kias here. Alvin Nieves is here with the Kias. It's the Pure Racing Team 116. Shellbox still in the lead, and Blackadder Motorsports, they're in the pits.
Yep, it seems like that Blackadder Motorsports back into the pits as well. Looks like it's just the routine pit stop that the routine strategy that they have been running so far. Looking at pretty much looking at the lap times. This is their scheduled pit stop right now. They should be, with the time remaining, which is now an hour 10 minutes to go. They only need just one more stop, and they should be good to go to the finish.
Right, so as these cars are cycling through, SimRC.de, by the way, is in third in the Kias. Actually, I believe they're going to be hopping up to second over Blackadder Motorsports as they are in the pits, but I'm sure once they come in the pits, it is going to be the other way around. So, either way, though, a little mistake from either of those Kias, and that could open that rate back up. And Jimmy, well, if I look to the Kia lead, or to look to the MX-5 lead, Rookie Racing Team, Team RSO.
Back at it again. Alex Cerny lapped 2.5 seconds faster on the last lap on that rookie racing car, so he's reeling him in. I really do think there is damage to that rookie racing car. I mean, I'm talking mechanical damage now. It's slowing it down, and here we are now coming up to the lead. Gonna look to the outside, just sort of playing with the toe at the moment, not quite going to commit to anything just yet. We're going to wait to get a bit closer, I think. Although I think it will make sense for Alex just to wait for enough. I think he's got off the throttle a bit there. Yeah, he's not looking to pass just now. We may see a move coming down to his right hand, a very popular place here. A driver that's good on the brakes to make up a lot of time through here, and let's see what happens. No, it's a little bit too far back at the moment. He wasn't too far through a little kink, but I do think we're going to see Alex pass that rookie racing car very shortly.
Well, certainly then Mastampo's going to have to try and work his way through. And Alvin Chalnier is back in the 67. He's pretty hot footing on his own right.
Yeah, as I was looking at lap times and looking at strategy, I kind of missed the fact that Christian Chalnier is back on the number 67 car. So even though the gap when he came in, it was around 47 to 50 seconds. It may be a little bit too little too late.
Yeah, and I just got a message here from the producer, Hugo Louis. The live timing today apparently is not only A, up, but B, hasn't crashed yet once today.
Why would you say that?
I kind of haven't said all race long what the timing is because I didn't know we had it. So thanks, first off. But second off, racespot.tv/timing. It's your source for live timing for the VLN Endurance Championship. All race long, apparently. But yes, once again, some epic work from Nick Thyssen, whom does a lot of our stuff. And apparently, did it get an upgrade? Oh, you can see everything. Driver changes, pits on there too. Yeah, the timing screen is always a great thing when it works. Apparently, works great. Go crash it by putting traffic into it. Well, I'm just saying.
You broke that. You broke me right there.
I'm sorry. Anyway, so Nils coach in that. Also, is it coach or Koch?
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 I would assume Koch. Oh, 97.65. We're jumping right there.
Yeah, yes, it is. Looking through here, I'm trying to figure out where that even is.
Oh, yeah, that's on the front straightaway.
Okay, yeah, I see that. That's Smoller-Zayek and the McBox car, Cisco.
Yeah, and that's a pass that's using the draft on the Dottinger Ho, and they're just coming under the Bliston Bridge right now. I think I'm on replay.
Yes, well, only by a couple of seconds. Only by a couple of seconds, so not that big of a deal. But yeah, the Mercedes there of J.J. Nylander, he used the power of that the Mercedes, and he has gotten through on his way to the 15th position, and that Audi has completely blown the first corner, going as far out as the gravel. So the GTL Virtual Racing Team number 2 car, well, that's a little bit of an oopsie.
Yeah, that's, I think he was going for the other way through that corner, the road that is blocked off there. But sadly, you can't go through there. There is a big giant tire wall there. And
concrete barriers.
Oh, I just see the tire wall there, but...
Oh, maybe it is just a tire barrier. Anyways, Jimmy has some completely unexpected news from the MX-5s. Oh, he's away. Oh, he did say he was going away. Oh, I missed that. Well, I would pretend to be Jimmy, but I have a horrible fake British accent, so therefore I will simply say
he went to the food truck.
He went to the food truck.
But we're going to jump to the MX-5 lead in the meantime.
To the
it's
MX-5
still a battle.
leads. It's the 55 and the 397 of Alex Zerny. And Yanni Mastampo, as it's okay. It's the 666 and the 20 is there side by side, actually. It's the Crown Racing First and Bastian Salmon cars as they are switching left and right. Where are they on track? They are currently heading towards the Metzgeveld corner as going past Weerselfen. As pronunciations are my strong suit, as the Vendevel Audi looks to get through Alvin. He's making his way through, and the Crown Racing First and Bastian Salmon cars are still fighting it out.
Yeah, it seems like we are really approaching right towards the end of what should be the last cycle of pit stops for everybody. As now we have the it's just that we are pretty much, we got 1 hour to go, close to 1 hour to go. So now we should see most of the GT3 cars soon enough. We should see them coming into the pits to do their last cycle of pit stops and make sure they are good to go to the finish.
Yes, and I'm debating whether or not I am going to sneeze, so I apologize if I do. But either way, oh, that's going to stink. That's going to be in my nose all for the rest of this race. I know it. Anyways, so Niles Kulch, he is currently in the 33. Pure Racing Team in the 111 in second position in the GTs. And MSP Drivers Home is in third. PRT is pulling into the pits. Michael Schellbach is pulling in. And Blackadder Motorsports should be resuming the lead of this race. Well, actually, maybe he won't. I thought that he was coming up down the road. He's not. As did somebody just have an incident in the Yokohama S complex? Yes, no? Yes, we did. We had a Kia just blow a chicane. All right, so that's not that bad. As the Kia leader is in Alvin.
Yep, that seems pretty much, and this should be the second to last stop for all the Kias that haven't come in. They will still need to do one more stop. And to my surprise, the Pure Racing Team just changed drivers. Now it's Mark Elkeman in the car. So I was saying that most probably Michael Schellbach was going to finish this race, but no, they just proved me wrong.
Yeah, and as they work their way through here, I'm going to see, well, we've got an hour and 2 minutes and 55 seconds left. Let's see, perhaps, as, no, MX-5 lead from Hugo Louis as they are going through Yanni Mastampo and Alex Zerny. Perhaps we can try and fit in a commercial if we can get one in, so we can tackle the last hour here and attack it just as Yanni Mastampo and Alex Zerny are attacking this Nordschleife racing circuit. And there goes Alex Zerny, the Team RSO 397. That was anticlimactic, and just like the anticlimactic way of this sentence, we are going to cut to a quick commercial break here in the iRacing VLN Endurance Championship. So a first look at Le Mans, not the announcement video, but the in development video from Le Mans. So excited about having that. So excited to be here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife with the VLN Endurance Championship. Right now, it is Core Motorsports 33, Niels Kulch in lead in GT. It is Mark Elkeman leading in the Kias, and it is Yanni Mastampo in the Rookie Racing Team leading in the MX-5. We will be right back after a great look at the next addition to the iRacing service. We'll be right back then. Stick with us.
First time going to Le Mans, a lot of people were talking to me and they said it's something different, and I always had to get used to new racetracks, and I never had a problem. It was always quite easy to adapt. And so when I went to Le Mans, I thought that's just another racetrack. You know, what are they talking about? Going out there first time, it was really something very special, and I realized in the first few laps, they are right, that's something different. Le Mans is so fast. Wherever you accelerate, especially with a prototype, you are over, let's say, 150 miles per hour. So whatever corner you exit, you just push the throttle twice, you shift up, bam, 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 300 Ks. Going there, I realized everything you have done before was nothing. Le Mans was always our biggest event in the year, and with Audi we were quite successful, of course. We won Le Mans 5 times with Emmanuel Pirot, Tom Christensen and Marco Werner. We actually had the first Audi win in 2000, and then 2001, 2002 with our good old R8. And then later on we also had the first TDI diesel wins. I was always interested in racing games. We were looking for something where you have a big community and you can do races day and night. And we found this with iRacing. It's really, really impressive and it's a lot of fun. So whenever I'm at home, I'm with the guys and we try to work on the setups and that's the funny thing. It's like real life, you know. You cannot just jump in and play around. I mean, you can do, but there's no chance to win a race or to be competitive. So you have to work on the setups. I mean, for some people it might sound a little strange for a race driver being in real race cars end and end. Working with this simulation is very, very, very similar. It's very, very close to reality. That's why it's so much fun. And wherever I go with iRacing, I really feel like on the real track. All the details, the line, the bumps, it's very, very similar. I'll give you an example, Sebring, turn 1. There is a stupid bump at the exit of the corner. That's the same thing in iRacing. So you have to get things right, and if you hit this bump wrong, you're off. Yeah? It's a big, big help. It's a big help. I mean, when I did my first race at the Nordschleife, when I was, I don't know, around 2021 with Bernd Schneider and Manuel Reuter, we were the Ford youngsters. So we had to do the 24-hour race at Nürburgring. And I remember it took us around 30-40 laps to know it's left or right, and another 30-40 laps to feel confident and going fast. And you can imagine another 20-30 laps to be really at the limit. Yeah? So in total, let's say you do something around 80 or 100 laps out there with a real car. If you learn the track on the computer, on the PC, with iRacing, you know 100% what's going on out there. I wish we had these possibilities when I was starting my career, you know. It's great, really great. Le Mans, going there, you have to be really careful, and you always have to have in mind that the average speed is so high. You go on the straight, you back off, you feel slow, but you still have 270 on the tackle. Yeah. As iRacing in a simulation, also there I'm pretty sure you will feel that it is different to other tracks. You will also find it very difficult to find a good braking point. Yeah, your reaction has to be much better, because you have to get it spot on, otherwise you just go straight, or you are much too slow in the corner, so that's a big difference. Le Mans is very impressive, no matter whether you are in a real car or just on the PC doing it in a simulation. And I'm really looking forward to being a nice prototype again. I doubt that I can do 5 wins in Le Mans with iRacing. The young aliens, they will kill us out there, there's no doubt. The community I'm with, it's MSP Drivers Home. Bunch of people, really, really funny guys, good friends, and very, very enthusiastic. Big Audi fans. We are doing our races together in iRacing. That's a cool thing. Actually, when I do this long distance races, endurance races in iRacing, I kind of feel the same pressure like in a real team, you know, because somehow you feel responsible for the other guys, you know. They are sitting there in front of the screen trying to do a good job, and then you go in and maybe you have done 2-3 hours, and then you go in and you the race, you know. That's a bad feeling, I tell you. I mean, it's not as expensive as it is in real life, but it's unbelievable how, with everything, with the driving, with the pressure you feel, with all the emotions, it's very impressive how close you come to real life, let's say. Yeah. everybody can be sure as soon as it's out, you will definitely see me somewhere in the practice lobbies and fighting for a good position, definitely.
Back here with 54 minutes to go in the iRacing VLN Endurance Championship. Of course, we are live here on iRacing Live and Race Spot TV. The booth is jam-packed full of talent and skill and attractive commentators. Myself, Cam Walsh, Hugo Louis on the cameras, Cisco Escaramuza, Alvin Nieves, and Jimmy Broadbent bringing you guys the coverage today. And what coverage it has been! Absolutely one for the record books. Don't know much about the race, though. I haven't been paying attention to it. I've been staring at myself in the mirror because of how awesome I am. No, what you are seeing right now is the MSP driver's home car, the 193 car. And of course, that is just the talent that iRacing can bring when you can have professional racing car drivers so happy that they are part of sim racing teams. So that MSP driver's home car currently circulating, piloted by Lucas Yestock in that 193 car as he makes his way around the Kia, the Sim RC of Stefan Seitwager. They are currently in 4th position. Up front in GT3, though, is still Niles Couch in the Core Motorsports 33 with Spade Racing's Marius Golembeck in the 2nd position. Pure Racing Team, Patrick Pitchler in 3rd. In the Kia division is Pure Racing Team as well, with Sim RC and Endless Sim Racing, and then in Kia, in the MX-5s, it's Rookie Racing Team, Team RSO, and Vendev All Prato. So, guys, well, it's been 3 hours and some change, and, well, we still have pretty much almost all cars circulating except for 12?
I think so. I don't think your count is better than mine, I think. I know we lost a lot of the MX-5 fuels at the start of the race. For those who missed that incident, obviously I'm the MX-5 guy here, so I'm going to talk about that all I can. We had an opening lap scuffle between about 6 or 7 cars, unfortunately, and that was the end of them. But since then, we've been pretty clean in the MX-5s.
Yeah, and, well, 13 cars that are retired or at least damaged to where they're uncompetitive. I will say, though, Cisco, very unfortunate. I don't know what happened to the Crazy Calf car. We had a Mad Cow Racing car, and it's 21 laps down, so I don't know what happened to that car, but something.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what happened. I wanted to do a Mad Cow report during the race, but unfortunately they were out way too soon before we got the chance to, so no Mad Cow Racing report this time. But that's okay, because we have a battle right now between the 3 and the 83.
Yeah, I guess you could say they got euthanized. The German Sim Racing.de car, the Inception Motorsports car, Vendevel Sim Racing, just a plain Vendevel Sim Racing car is out. Inex Racing's out. TNT's Totally Nuts car is out, not related to the TNT Racing. P1 TV Motorsport is out. Team Matthias Klock is out. JPR, Vendevel's Bronco car. The SimRC.de GT3 car. Core Motorsports number 66 is out. The Crown Racing second MX-5 is out. The Kia Racing, the Friction Racing Kia was significantly damaged and is 6 laps down and is circulating.
Oh, hello.
Car that is circulating, yes.
And the 3 just bounced off. I don't know if there was contact or not, but the 197, the RSO GT3 car, just bounced off the Rally Madrid MX-5, and that's brought this battle between the 3 and the 83 a whole lot closer, Jimmy.
Sorry, I'm just on that now, so I just had to go find that on my screen now. I wasn't expecting to look at that. Interesting. Again, we're having a bit of traffic coming into play here, which is a bit of a shame. We don't like to see that going on, but at the front of our field we're still looking at the Rookie Racing Team. They're still up front, they're still looking strong. The Vendevel Sim Racing Team have also come back as well. They're currently running in 2nd place. I think they're owed a pit stop though, so we're still waiting for them to come in to sort of get an idea of the end of the race. But still all to play for, and that's fantastic to say after 3 hours, isn't it?
Well, speaking of 3 hours, of course, we are the ones who have lasted the longest, Cisco. Apparently that silly little Renault series is done for the day.
And this definitely isn't going to get taken out of context whatsoever.
Not at all. Not in any aspect will we get in any sort of retaliation, I think. Anyways, so looking through the rest of this field right now, we've still got 17 GT3 cars on the lead lap. And Cisco, when you think about it like that, that's very impressive to say the very least.
Yeah, absolutely, and keep in mind, of course, the lead lap is, it's about 8 minutes long for the GT3 cars, so especially on the Nürburgring, that's not a hard thing to do, just as long as you stay on track. It's one of the things I always like to say, especially for a track like this, and I'd say it's about equivalent to what we're going to be seeing in the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series coming up later today.
Why are they going to the Nürburgring?
No, they're going to Sonoma, but I figure it's about the same thing, because really the ideas are the same for a track like the Nürburgring, and for Sonoma, like what you would see in the Cup cars, kind of similar, I guess, size and scale to that. Just stay on the track, and you'll probably be on the lead lap. That's like half the battle right there. Is make sure you know we brought it up last time. This is such 150 something corners. I mean, you know, it's basically, unless you have this track memorized, which I know maybe one person who I think has this track completely memorized, but apart from that, it's basically almost like a rally stage ever so often.
I don't even know what country this is in. No, I'm kidding.
And they say the people from the United States aren't the smart ones, huh? Canadians.
Just the ones up in upstate New York are smart. Anyways. No, this is in Nürburgring, the Rhineland Palatine in Germany. Of course, looking through here, it's Alvin. We're looking at the Kias. I was looking through; they are all on the same lap as well. Just about every single Kia is on the same lap, and there's only 3 retirements.
Yeah, absolutely. Pretty much the Kia class have just settled through. Pretty much most of the Kias that are still running, they are on the same class. There's not any battles though that are going on at the moment, but for the most part the Kias have just settled, and they are seems like we had the 67 and the 798. Let me have a quick look at it, and we'll give you a quick update about it.
Cannonier and Sidewagon.
Yeah, here we are. They're going side by side now, and Blackadder just takes the position back, but maybe not so fast as said Stefan Schweiger, just not letting go. They think that they have settled down just a bit. They decided to just take it single file for now, but it looks like Stefan is really on the back of that number 67 Blackadder Motorsport. So let's see what happens with them.
And see, indeed. And Cisco, you have a comment?
Well, I actually have a question to you, Cam. As an owner of the Kia Optima, talk us through kind of the draft dynamics that we're kind of seeing, because we're seeing the SimRC.de car able to hold on basically to the back of that Blackadder Motorsport car. It's starting to fall away a little bit, but talk us through the draft dynamics, because we know, of course, you own a Kia Optima.
Yeah, I absolutely do. Well, having gone down Route 90, I will say the draft mechanics are completely unnoticeable in my car when you're going about 70 miles an hour. I will say, though, when tractor trailers go by, it gets a little wiggly, but that's okay. It's definitely controllable, and I will say whatever tires the factory had put on that car are absolute and utter junk. I have no problem saying that Nexum tires, at least the one that they put on the Kias from the factory, are completely unperforming. I actually lost the fronts. They washed out. It was slightly damp. I was taking a left. It was like a 90-degree left-hand turn and going about 30 miles an hour, and the front completely washed out on it, and I had to mash the throttle and not put it off the road, which was very disappointing. I put snow tires on it for the winter, and it drove great, and I kind of didn't want to take them off, but I had to because it's 90-something degrees Fahrenheit outside right now. But yeah, so the Kia, it seems to go fairly well over the bumps and whatnot, and so it's good to see these guys. It's been a while, actually, since we had a fight in the Kias, and they're fighting for second position, Alvin.
Yeah, it seems like they like the number 798. You see, it's not really letting go of it. It's just one of those situations that now we're closing in and towards the end of the race. Of course, we still have one more stop to go for all these Kias. Quick look through the lap times that they're doing. Stefan and the SimRC just came into the pits just one lap ago, and Christian Challoner on the 67 it's just been 2 laps since he came into the pits. So one more stop for both of them, and let's see who will get the upper hand at the end of the pits.
Yeah, and Marius Golenbeck, that Spade car, he's pulling away as SB Motorsports' Roy Colby. He's in the pits, and actually the MSP Drivers Home 1 car, Lucas Yestock, he is not going to be able to catch up to that Spade racing car as there will be a couple of corners between the two. How long was this race in total? Well, we've still got 44 minutes left in this race, and then I will say we've had, it's a 4-hour race, so using my mathematical prowess, we've had 3 hours and 25 minutes. I kind of forgot. Yeah, I know how to add up. I don't know how to subtract.
How long are you asking? How long the race was?
Yeah, how long we've spent in the race? 3 hours and like 12 minutes. We're good. I got it. We're good. Never
Wouldn't
mind.
it be 3
Stop
hours
it. It's
and
fine.
16 minutes?
It's fine. Don't worry about it. Anyways, so on to more important things. Clearly. It's actually from Speed Racing, that pit stop, that's going to be the last pit stop here. So Marius Golenbeck is going to be bringing that car to the checkered, which means that Jorn Jens will have only been in that car for one stint, which is an interesting thing to say the least. But either way, I have to say here, Cisco, when did the Core Motorsports car come into pits last?
The Core Motorsports car, apparently on this stint, okay, that's not working right, because it says their stint has gone precisely 0 laps. So, that's not really going to help, but, give me a second, I'll get back to you.
Okie dokie. So, either way, we're just looking through here, and let's see, whom else? Jimmy, is there anything developing in the MX-5 division?
It's been pretty quiet, to be honest, at this point. I'm still waiting to see that rookie racing car take its last stop. And that will, once that happens, we'll then know what the gaps are to be behind. It's not lapping particularly quickly, it's sort of lapping on the 9:45 range, where other drivers are putting in 43s, so at this rate, he could actually end up losing the position after the pit stop, but I don't know if he can make it to the end, or maybe he's going to try and eke out that field to the end. If he does, I'll be very impressed, but one stopping a 4-hour race would be pretty intense.
Yeah, to say the least. As right now, the 83 and the 3, right on the button is Hugo Luis, Javier de Diego, and Vaclav Vilk from the ADAC Crash Test Department and the Rally Madrid cars, respectively, are working their way through. They're fighting, as I believe we have just lost one of the Crown Racing cars. Crown Racing second car is off. Where's the Crown Racing first car? Well, it seems to be running fairly well, but that's actually got quite a bit of suspension damage. Yeah, so all right. Well, either way though, so the 83 and the 3 are going at it. Can't go wrong with that. So there's always some fighting going on here as well. It's actually Crown Racing and Bastian Salmon car, the 666 car, working his way through, and that Crown First, whatever happened to that, is it looks like it might be fairly terminal, Jimmy.
Yeah, that's the way it is. I didn't quite catch the incident that he was involved in, unfortunately, but it's annoying when you get to this point in the race and you end up having that that incident, because we're more than 3/4 away from the race, and to say, I lasted X amount of hours before I crashed is actually quite heartbreaking when you think about it, but
yes,
it just means come back next time and do it again, do it better next time,
Well, absolutely. As we'll take a look at the 798 as we're about to that be. That is in second position in the Kia division. So Alvin, as Stefan Seidwager and Christian Chandler are working their way through it, I almost worry perhaps they could work their tires out to where one of them might have an off.
Yeah, they've been pretty much playing really hard since the last cycle of pit stops. One thing to kind of point out between the Kias, they are pretty much in the window where they just need one more stop and they should be good to go to the finish. However, Christian Challenger will need to come in first, so definitely the Stefan Schweiziger, he has the advantage in terms of the fuel strategy, as he can go one lap further, so he will need less fuel. Now, interesting will be if they decide to take tires, as Christian Challenger just went into a little landscaping excursion there, but everything seems good to go with him. So, yeah, they just need one more stop, but it seems like SimRC, they are in front and they also have the advantage on the fuel strategy as well.
Yeah, and we'll have to see here just how this race develops over the final step. Well, for the last two steps on the podium here, as just looking at well, where they are and where the SimRC and the Black Adam Motorsport cars are, as the 84 and the 65 are now fighting for it. As where's the 84 car relative to that? There you go, 186. That makes more sense. As it's McBox versus the...
No, it's Radicals Online versus One Row SimSport. Drew McBox, and I thought they were in that. They aren't in that. This is One Row SimSport versus Radicals Online. One Row just got past them. I saw it pop up on the sidebar I have here. Thank you, Hugo. But, yeah, how about One Row, who we haven't really talked about at all this whole race, and they're starting to make a charge towards that top 10. They still have to get past Blackstar first before they can break into the top 10, but they're trying to rally, and Radicals, everything's kind of falling apart for that 84 car.
Yori with Alk, I think, if I can remember, at the last VLN race, Yori did race, and he kept the car nice and safe. The lap times weren't the greatest in the world, but you know what? His lap times, Cisco, are infinitely better than mine will ever be here at the Nordschleife. And I think as he gets more and more experience, especially in this Mercedes, at this track, in this weather, the lap times will go down. But Yori, well, I mean, he's not seeming to have any trouble keeping the car going along as we're looking all the way up to the fight for second position, Cisco.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you want to see Cam drive on camera, write to us at livesimracing@gmail.com and we can set that up.
What are we setting up?
You driving on camera.
Oh, that would be
But we're going to
boring.
jump to the one in the 193. There we go, Spade Racing. There's the battle I was looking for. And it's Spade versus MSP, and I think these guys have been on and off for basically this whole race. And here comes the draft into play, and MSP's going to dive to the outside. Thank you. Podium spot for us.
Yes, just like that, that Audi has gone past into what will be one of the front-running positions. As, well, actually, what has happened to the Spade Racing? Oh, you know what? Spade went into the pits. That is what happened. So Spade came out just ahead of the MSP driver's car, and seeing as the MSP driver's car has already gotten their last pit stop, this is a race. This is a full race for position. Well, it looks right now like Lucas Yestok is going to be getting into third right now, as the PRT and the core cars are still first and second. And Jimmy, just looking back to the Kias right now, everything seems fairly settled in now towards the end of this race with just 36 minutes to go.
Yeah, well, this is all the battles we've seen so far. They've come to a head. I mean, we've got a couple going on the track, with a couple of GTs still squabbling, but after this amount of time, it's actually quite rare to have anyone close to each other. I mean, this is why the first hour of our MX-5s was so special, because we had four competitors pretty much all within a second and a half each other for an hour, you know. And not to say though, like the race becomes less interesting as time goes on. It becomes more about strategy. Like the MX-5 race, again using my own class as an example here, That is still wide open, depending exactly on what the rookie racing team does, whether we can make that tank last. And if he can, this race is in the bag. But if he can't, then it's going to be very close between him and I think one of the RSO cars. I still think the Van der Volle car, which is currently in second at the moment in class, is still waiting. Is still owing a pit stop. So I still think they're sort of out of position in terms of how it will end up. But we don't know. We have to wait and see. And that's part of the fun of endurance racing.
Part of the fun indeed. Stefan Seidwager in his Sim RC car and Blackadder Motorsports 67 car is still going at it. Alvin, they're going through the GP circuit right now, which might seem these Kias just a little bit better, but once they get to the Nürburgring, the actual Nordschleife proper, it's going to be all there on from now. I have to say that Sim RC car, that mirror is full, that Blackadder Motorsports car.
Yeah, definitely. Now that they are in the GP circuit, they pretty much have a relatively wide racetrack compared to the Nordschleife, of course. But now they got pretty much pretty good room to kind of try to race each other. But Christian Challenger should be on its last lap before coming into the pits, so we should be seeing the number 67 coming into the pits at the end of this lap. So interesting is SimRC will follow them and pit at the same time, knowing that they will need less fuel for sure, but trying to get that out of the way. If the 798 was behind the 67, as this is not the case of course, but if the 67 managed to get an overtake, I would consider staying on track and trying to run a clean lap. But as it stands right now, the 798 is really on the driver's seat in terms of either going one more lap or perhaps pitting with the 67 and seeing what happens at the end of the pit stop.
Yeah, and well, as we'll have to see here, is actually they're getting hustled right now. Let's perhaps see here. Whoops, I just closed out the window for the cameras. But let's just see here real quick if we can possibly get an onboard with the Blackadder Motorsports car.
Oh, no, Trouble One! Wow, that was amazing. If we can get a camera shot on the one replay, Drift has been coming up in the comments section a little bit. That was a little bit of a Tanner Faust Formula drift through the grass right there. And a heck of a save there by Golombek in the one car.
Yeah, we're getting a replay up right now. Looks like Marius Golombek, the number one car. Yeah, well, he lost the rear going through probably the second section right now. He worked it. He worked it. He didn't lock anything up and he didn't hit anything, which I have to say, Jimmy, that is very impressive to say the least.
Yeah, these cars aren't made for drifting. They're made for grip driving. So to sort of keep the car under control in that circumstances takes a lot of skill and a very quick reactions as well. In that situation, it's very easy just to sort of let the car get away from you. And at this point in the race, that would be just devastating, putting it in the water for that amount of time. I'm just watching the replay now. I have no idea how he kept that at the barrier, but you see him steer into the corner as he knows he's coming back on the track again and somehow keeps it together. It's fantastic save there by Marius.
Yeah, and it just, well, whereas we look back to live pictures here, obviously that's going to allow the MSP driver's home car to slip away. There's about a 15-second gap between the MSP driver's car and the PRT car. Not sure if that's, I don't think that that's attainable in the 31 minutes and 45 seconds that we have left here on the racing track for this, the second round of the VLN Endurance Championship. But for what we do have here, anyways, let's go back to these Kias as a Pure Racing Team car of Jonas Wallmeyer has arrived on the scene, and he's going to try and make his way through. But they are going side by side, and Cisco for that GT3 car, it's kind of a pain in the butt.
Yeah, it is. There we go. A little bit of a there for a minute. We're back. And, yeah, he's going to jump to the outside there. I wouldn't recommend passing there, but it's going to work, and that's going to open the door for Blackadder Motorsport, and they're going to jump to the outside, and it's going to be a drag race down the next turn.
That absolutely is. And who's going to be on the brakes? Ooh, a Sim RC car is very, very assuring that, yes, that is their corner. They are going to keep it as a Mercedes of Rob Reed is going to arrive. and he is going to try to make his way through the graffiti-laden Nordschleife circuit as Sightwagger, he's looking in his mirrors. I'm sure he has done more laps here than I could even fathom, as both him and Christian Chalmier are working their way through here. Rob Reed, he's very good here at the ring. I've seen him win twice in a Skip Barber car, of all things, with massive fields, so he definitely knows his way around this track in that Apex Academy GT3 car. Well, he makes his way through very good on his part. And actually, I think that Apex Academy car is chasing the Pure Racing Team 74.
Yeah, indeed they are, and that gap is closing up. That's only about it's about a second and a half now between those two cars, so definitely Rob Reed is trying to close the gap, and that Pure Racing Team 74 car, that car's seen a couple better days.
Yeah, well, yes it has. I'm trying to figure out what has happened to that car at some point. I mean, because you look behind it, the Apex Academy car is perfectly fine, so how did a car that damaged get that far ahead? Well, perhaps he's just dealing with the damage better than most. So looking at the track map here, we've got a very well spread out racing track right now.
Oh, we had more trouble. We had more trouble. The number 69, the Black Star Racing car. Sorry to cut away from that, Hugo, but the 69 just flat out, it looks like lost it on his own, and that was a write-off there for that car.
The 69 car of Black Star Racing.
Kim
see if we
Erickson.
can get a replay of him now. That is Vaclav VLK. Well, it was Kim Erickson, excuse me. Sorry for that. The Black Star Racing car looks like he's just going through the motions downhill. Yeah, lost the rear end.
Got it beached. That was the problem. He didn't actually make any contact with the wall, but he just got on those curbs, and that's one of the dangers of these cars. They're so low to the ground. Obviously around the Nordschleife, lots of elevation changes.
Oh, and who came in and hit him there at the end? That was the Radicals Online car. Just came in fully on the brakes and just a love tap, but
that almost dislodged him. So it wasn't a little bit harder, to be honest.
Yeah. Maybe if that had knocked him over the curve, he might have let him have the position or something.
He's probably holding the brake. If he wasn't holding the brake, that probably would have knocked him loose.
Well, there you have it.
Never hold your brake in an incident, then. That's clearly
great advice.
There's one thing to take away from this second round. It's don't hold your brakes. Also, if I hear anyone ever saying that because I said this, you didn't hold your brakes and you caused an incident, I will laugh at you.
All right, well, now that that's over, let's cut back to what Hugo is trying to get us to look at. And Jimmy, still a little bit of a battle between the 3 and the 83. That's the ADAC Crash Test Department team and Rally Madrid.
No, I still feel that isn't the best particular name to have for a racing team, but that's still going so far, and that's still going strong. In the background, see Rally Madrid has been involved in a couple of instances earlier on with some of the other GT cars, but is still going. A little bit worse wear on the side there, but still moving, which is more than a few teams can say at this point. But this is currently the closest battle in our MX-5s. It looks like, I'm just going to have a quick look at the lap times. So yes, it is. That Rally Madrid car is lapping a little bit faster at the moment. So maybe closing in. We'll have to wait and see. You can't really make any sort of moves around this track unless you're on a straight in the MX-5s. Going up the inside, the braking difference isn't enough for you to be able to just throw one up the inside and sort of hope for the best. You do that one of these cars, you end up just locking up and going off. So there you go, being very patient on the GT car by there. So that's that off the cards for now.
Yeah, and the MSP driver's home car making his way through those two MX-5s as Rob Reed has gone past a couple more lap cars, I think I'm understanding.
No, he got past the Pure Racing Team car, that Apex Academy, that battle we saw. Rob Reed just blew past that 44, so that's over and done with. And meanwhile, the Pure Racing Team leader is just getting ready to roll off pit road right now, Alvin.
Yeah, absolutely. The number 116 just finished its last stop, and interesting that the second and third place, SMRC number 798 and the 67 Blackadder Motorsports both came at the same time. It was kind of interesting what happened while they were coming into the pits, as the 798 was in front, but all of a sudden it let the 67 go ahead into the lead, and I guess they decided at the last minute to come into the pits, so now this is just a straight up battle for second place.
Yes, and that battle seems to be, as our European friends will always say, hotting up, which I've still never understood what that actually means. But as the cars are still going through the motions here, I have to say, for all intents and purposes here, Cisco, it's one of those races where it's been a masterclass for that number 33 Core Motorsports car. I mean, completely unscathed as it goes past Hashimoto in the Vivendell Preto car. That Core Motorsports Audi has been putting on a masterclass here at the ring.
Yeah, absolutely. And SimRC.de has gone. Have they gone right back past Blackadder there on pit road? Yes, they have. So I'm actually going to just throw it back to Alvin. Alvin, they're at it again.
Yep, it was kind of interesting. The 798 just came behind the 67 into the pits, but somehow they managed to come ahead on the lead. But as the number 2 just spun in front of them. Yeah, but as I mentioned, even before this last cycle of pit stops started, the SimRC needed less fuel than the Blackadder Motorsport, so that may be the edge that SimRC needed now. Both of them changed tires, they should be good to go. Now let's see who has the best car.
And that pass actually on the car that had spun out there, that was for position, despite the fact that it was a GT3 car. That was for overall position. He's probably going to go flying by once they get back onto the main track. But for the moment, the MSB Drivers Home 21 car, Patrick currently driving that car and not having the night they want.
No, not at all. And I think a lot of cars are not having the day they want. Mad Cow Racing comes to mind. A couple of the Randall cars, one of the Inex Racing cars is definitely not having the day they wanted. They were out on lap 1, mostly due to their own fault, though I have to say. After driving back on track.
He turned him. Just a little contact with the GT3 car. Just had contact with the 798. Looks like really this is desperation time for some GT3 cars here. Please, people, patience.
Now, Schallenberg ended up giving him just a lovely little tap. The Kia seemed to be okay, and the Audi is actually waiting for some time now, as he's not really fighting with anybody. That Team RSO car, the closest car behind him, is just entering the Nordschleife right now, so there's probably a 10-15 second gap between Schallenberg. So he can make his way through here. He's got to get around that Kia at some point. I mean, I think he's kind of spooked himself at this point, where he doesn't want to impede, and so he's been holding well back. And so therefore that Audi does it, and that ultimately puts the SimRC car out into the dirt. He clips their wall, and he's rolling it. He's rolling the car down the stretch. Holy macaroni. I almost wonder if he's going to go outside the barrier, and that is the race done for SimRC. He has done exactly what he did not want to do. I have a feeling that Schallenberg probably right now is not the happiest camper, but even worse than that, that Lucas Dolzer piloted car is stuck, and that has got to be emotionally crushing.
That was a battle. That's gone now. Blackadder can rest easy, as the next car looks like is 7 seconds behind. So yeah, and I don't think that's the first time we've seen a Kia rolling in this series. I believe we had one last month, but it's the first time today we saw it, and that was just a nasty roll.
Yeah, and it's for Lucas Dolzer. I mean, that is awful there. That contact, I'm sure we will get a couple of replays up here. That's a big incident. It's just. I think what's happened here, it's not necessarily that there was contact. There was no contact made between the Team RSO car and that Kia. What ended up happening is that the Audi had waited and waited and waited and waited, because I think after that nip he didn't want to impede the Kia at all. When he finally made the decision to go for it, he ended up taking the line away and then broke right in front of the Kia, and it ultimately just, the Audi kind of took a very tight line, and the Kia had to get on the binders because it really needed to get the front. The fronts to grip, and it can't do that off throttle. With a Kia, with it being front wheel drive, it has to be on the throttle, and so he had to back it off. That lost all traction. He almost saved it, to be utterly honest, until the tire barrier ended. If that tire barrier was 15 feet longer, everything would have been fine. And he nipped the tire barrier, went to the Armco, and once he went to the Armco, well, Jimmy, it was kind of the spin cycle from there.
Yeah, he just caught it in the wrong way, and that was the end of that. It's a massive shame for him. It was so close to the end of the race, and to be taken out in that way is again, it'd just be devastating. I'd be effing and blinding if I were in that driver's seat right now. But just at the front of my field, I like to nice little ownership of it. We've got the MX-5 leader, the rookie racing team had a really bad lap last lap, a 10:27. So I'm not really sure what happened. It wasn't a pit stop, just an error. But that actually means that in the background now, not too far down the road, is the Team RSO car, the 397, which actually set the fastest lap of this class on the last lap, a 9:41, and give you an idea of what it's like. The average time we've seen so far is about a 9:44, 9:45, so really quite quick. I think at this point, if the rookie racing car has to pit, then this is RSO's race.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's for the rookie team racing and both the RSO cars. I mean, it's been a very, very good time for the MX-5s. It's one of those things where you wouldn't normally expect, but this is the second round here of the iRacing VLN Endurance Championship. You wouldn't expect this car to be putting on such a good show, but Cisco, I mean, we can agree here that the MX-5s are a great addition to this series.
Yeah, absolutely, and keep in mind, that's a car that you can get free with a brand new subscription with iRacing. So if you like what you're seeing on screen, want to jump in and race with some of the best racers out there, sign up today, iRacing.com, check us out.
It's some of the most concerning.
Oh, okay, that too. But I do want to mention, though, that Lucas Stilzer has been checked and released from the infield care center. He is okay after rolling that Kia. So he did walk away.
He got right back in the car too. He's sitting. If you can find him, he's sitting right now in that Kia.
And I don't think he's. Oh well, I guess he heard you. But yeah, I would assume he's not terribly happy about getting sent for a ride.
Not with 19 minutes left in the race.
Yeah, and that's got to sting. I mean, that incident happened about 22 minutes left to go, and that's just heartbreaking to go that far. I mean, it's not quite Toyota Le Mans level, but there it is. But I had to bring it up, but that's such a. I mean, they were in that battle with Blackadder and Alvin. That's just such a tough break for them.
It is, and that's such a bummer for them. But also, it seemed it was we almost hadn't really had many battles in the Kia all day long, and then we were going to have like a last lap race to the finish in place of the MX-5s. But that has been robbed from us, though very sadly. But either way, though, looking at Niels Couch, he is currently in first position. He is hovering. He's going to be coming up to David Barraclough in the Torque Freak Racing Corkscrew Kia at some point in the near future. So hopefully, as long as Niles can keep the car running nice and clean, as he is working his way through the carousel right now, he'll have a good finish to this race. Patrick Pitchler is in second. The MSP driver's car of Lucas Yesnock is in third. With the Spade Racing car sitting back in the fourth position after a massive drift. And then, of course, with Kias, you've now got the PRT car in first, Blackadder Motorsports in second. That Marquis car, it's still technically in second, but now it's going to drop well down once the timing catches up. Endless Sim Racing will take over third, and in the MX-5s, it's Rookie Racing Team, Team RSO. So we'll see here, Jimmy, just how these guys are starting to work their way through. Just looking at the live gap between Yanni Mastampo and the car of Tobias Zerny, it's 7 seconds, and the gap between the two RSO cars are 40. So really, it's just going to be between Yanni Mastampo and Tobias Zerny.
Yeah, and that gap has come down quite a lot. Like I said, the last lap, I think there's about 30 seconds. There was a mistake somewhere from the rookie racing car. I'm not quite sure what Mastampo did there, but obviously a massive issue, causing to lose a lot of time. And he's catching in hand of this at this point. That RSO car is looking hooked up at its current stint, and we're still expecting a stop from Mastampo at the moment, so he needs to be staying out there. I mean, we've got 15 or 14 minutes left for this race. He pitted last time with 1 hour and 55 minutes elapsed, so he's pretty much due a pit stop any time now, if that's an indicator of how far he can go on a tank of fuel. But otherwise, he might be out there on very old tyres, and I think it's starting to affect him a little bit. He's starting to slow down, but he's still got time to defend. We've seen already that catching someone around this circuit is one thing, and as a famous commentator once said, passing is quite another. So we'll see what happens.
Well, we will see indeed well, just trying to look around here, see what we can get ourselves into here around the Nordschleife. There's never a dull moment here. We just need to figure out who's a race and what to where. And so overall, though, everything seems to be spaced out, but not enough to where it could be, well, boring. To be completely blunt, because one little off, one little skirt, and that could definitely have an issue. Excuse me. I'm sorry, I was talking so much I caused my brain to lose oxygen and I had a yawn. Which happens.
Sure.
Hey, that's what a yawn is. Anyways, you know what? Well,
just don't pass it to me, because we all know yawns are contagious.
I'll try.
But
while
there is.
Go ahead.
I found a battle, and it's Hugo's we've been watching it on the cameras. It's this 83-3 battle. That's still my favorite team name, I think, out there today is the ADAC Crash Test Department. That have not managed. They haven't done a very good job though. Being the ADAC Crash Department or Crash Test Department, they haven't had to crash test that car, and I guess that's for the best.
It's perfectly fine. I mean, it's on fire, but.
Yeah.
No?
No,
I'm not gonna give you that one.
Really?
Sorry, mate.
I've been waiting for 3 hours and 44 minutes to say that.
Isn't it 46 minutes?
Something like that.
And a half.
Well, either way, they're the one-row SimSport
Whoa!
cars. Yeah, hello, that's boop, boop, coming through. As the paintball splattered one-row SimSport GT car makes his way past at lightning speed, and we kind of go back to our 100-mile-an-hour battle here with Rally Madrid looking to possibly go on the inside, Jimmy.
Yes, this is a battle that's been going on for a while now, hasn't it? They've sort of just been very in close contention with each other, and nothing's really come from it. They're just sort of following each other around. But the Rally Madrid car, we can only assume, is that little bit quicker because it's still there. It's still sitting behind that crash test. I do like her name actually. The crash test car. Hopefully it won't end in any sort of tears for them. We want to see a nice clean battle here, but this is the sort of time that Rally Madrid car needs to start thinking about getting the move done, because there's just over 10 minutes left of this race now, and it's you can't sit there and wait for the opportunity at that point. You have to go and make the opportunity. So hopefully we'll see some nice clean action coming up soon. I mean, we have that, and of course our lead battle to look forward to. So I think it's going to be quite an interesting end to this MX-5 race.
And in exciting news, the number 798, piloted by none other than Lucas Dolzer, is back on the racing circuit. They have put new body panels on it. Clearly this shows how strong the Kia can be, and Lucas Dolzer, much like Scott Sterling in his amazing face, has gone back to attack the Nordschleife. Is it insanity, or is it, well, they got the car fixed, send him back out? We don't know, but he actually is going to be back out, and
that looks like a quick fix.
Yeah, well, it is. He only is going to lose 2 positions. So you know what? Hey, he's back out on track. So Dolzer, you know what? He wants to go through more of a spin cycle. How about that?
Yeah, I guess they. Yeah, just a great job by those guys to repair that car. They're sitting on pit road for a little while there, but
just take the old body panels off, put on new ones.
It's fine. Exactly. That's all they had to do.
It only rolled over. It's not, you know, people. It's always a spectacular thing when a car rolls over, but like these days, like people roll it and then they're just back to being normal. So anyways, so they're getting through here. I'm actually seeing here, oh, we have a battle. We have a battle in the MX-5. Philip Stem, the VRS Koana Sim Sport car, and the Crown Racing first car. Well, that wasn't much of a battle as the Koana car goes past, but hey, you know what? That Koana car, they've been dealing with damage all day long, so you know what? Good for them.
Oh, I've just seen a crash in the MX-5. That was the Varsity car who was actually involved in the lead earlier on. I'm just looking back at the replay now. I haven't got the whole replay here because but he just seems to get loose and goes off into the wall. He damages the rear end a little bit of damage there. Nothing too bad, unfortunately. But he's back at it again. He's still suffering from that incident he had earlier, so he's still back in pretty well fourth last in running class at the moment. So bit of a shame for us guys.
138.
What has happened to the 138, the Vendaval Sim Racing Prato car? Nothing has happened to the Vendaval car.
Okay, never mind. Because all right, ignore that. Nothing happened.
Are you looking around too quickly and seeing things that aren't actually there?
Yeah.
What was in that cereal?
Things. Oh, we have a battle. We have a battle right now with the 103 and the 65.
And this is going to be in our GT division? 103.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Indigo and McBox going across the start-finish line. Let's see if we can go on board with JJ Nylander and the McBox car. No, he's already going side by side. That would make the onboard camera useless. Therefore, the Indigo Racing V Simpson Pro Racing 103 BMW. Of JJ Nylander. He is going to be losing a position possibly to the all-black McBox car in 12th position overall. That 65 car, Jimmy, well, he's possibly, he's moved himself up. He'll almost break the top 10.
Well, it's another position in the race. It's always nice to take one more, isn't it? Especially towards the close of this thing. Speaking of the closest race, we are, again, only about 10 minutes or so from the end now. And still we have these IMX5 that are hotting up. The Rookie Racing car has put in its best lap of the race, a 9:41.4, again just dipping in there. So still plenty in the tank there from Rookie Racing. So maybe he was just cruising around. Maybe he was keeping that fuel, eking out that fuel so he can get to the end of the race. Because I don't see him stopping now. If he stops now, he's lost this race. So it's pretty much worth staying out there, to be honest.
I mean, it's more than losing the race. I mean, second place is only 53 seconds behind. If they had to do a stop, which obviously they wouldn't need, you only need 8 minutes of fuel. That would be very impressive indeed. So only 2 stops from the MX-5s in an entire race. That's, I mean, if you're thinking of the drivers, you really only just one guy starts, one guy drives a middle stint, one guy finishes.
Not
Cisco,
even that. If you're the Rookie Racing team,
yeah, that's what I mean.
He's been there the entire time. I have no idea how he's done that. I mean, I'd be aching by now.
Wait, Rich, well, they've both swapped out. I think you're both looking. You're looking at there's Tobias Zerny and there's Alex Zerny. So if you haven't been seeing the front names.
No, I'm looking at I'm talking about the Rookie Racing driver, Stampo, currently in first. He's not been out of the car at all yet.
He has. Oh, so he has been by himself. Okay. Minimum drivers needed is one.
And
so
I think Yanni did that last month, too. He did that solo,
that'd be nuts.
We'll have to check the tape on that. But either way, Cam, they're coming to the white flag.
Yeah, as Alman as well as he says, it will be, unless something dramatic happens. This will be the start of the final lap for the Core Motorsports number 33, going down the Dottner Hoe as he works his way going down the quote end to quote back stretch, which is right before
this is the front stretch.
Oh,
no, this is the front stretch.
I thought the pit stretch was the front stretch, and this is the back stretch.
No, it's all combined into one front stretch in my mind.
Oh, okay. Oh, all the way from Galgenkampf to the Yokohama S is all one.
Bingo.
Okay. All right, I got you. As Niels Kolsch's will be decelerating on the stretch of front, as that Core Motorsports 33 car will take the white flag here. One more time to go around the Nordschleife and the Nürburgring Grand Prix circuit, as the Pure Racing team as well back. Hasn't even hit the dot in her hill in the MSP cars. The MSP car is actually about 6 seconds behind and ran about 3 seconds a lap faster, so we may keep an eye out on that space because that MSP driver's home car is coming for Patrick Pitchler. And for everyone else in the GT category, everything seems fairly categorized. The McBox car obviously making its pass on the Indigo car, but for everybody else, I mean, Alvin, anything you see in the Kia cars?
Yeah, pretty much all the Kias that are still running there, pretty much all spread apart. Really unfortunate what happened with the 798 earlier, as we were watching that battle with the number 67. But you know, that's one of those things that happens. Really unfortunate, but really happy to see the 798 get back on track after going for a spin for that spin cycle.
Yeah, absolutely. And I have to say, did anyone else pick up my Scott Sterling reference?
No, sorry.
Oh my God. Cisco, please tell me you know who Scott Sterling is.
Let me just
I know who
Alvin?
Scott Sterling is.
I can Google it.
Oh no. Ugh. All right. Well, I'm not even going to explain it. Just we'll move on.
Is he a soccer player?
Yes. Well, no, but yes. He's got a face like a wall.
Anyway.
Don't worry about it. I'll tell you after it's. Anyways, just looking through here. Does anybody in the chat know who Scott Sterling is? Somebody's got to have my back here, right?
Paul's gonna know who it is. He's gonna say in chat. He's gonna make us all look.
I hope so. I hope so. That would be great. So, anyways, the Core Motorsports car is making his way towards the Arnberg corner here. He's about at 165 miles an hour. As we look to the SB Motorsports and the one-row BMW, ooh, they're a lot closer than I thought they would be. The BMW Cisco is making his way through.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's that one row. They've been on the charge for a while. And one person.
Thank you, Matt Schultz. Thank you.
But in the meantime, one row is, man, they are gone. So,
oh, absolutely. I have a feeling maybe that SB Motorsport car might be carrying some damage and or fuel concerns.
I wonder, and also that car bouncing around on the track does not look very happy in the suspension.
No, but if he was trying to be slow enough to where he would be passed so he didn't have to run a last lap, I got some bad news for him. It's a very long way to go. Let's take a look at our rookie race team, number 55, as he picks up the white flag. Going through, poor Paul Smith. It's somebody else got it. J-Rock W24, as understood. So Yanni Mastampo, he is starting his last circuit of the Nordschleife here at the VLN Endurance Championship. It's not the time +1; it is the time on its own. At least I'm hoping, otherwise I'm going to look like an idiot. But for the most part, though, as Yanni Mastampo starts his last cycle, I got to give out the massiveness of the applause that is to Mastampo. I mean, it says rookie racing team, but it's really just Yanni.
It's just him, and the one pit stop he's done so far. I'm still waiting for him to come across the line to say that his strategies work, because. Well, one more lap of a normal circuit, he's a minute and a half usually. It isn't 9 minutes. It's not the normal side. One more lap is still a very long way to go. I mean, it's about nearly 25 Ks, isn't it? So it's nothing short. So if he can get the thing to the end, he's done a fantastic job regardless. But if he can finish it off by bringing it home with one pit stop, my hat's off to him.
Well, he's made 2 pit stops.
One, why?
On lap 22.
Where?
Yeah, I have him on 2 pit stops.
Yep, he came in, he got tires, which is weird. You'd think with 4 or 5 laps, or like 2 laps ago, he would have, not come into the pits, but he came in the pits, he got his tires, yeah, so he had another stop.
Oh, well, ignore me then.
No, you're perfectly fine. I mean, he snuck in there. I mean, it's, like 5 minutes left to go. Anyways, Looking to Niels Koch in the Core Motorsports 33. He is going through the carousel right now. And so he has got about one quote-unquote sector to go as he's going to work his way through it. The Pure Racing team right now, the 116, he is going to be picking up the white flag. Mark Eckelman, he is going to be picking up that white. He only has one circuit left to go here at the Nordschleife. And so he has got plenty of fuel, plenty of tires to go. So between that Core Motorsports car and the Pure Racing Team car, the gap is definitely unsurmountable, as right now it is 1 minute and 23 seconds. That is all on pace. It's not like the Pure Racing Team car made a mistake. It is not as though the end of the competition has had any huge issues. It has been simply the pace of not only Niels Koch, but Kei Kashubi that has led this car to the front of this field. And it's going to be equal times between Kei Kashubi and Niels Koch, though the fastest lap goes to Kei Kashubi. It was on a completely open circuit with no traffic, and as such, Niels Koch is going to be pulling his way through. It's going through Spoonhoever before heading towards the second carousel, the Kleins carousel. That number 33, purple, yellow, and black Core Motorsports car. Core Motorsports, I think they're relatively new. They've been around for a couple of years, and they've been working their way up and up through the ranks. And as endurance racing has gotten more popular, I have to say, Cisco, that Core Motorsports team is looking strong.
They're looking strong, but their main rivals right now, as we've seen throughout this VLN series, that Pure Racing team, they have been so close twice now to dethrone Core Motorsports, but unless something big happens here, Niels Koch and Kei Kashubi have stolen the trophy for VLN yet again.
Yes, they have. The headlights are flashing as he's going down the Dotner Ho. He's got nobody ahead of him except for the G-Tross SST silver car, so no worries there. But Niels Koch working his way down the Dotner Ho. The MX-5 leader is just heading towards the Bergwerk corners, and the Kia leader is heading towards Fluke Quads. So with an island all his own, Niels Koch going 165 miles per hour will round the Antonsbuch before heading to the final couple of corners for the start-finishing straight. He's on the brakes. And that number 33, after 4 hours of racing here at the Nürburgring and the Nordschleife, it has been conquered by Core Motorsports. Give them the checkered flag. They will cross the start-finish line, and that will be it as he throws up the smoke. And that is going to be him at the start-finishing line. A 7:55, his final lap. So everyone else that crosses this line now is going to have finished. The MX-5 of Royal Vansky Motorsport having halted at the line, waiting in tradition. The next car that will be coming across is the Endless Sim Racing, number 76. They will come across in third, and I believe there might have been an incident. There has been an incident. The MSP driver's home car is turning around. He's been in the wall at some point. This was the car that was going to be fighting for possibly second position, and it looks like he has lost it all his own, Cisco.
Yeah, and that was going through the carousel, got out of it a little too soon. Bam, right into the wall. It's the front, though, no engine damage from what we can tell. He'll be able to get that righted, and will come home, I believe, in third, unless it took him too long.
The Spade Racing car is still going to be about 15 seconds behind, quite a couple of corners, so that is going to be no problem there. So some late race drama here, Alvin, from that MSP driver's home car, but it looks like he should be okay.
Yeah, definitely. Ed, he really got fortunate that it happened pretty much close to the finish of the race. Now he just need to finish the Dotner Ho, and he should be coming home in a really comfortable third place.
Yes, and Patrick Pitchler, he goes off the throttle. That number 111 Pure Racing Team car of Maximilian Benecki and Patrick Pitchler. Well, it's a much better result than the time they had last, as they will come across in the second position. Lucas Yesnock, well, the team will be scratching their head wondering what happened with the front end of that car, but you know what? It's still in third, and that's A-okay. Lucas Yesnock, he will come home in third with his teammate, of course, being the drivers of, well, Reto Hardman. Actually, quite a few people listed here, so why don't we just see who actually went in it? It's Julian Grunastel. And Lucas Jestak will be going in as the rest of the teams will be coming through. Marius Golenbeck, they will come across in 4th position. 1 stint from Jorn Jens, 2 stints from Jarius Golenbeck. So, just looking as some of the other cars are starting to make their way to come through right now. The Miata leader is just going through Brunchen right now, which is still quite a couple of minutes away. And so, in the meantime, let's start talking about this GT3 run as we'll put the cameras on the start-finish line, hopefully, and watch the cars just tote on by. But Cisco, we'll go to you first, as they seem to be the ones that'll be crossing first. It's been a good race in the GT3 category, and it looks like everything seems to be relatively settled unless someone has an incident.
Yeah, absolutely. And with Core Motorsport 33 coming across the line, that means Kei Kashubi is now 2 for 2 in the top split of VLN Endurance Series, and Core is also 2 for 2 for having cars on the podium, as is Pure Racing Team. However, once again, they come up short. They finished 3rd in the initial inaugural race of the VLN Endurance Series last month. They're now going to finish 2nd, so closer. But once again, Kei Kashubi was able to outrace them.
Jimmy, any thoughts on the GT3 division?
Well, from what I see, obviously I've been focusing on the MX-5s. So there have been some very considerate drivers. It's been nice to see. Obviously, we have a couple of incidents when it comes to lap traffic, but for the most part, the GTs have been very well behaved, and as a result, we've got a good few MX-5 finishers who are still rolling around the track now. Speaking of which, actually, our MX-5 leader is now coming down the back straight, so not quite as fast as the as the GTs down there, but it'll get down there eventually.
Yeah, and as that 55 comes through, let me just send that away. Yanni Mastampo, well, you know what? You got to give it to him. He hasn't had to worry about driver swapping. He hasn't had to worry about anything other than the Nordschleife. Only 165 turns to be extraordinarily frightened over. As what has happened to the Pure Racing Team car? They're in 8th position. They are stopped. The number 8 position in GT car, it might be out of fuel, might be something as Jesby Motorsports car will go past. He will collect 8th position away from him. But either way, we'll look up real quick to Yanni Mastampo, and we'll consider the implications of this later. He's going to lose some of the free spots. Yanni Mastampo, a solo effort for the number 55 from the rookie racing team. Number 55 will swing left, will swing right, will swing left again, and come across the line and right in front of SB Motorsports, who picks up a position. The Team RSO car finishing in 2nd. Tobias Zerny will come across. Radicals Online will be coming across. McBox will be coming across. Indigo will be coming. Oh no, the Pure Racing Team 74 car is stopped on the Donner Ho. Cars are going by. Oh my goodness, what has happened to Jonas Wallmeyer's PRT car? After that entire race with Patrick Wolf and Jonas Wallmeyer, that car is going to go all the way back down to 16th. Oh my word. Anyways.
Is that the leader? Leader for the Kia's going slowly in the straight?
He too is going slow.
There is the
heavens.
possibility that he is slowing down to give a push to his teammate, knowing that he has a really comfortable lead. He's just gonna, he is giving a push.
Right.
He is giving a push. Great
That's
team
a very
effort,
risky
I gotta
move.
say. Really team effort.
Well, there you have it, teammates.
Teammates to the end, but the Blackadder Motorsports car is just going through the last carousel right now. I mean, he's got to have it. That Pure Racing Team Kia has got to have the time in the room, as the Team V10R car will slowly drive by with an eyebrow raised. Well, you know what? That's team spirit right there. As Jonas Wallmeyer, he's allowing this to happen here, as the GTL Virtual Racing Team number 2 car will take away that position from the Pure Racing Team car. Oh heavens! Anyways, with an Audi attached to the front, Mark Eckelman will come across to win in the Kia division in the 4 hours of the Nürburgring, the 2nd round of the VLN Endurance Championship.
Look at the teammate there. He's out there flashing his lights in appreciation, just rolling down the straight now. Thank God he got to the end, he's saying.
Yeah, and
Maybe
for
out of
Christian,
fuel.
Christian Chandler, I mean, that had to have been a moment of right, we have a chance at this, but no, Christian Chandler will be coming across the start-finish line in second position, and Endless Sim Racing having already come across. What some drama at the end of this race. Now we have just about 3 cars left to cross the start-finish line. Well, 4 actually. We have the G-Tross SST Silver number 112 car of Ivan Sol and Cristobal J. Lopez, the ADAC Crash Test Department, the Rally Madrid, and the Bastian Salmon car. So, all right,
Cam, I got an interesting stat for you.
Yes, you do.
I was looking at the standings for last month's race, the Kia standings. First, Pure Racing Team, the 116. Second, Glacier Racing. But third, the 67 Blackadder Motorsports car. After them, you had Endless Sim Racing. After that, you had Torque Freak. After that, okay, that's where it starts to differ a little bit. But basically, all 3 winners from all 3 series, they're all 2 for 2.
Well, hey, that's how you want to get things done here. And as these MX-5s start coming across the line, we are going to start going through the results, as I don't imagine anything is going to change. I hope anyways, as they will finish 31st, 32nd, and 33rd. So, as it stands right now, give me my music, and for the second round of the iRacing VLN Endurance Championship, the win will go to Core Motorsports, piloted by Kay Kashubi and Niles Coach. Pure Racing Team will come home in second. MSP Drivers home in third. Spade Racing will come home in fourth. Vendevo Sim Racing White will come home in fifth. Apex Academy recovers to sixth. One Row Sim Sport moving from 19th to 7th. And SP Motorsports from 7th to 8th. Radicals Online will finish in 9th. The McBox Car will finish in 10th position. Indigo Racing Feet Sim Sync Pro Rara will come home in 11th. Team RSO, the GT division, will come home in 12th. GTL Virtual Racing Team 13th. PRT 74 will finish in 14th. G-Tross SST Silver 15th. Vendevil Sim Racing Azul in 16th and 17th is going to be MSP Drivers home. In the Kia division, it will be Pure Racing Team, piloted by Michael Schelbach and Mark Alkman. They will come home in 18th overall. Blackadder Motorsport following behind in second. Endless Sim Racing in third. Torque Freak Racing in fourth. SimRC.de recovering from the spin cycle to finish in fifth. Blackadder Motorsport 68 finishing in seventh, with Team Bushfink finishing, well, actually they will finish in seventh. And then going back to the Kia division, Rookie Racing Team, solo effort from Yanni Mastampo for the second time in a row. He will come away with it. Team RSO finishing in the rest of the podium. So it's the 397 and the 398 finishing in second and third. Oh, I missed the drop. All right, I thought that was going to be a good drop, and I missed. Venteval Sim Racing Preto will finish in fourth. One Row Sim Sport is going to finish in the fifth position. The ADAC Crash Testing Department coming home in the sixth position. Rally Madrid in seventh. Bastian Salmon in eighth. Royal Vasky Motorsport, well, what could have been? They were racing up to the front, but it's not going to come away with it as the VRS Quinta Sim Sport. Oh, what a frustrating day that must have been, as they had an incident on the very first lap. Crown Racing first, Team B10R, and then a whole bunch of retirements, which we won't waste our time going through. So there you have it, the second round of the iRacing VLN Endurance Championship. But the end of the race is just the first chapter here in our coverage at RaceSpot. We're going to have some driver interviews, some opinions, and certainly we're going to get ready to close up the shop here at the Nordschleife one more time, where I think we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back after a few messages with a couple of opinions from our commentators, and then a lot of interviews heading through with this second round of the iRacing VLN Endurance Championship. Stick with us.
He's typing. He's typing. He's got it. He's got it. It's a new line of code. I'll get my code. Sorry.
Welcome back to the iRacing VL and Endurance Championship. The track is now silent, the cars are in their garages, and now the time for the driver interviews. After a good 4 hours of racing, we have with us Niles Gulch of the winning Core Motorsports number 33 car. Somebody there brings them right on in. Niles, you are going to be here with us in the RaceSpot TV booth. It's the Audi here at the Nürburgring, and you managed to come away with it after 4 hours in a rather commanding fashion.
Yeah, Kai did a great job in the first 2 hours, and we chose the right strategy, and after that it was just managing the gap and watching out not to do any mistakes for me.
Well, not doing any mistakes indeed. And, these MX-5 cars and the Kias, it's the second round now, so we're a little bit more experienced, but it's still a massive challenge trying to manage that traffic, I imagine.
Yeah, of course. The Kias are a bit more of a challenge because they are somewhat the same pace in the corners, and it's hard to pass them, but most of the MX-5 cars are easy to pass in straight line speed, and the drivers are watching out not to do any stupid stuff.
Well, we saw yet again. I mean, we always worry that this is going to be a bloodbath. I think we saw a couple of questionable incidents, but most things have been solo car incidents. Do you think as we progress in this VLN Endurance Championship that people are just going to get better and better?
Of course, I think experience is the most important thing in motorsport, and the races will get cleaner and cleaner over the time, I think.
Well, I mean, with that, I mean, you guys have been putting on a great show here in both rounds of this championship. So, of course, we'll give the floor to you. Anybody you'd like to give a thanks to, a shout out to, or anything you'd like to let her out, go for it. You're obviously the ones that came home with a win here at the Nordschleife.
Yeah, first of all, thanks to the whole team and to our sponsor, VTEC.
Well, and with that, that's Niles Gulch. Now, I do have a question. What is the correct pronunciation of your last name? Because I always wonder.
It's Koch.
Koch?
Yes, I know it's hard to pronounce for you.
It is a little, but I try not to offend. So thank you. But either way, that's Niles Koch. And either way, we will go to somebody else from oh no, we don't have anybody else from the GT3, so let us head right on over to our Kia winner. It will be the driver Michael Schellbach here with Mark Eckelman, who was his co-pilot, but we have Michael here in the RaceBot TV booth. Michael, well, it's the Kia. Not a lot of cars here today, but you know what? You came away with it at the end of it. Just take me through the race.
It was a pretty tough race. We had Blackadder was really good at the pace, so they lead the race in after 1 hour, I think, and we really pushed hard to get that back. And I'm really happy to take the win here. Was not easy.
Yeah, I mean, you guys, obviously you've come home with it again. I mean, so obviously you guys are very familiar with the track, but I mean, it's been getting closer and closer here. And you guys are doing a great job in the Kia, but as more people are driving the Kia on this circuit, it's really starting to close up here in the second round. I can only imagine what the third round's going to bring.
I really hope that too, yeah, that we have fights like in the GT3 with even more cars, more teams going into the Kia and try that car and drive it on a Nordschleife. It's really fun.
Oh, very fun indeed, knowing from driving my own in real life. Just the normal Kia, though, not a cool one. But yes, either way, it's still trying to manage the traffic when you're the middle child as far as the classes go can be pretty difficult. How do you plan these things, really?
Well, the MX-5s are really easy, I have to say, but some GT3s are really pushing it hard, so you have to give them the space to keep the car alive, I would say.
Well, keep it alive you did, and you came home in first, so that was just a great effort from you, and anyone you would like to give a shout out to or thanks, you're more than welcome to.
Of course, Pure Racing team, absolutely great guys. Too bad we had bad luck with the GT3s today, but still a good result. Place 2 in the GT3 class and 1 in Kia class. Still a good weekend for us.
Now, a good week indeed. So I'm sure we will catch you again at round 3 of the iRacing VLN Endurance Championship.
You can bet on that, yeah. We are back.
Yes, so Michael Schellbach, thank you very much for coming in with us and talking to us about your day here at the VLN Endurance Championship. Thank you very much, and I'm sure this is not going to be the last we'll see of you.
All right, see you next round.
Yes, thank you. So that is Michael Schellbach, of course, of the PRT number 116. Will people stop leaving the team speak? I'm trying to talk to you all. God, we're now down to just Tobias Zerny from the RSO team. Let's get Maximilian Scheider in here real quick. We'll go through the Kias, there we go. All right, bunch of people. So Maximilian Scheider, well, you're from the SimRC.de crew, and you're one of many drivers who drove this car. Take me through your day.
Yeah, so I started the stint, the race. It was pretty, not really, there were only 10 cars in the field, so it was not that hectic as I expected. Then the first stint I got really pushed from I think it was, I don't know which guy it was, but he was really fast. I could keep him behind me. So somewhere then he spun and we just drove and drove till our stops. And then somewhere in the second half of almost to the finish, that was only that was the baddest incident we had.
We saw, it was many flips.
My teammate Lucas Dolzer just wanted to. He just misjudged the situation because he thought the Audi was already past him. So he turned another time to the left to a little bit avoid the Audi, and then he just, when you have cold tires in this car, he just spun then. Was a little bit bad luck there.
Well,
but
I mean, either
had
way, though,
nice fights, yeah.
yeah, you had ultimately a pretty decent day, all things considering. And just between this first round and the second round, would you think people are doing better as far as traffic goes?
Oh yeah, I think so, because everything is experience. On every track, in every car.
Yeah.
Also
And
the 24-hour race, I think, helped a little bit for
yeah,
the
we
real,
did. We
real
did
end.
just have that, didn't we? But well, either way, the Kia, of course, I always I'm a fan of having more Kias and more Kias involved in this. So hopefully we can continue to see more competition. Hopefully we can see you guys running up front. But before we let you go, is there anyone you'd like to give a shout out to and thank?
Yeah, I want to give a shout out to my teammates, to you, because you did a great job on the stream, and to our sponsors, Home Racer and Simatalk. And yeah.
All right. Well, Maximilian Scheider, thank you very much for joining us. It's the SimRC.de number 798 car. So I'm sure we will see you at the third round, and I'm sure it won't be that long. It's actually only be a couple of weeks. So Maximilian, thank you.
Yeah, see you then.
All right, so that's Maximilian Scheider. We are going to now go to our MX5 category. We don't have Yanni Mastapo with us, but we do have representatives from both RSO team cars. We've got the 397 and the 398. And in the 397, it was the Ziorni brothers, Tobias and Alex. And in the 398, it was Elmar Erlicolti and Patrick Lankow. And we have Patrick Lankow with us, as well as Tobias Zerny. Tobias, you came in the front finishing car, even though it's only one position. You're still on the podium here at the Nordschleife in an MX5. Take me through it.
Yeah, hello guys. Thanks for having me here. Yeah, it was a very tough race. So Johnny, as usual, like the first run 4 or 5 weeks ago, set a great pace, and we had a very nice battle the first stint together with 2-3 other cars. Unfortunately, there was this accident with Inex and I think Vanderbilt. No, I don't know the other team, and that was pretty scary. And Johnny got a good run away, was 4 or 5 seconds clear, and yeah, thank God for all the other MX5 drivers in class. He made a mistake in the second lap, which will allowed us to caught up back to him, and then we had a really great intense battle, and it was clear that somehow the decision would fall in the pits, who has the better pit strategy. And yeah, obviously guys, it wasn't our day, because we are not sure how, but we lost a bucket of time in the pit stops. So I think it was like 15 seconds or 10 seconds in the first pit stop phase. Something didn't get quite right in our pit stop, and we thought that maybe Johnny pitted for less fuel, and we were able to catch him after the second pit stop, because also my brother was able to catch him, and we was directly behind him at the stop. But in the end, yeah, he came out of the pits 7 seconds ahead and made no mistake anymore, and that's how we finished, more or less.
Well, it's one of those things to see these MX-5s at the Nürburgring. It's another thing to see them with a lot of other cars. I mean, you guys, that entire first stint, there were 4 of you really fighting. It was, I believe, the Van Deval was involved, as well as that Royal Valkasi Motorsport car, as Yanni has joined the team speak. That's so good. But either way, we'll go to Patrick Lankow. Patrick, your race still with the Team RSO cars, but it's kind of another good day for RSO guys.
Of course, yes. We are very pleased with the podium finish. Through the first stint, we gain a bit of damage at the car, so we have to take the first pit stop very early after the 6th lap, and the fast repair, and we were about 20-30 seconds behind the top 4, and then I could gain in the second stint very good speed, and because of that, we could move to first place when the other cars stopped for the first time. And I was wondering why Jonny don't overtake me, but I think he done that because of saving fuel for the last stop. And after the last stop in lap 16, we were about a minute back, and the third place Mazda, the Japanese guys, they came out about 10 seconds behind us. But Jonny, unfortunately, in the lap before the pit stop, our second pit stop, he hit me in the back in the first corner, and so about 1 or 2 kph we lost at the streets. So the Japanese guy could go 1 or 2 seconds a lap faster, and it was a very close finish. And in the last lap, he get a dive bomb from a GT3 car in Verseifen, and that take him out of the race, or not of the race, but out of the race for P3. And so we could climb the podium, and we are very happy with that.
Well, very happy indeed, and obviously managing the traffic between the GT3s and the Kias is always going to be a challenge. Do you feel that it's getting better here in the second round and looking forward to the third round?
Yeah, I think the more experience the faster guys get with the MX-5, the more better it gets. Because I think 3 or 4 times it's like a bit dive bombing, but the most times they're very safe.
Well, very safe indeed for you guys coming home in second and third. Hopefully, we will see you guys in just a few weeks' time at the third round of the VLN Endurance Championship. Anyone you'd like to give a shout out to before we let you go?
Yeah, the team members at home. At first, Stefan Jahn. He normally drives the 397. He has no time today. And the other guys from RSO at the usually they drive the Roof Cup car in the SRD VLN, and the Audi guys from the GT3 car. I think Philipp Schallenberg drive today. Normally they are 3 or 4 guys. Greetings to them and to Jörg Goebel, who was, I think, in front of the stream.
Yeah, so all right, Patrick Lankow, thank you very much for joining us here on the RaceSpot TV booth. I'm sure we'll catch you again soon at the third round of the VLN Endurance Championship. So for Team RSO, thank you very much, Lankow, for coming in here with us, and we will talk to Yanni Mastampo. Yanni, well, there's kind of no other way to go about it here. It's the rookie racing team car minus the team. It's just the one-man army of Yanni Mastampo, and well, you're here in your number 55 rookie racing team car, and you came away with yet another victory here at the Nordschleife.
Hello, thank you. Yes, it was a very hard race. Yeah, I was very tired all the time under pressure because in this track is really hard to get away because of the draft zones, you know. So I was in the first team saving fuel. That's why I managed to stop by the lap 12, I think. Normally in this car you can only stay out for 10 laps, that's the maximum, but I saved 8 liters in the first stint, so yeah, that was the key of the race, I think, because the last stop for me was only like 27 seconds, and the Team RSO did a 40 seconds stop, I think. So that's when I think it was the biggest difference on the race. But they were very fast. So congratulations for them as well for the race and for the podium. Yeah.
Well, absolutely, and well, for yourself, the rookie racing team car. I mean, this is the second round you've managed to do this. Racing seems to be getting tighter and tighter as these rounds go on, and it almost seems a little bit cleaner. I know there were a couple of issues and boggles and this and that. There always will be when it comes to the Nordschleife, but Between the GT3 cars and the Kias, did you see a bit better traffic management from everybody involved over as compared to the first round?
Well, I know in this track is very hard to pass. I always try to make easy for them to pass me, but you can also lose the race if you leave a gap wide enough for them to make them think they can pass you, and that is not really a corner where they can pass you, but they will try. So I either stay in the middle or I go completely to the edge of the road so they can pass me easily. If you let them put the nose side by side on you, then in some corners it's very hard to go back to the racing line with the MX-5. So in some places I just stay in the middle so they can't see a chance to pass me, so they don't try, you know. But that is also risky because if they are fighting for position, they are, you know, very impatient sometimes. So you have to look at the relative and see who is fighting for position, who is closer to other people in their class. So because you can lose the race very easily, you know. In the Mazda, I don't think many people lose the race because of themselves, because driving errors, but mostly because of Audis and Kias passing, you know. I mean Audis and Mercedes and, you know, GT3 class.
Yes, well, mostly Audis here today, but yes. And so traffic management, so very imperative. The next race is in a couple of weeks. Are you thinking at some point to be bringing a teammate, or is it just going to be yourself again?
Yeah, we have teammates. The thing is that this race doesn't look very long for me, so it's not endurance race for me if I don't drive the 4 hours. It's like a sprint race. If you leave the car for another teammate, you only race for 2 hours or less. That is not enough. I want to drive as much as possible, and I can drive even more time, so it's not a problem. The first race here in the VLN, we were taking it as a train for the 24 hours race. So yeah, I think the whole VLN, I think I can cope with 4 hours, and there is a 6 hours race. I think I am ready to race. This race I was racing with an Oculus Rift CV1 for the first time, so that was a little different, you know, because on the 3 screens it's a lot different. The field of view is so different. You have to adapt yourself to the new environment that you can see with the Oculus. So I think I can do the whole tournament alone. So yeah.
Well, we hope to see you there, and very interesting with the Oculus Rift. I haven't heard many people using it, but very interesting that you have. Great to hear that it's working out for you. I'm sure many people are actually pretty interested to hear that. So, Yanni, before we let you go, is there anybody you'd like to thank, or at the very least give a shout out to before we let you go?
Well, I want to say thanks to Dave Gelling. He was one of the fallen in the first lap, and I think he was fast enough to fight for the win here, but he was very unlucky today. So I hope he comes back in the next race.
Well, hopefully. So either way, though, Yanni, we're going to let you go, and we're going to start wrapping up here in the Race Spot booth. So thank you for hopping in and having a conversation with us.
Thank you. See you.
We'll see you. So that's Yanni Mastampo of the oh heavens, the rookie race team number 55 car. So just like that, though, we are going to be on our own here in the Race Spot booth very quickly. Just give a great shout out to everyone that's here. Cisco Scaramuza, Alvin Nieves, Jimmy Broadbent, Hugo Louis. I have been Cameron Walsh. This has been the iRacing VLN Endurance Championship, and you can give us a shout out whenever you want. With RaceBot TV, of course. So anyways, wherever you're going off to watch, do have a good time. Thanks for making us part of your day. We'll see you all on July 16th for the next edition of the iRacing VLN Endurance Championship. Stick with us for more, and of course, you can always watch it back. Have a good day wherever you are, wherever you're going to be doing. Thanks for making RaceBot part of your day. So long for now from Germany.